Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. It's beautiful Friday afternoon. It's in between Grand Arena rounds. I did post my VOD from yesterday, and I did lose that round. By the way, I'm Tassenix, and welcome to another chill stream. So yeah, I was winding up to say that because of my loss in the first round, I actually have an Erodium here for round 2. Still to be updated about whether or not I'll have a replacement stream for that. I'm hoping to. And odds are I'm probably going to have another Erodium in round 3. It's still possible I could have a real match, but who knows. But anyways, guys, it's another chill stream. I'm here. I see in the stream chat with me, I've got a couple patrons and Dagger. So we got Dagger, Shake, and Striker with us. How you doing, guys? All right, you don't have to say anything. I'll just... go ahead and pound sand. It's fine.
Yeah. I'm doing okay. I'm just trying to figure out how to spell because with my dyslexic ass.
Good. All right.
The mnemonic for that is big elephants can't always use small exits. Dagger. There you go.
All right. Good stuff.
That I'm sure did not help.
All right.
I knew like half of those words, and I heard like half of them.
Yes, this is going to be great. I can feel it when all three of you try and respond at the same time. It's going to be great. I love it. Feel it in my bones.
Well, that's why none of us started talking to start with, because we were all waiting for the other one.
Yeah, this is going to be great. I can feel it. Gonna be awesome. All right, let's say hi to the chat. Blue89 says, evening task, walking the dog, looking forward to some good chat. I mean, there's going to be chat anyway. Luminous, RXK says, hey, good to see you. Darsalea, hi Tass, love the music. Yeah, man, that song is called Hurricane Slurricane by Wolfgang Gardner. I've been obsessed with Wolfgang Gardner. I'm actually such a fan of that song that I'm actually trying to see what usage rights for it would look like, because I have to strip that song out of the start of the VOD here. But yes, I'm glad you like it, because that song's a fucking earworm. I cannot stop repeating that song. Let's see. Oh my god, it's -1 Celsius out there, Blue. I mean, that's what it takes. You got a dog, that is part of it. Ganroth, hey man, good to see you. Yeah, we got a lot of patrons out in the chat here today, and everybody is very much appreciated. So you guys got a good weekend ahead. All right, let's get into the questions that you guys hopefully have posted in the Cantina chat. Now, if you guys are just tuning in live, feel free to drop whatever questions you have. We did a Q&A for most of last stream. We can do some other stuff, like I can talk about what I'm thinking about for Grand Arena, for 3 vs 3. I know that there's probably a lot to talk about between, the new era system, Coliseum, how you feel about, the new marquee orientation and all that. So we'll take questions and see where this goes. But yeah, if you haven't already posted questions in my Discord, feel free to post them here in Twitch chat, on YouTube chat, wherever. And once we get through the backlog in Discord, we'll get right into it. Okay, first question from Darth Revenite. Do I R10 Cup? No. Next question from Banja. I'm not reading that. Third question from Hairtran. First impressions.
That wasn't the question. For the record, that wasn't the question.
That wasn't the question yet. Yeah.
No.
No. All right. Paratran. First impressions for the Coliseum. Okay, so I got exactly what I asked for. All right. So for me, as a whale, for me, it's a loot pinata. First of all, no real challenge is the first point. So it's not really interesting. Now, it's early days. We'll see how it is when I have more of the characters meant for this era and what higher levels of the Coliseum look like. Because right now, as far as legitimate battles go, no cheating, I want to say nobody's cleared tier 3 yet.
Several people have.
Oh yeah? Is that true?
Yeah, I have 2 people in my bracket who are in the 4th tier, but they're like level 75 or 80 or something like that.
Oh, okay. So
we just talked about this earlier. Like they're 7-star and like level 75 or 80 or something like that.
Yeah.
But they're not.
But
to be clear, they're like 1,000 or 1,500 points into tier 4. It's not like they're like mashing tier 4. It's hey, I started tier 4. Oh, I'm dead in tier 4.
Yeah. To press Wampas.
to that point, there's people with 16,000 into tier 4. That's not 1,000.
Okay.
Oh, really?
So
Okay,
I then I'm just lucky. I'm in a shard where I came in 5th today, but nobody's beaten tier 3. So clearly nobody's feeling like they need to go as high as 7 stars. You guys might be curious what I did to get started here. I did take my Luke up to 6 stars, 10 shards, like you would in the previous marquee system if you wanted to have him at 7 stars at the end of his week. So I'm on track for that. But as far as what I did for era level, I wailed enough to get up to 70. And I want to say, now I haven't exactly added this up yet, but my gut ballpark feeling is just on these era levels, so setting the cost for the shards aside, I want to say somewhere around $130 is what I feel like I spent. Because you do have to buy, a few of the packs a few times, right, on your way up. I did buy the $20 pack of the big chunk of the era currency, stuff like that. So I want to say that, yeah, about 130 took me up to 70, but I've also confirmed here with Shake, Dagger, a few other people, it is by no means necessary to go that high to be able to make the same amount of progress I've made in tier 3 of Coliseum. And certainly you don't have to spend that much in most era shards, it would seem, to place inside the top 10 and get the max rewards. There's a lot to talk about here, but what do you guys have to say about what I've just said here so far? Yeah, Dagger, Shake, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, the free rewards. To get the free rewards daily. But yeah, I'm in a 13-man fight for 10 spots. Or now 11 spots, I guess. I don't know what's going on. It says rank 2 through 11. So I don't know what's going on there. But my shard is not like the most miserable. I am like I don't want to say halfway. I'm like a good portion into sector 3. So I'm safely like in the 5th to 7th range in my 4th to 7th, somewhere in there in my bracket. But yeah, man, I'm about 40 USD in, level 45. I think in the average bracket, somewhere between level 40 and 50 will end up getting you top 10. But we'll see how it plays out going forward.
Since one moment to that, Dagger spent a fair bit of dress shells doing level up, so it's only for the 50 guts is that.
I gave you the
By the way,
total
Shake, don't speak softly. Put some bass in it so the people can hear you. You sound a little mumbly.
Okay. All right. So
I also gave the total amount of money that I think I spent, about $40 US total. I put 20 total US and then some.
But talk about it in terms of cash value, both the money you spent and the crystals.
I said about $40.
Okay, altogether. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I did some math because I was put and looked up receipts, which is not ideal. So $75 total for just leveling it up from 0 to 40 is what I.
Also, this is breaking news. The new Colosseum boss is broken. As soon as they take a turn, they don't do anything. It just sits there and rocks and does sweet FA.
Yes, congratulations.
So actually,
this, like most other, is broken.
Broken news rather than breaking news. Do apologize.
Sad times, guys. This is the 3rd Colosseum boss they released, and all of them seem to have just had the same fucking issue.
Also, for what it's worth, I have a 7-star Luke, so I think I only bought like 25 tiers.
Oh, okay. So that is. But wait a minute. We talked about this before stream earlier. And Shake, let's double confirm this for the people. The level of stars that you pump into the character for Marquis has no bearing on the strength of the character in the era, except for you are gated at certain levels from going higher unless you have the stars.
That is my understanding, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Great. So you can have a 3-star level 40.
Sorry. God,
you can have a 3-star level 40, or you can have a 5-star level 40. More or less, you'll get the same amount of score.
Right. So, just answering overall again back about my thoughts about Coliseum. For me, it's a loot pinata. It's not that interesting. However, I think that it's getting a really bad rap that it doesn't deserve. Because here's the thing. Folks are saying, rightfully, that it's a competition between whales at the very top. But first of all, this is, what are you competing for? You're competing for Relic 10 materials. Who is it that's needing these Relic 10 materials? It's mostly endgame rosters. There's going to be only maybe a couple of characters that are worth considering for lower end rosters to get big effect. Otherwise, you might spread those resources better. But like, this is mostly for endgame, and so when I say it's mostly for endgame, I mean that taking the top ranks is mostly for endgame. So if you're wanting to be able to print a Relic 10 every 2 weeks, you need to finish every day inside the top 10 ranks. That's not a requirement for most players. Most players don't need it like that. I probably need it like that. I really have not a lot else to do. Most every character I could conceivably use in Grand Arena, just about Relic 9 by no joke. So what else have I to do? So I should be right on top of this. But you guys don't need to be. So first of all, me spending 130 to get up to level 70 is definitely not necessary for most shards. It would be the very exceptional case where if you're screwed like Dagger is when you're in a group where it's like to compete in the top 10, you're fighting against 13 whales, and that's really unfortunate. But that's not my situation, and for most people I'm talking to, that's not their experience as well. Still, it exists.
Well, to be a little bit clearer, I think like for $20 to $30, if you're willing to put that into the area, you can get up to like level 30, which will get you into tier 3. And I'm saying that in my bracket, there's about 13 people in tier 3.
Fair.
Or higher.
Well, and you actually just took the next words.
I'm firmly ahead of them in score. Like, I'm firmly ahead of them in score, just to be clear.
Yeah, well, you just took the next words right out of my mouth, is the idea that, like what Dagger was saying, what Shake was saying, you can spend considerably less than I did. You need to just, if it matters to you, you need to spend enough to stay inside the top 10. Some shards are going to be cheaper than others in that sense. But if it's not that important to you, then don't spend any money on it, because you are designed to be able to get this character, what is it guys, 3 stars and level 65 era level completely free to play?
Level 65 free to play, which would be 4 stars gear 12.
You should be able to get them to 4 stars.
4 stars. 4 stars at level 65 era level.
And gear 12.
Completely free to play. All right.
Yes.
That is probably enough for a lot of people. It's really up to you to decide how badly you need Relic 10. That's not going to be the case for most non-endgame rosters.
Two points to add here really quick. Number one, this is the 10-year hard reset for gear. Anything that comes out is going to be done this way, which means every new character doesn't need gear anymore, basically. You're only going to have to gear up the old characters. So now only legacy characters that are outside of the current era, are going to need gear, which is going to make it really easy for the guy who starts tomorrow to get a decent start on his roster, because he won't have to gear up the new characters. Number two, when it comes to R10, like most people, or the way I look at it, like Cass already kind of said, it's like a rewards pinata, where you just beat it and you get something out of it daily. One thing I will say is that, as always, the first 5 to 7 of these are the most important. So me personally, this era I'm going to be spending a little bit extra just to get my first few out of the way. And then I'll probably chill quite a bit, because I won't need one every 2 weeks after I get the first, because my guild's going to ask for 1 to 3, and I'm going to want 3 to 5, and there might be some overlap there, right? But as Tass said, the vast majority of these characters that get the R10, you're mostly doing it for Relic Delta. Like, the actual stat increases are really nice, but like not deterministic of fights for the most part. Like, the actual like R10 doesn't matter a ton in my everyday gax.
Yeah, let me catch up a couple comments here. Hey Jay Chung, happy Friday all. Work lurking as usual. Good to see you, man. Welcome. Black Lion, good afternoon, gentlemen. I rage quit after GAC lag. Freedom. But I'm still here to support. Really appreciate you showing out, man. I mean, you know, I'm sure you've already heard about this. Meathead did put out a post that got stickied on the Swugga event server, saying that they are well aware that this did not roll out in a way that people are happy about. He's already said that he's being the squeaky wheel to get a make good for us. It is unacceptable, and he's not defended it, and he's not trying to defend it, and I don't know. I mean, I sympathize with you guys, especially for anybody who's really been impacted by Relic Delta this week. Between the impact of that, plus the performance issues, compounding it when you're actually in a fight, I've heard a lot of people timing out. I've heard a lot of frustrated folks feeling like they're about to quit or actually having already pulled the trigger on that, and I sympathize. It is a poor rollout. Now, this is we have a lot here to say because we were talking in my patron chat earlier. So there's a lot here to talk about with Coliseum, and I think a lot of community,
most of it positive.
a lot of community misperception about what this is and what this is for. However, there are a couple other comments I wanted to see here. Yeah, the Burn mentioned something. Little accounts are competing for the Relic 5 Lightspeed tokens. That is completely fair. I have such a blind spot to that type of thing. What's on down here? Where's reward?
Well,
Okay.
you buy Lightspeed
Okay,
tokens.
so it's just
from
a
the,
lesser amount of it. And
yeah,
you're saying you're
but if you go to the store, it'll
Yeah.
they have the tokens. in the store.
right. You're saving up for this
Yeah.
instead. I mean, sure, that's completely fair, guys. I don't, my eye doesn't even see these for some reason. So you got me there. Anyways, did I do? Let's see. Did I do my Coliseum yet? Says Potato. No, I didn't do the new round, but I guess Striker here in the chat just said that it's busted right now. So I don't know. All right. Luminous says smaller rosters that punch up a lot suffer a ton. I'm 9 million in Kyber 2, Kyber 1, facing 15 million GP players with full R9s. Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's never going to be more painful than it is right now because you're at the dawn of the new system when you've yet to benefit from accruing resources that are meant to be handed out more freely going forward. Like you're early into it, so you haven't had the opportunity to soak that up, right? I would definitely urge you to be patient in the sense that this is kind of what I would expect with a big change in a system. The worst pain is always in the immediate aftermath of the switchover, right? So still, I want to catch up with the chat and get back into this topic because I know we still have a lot to say. Kurt Ferguson says, my question is, how is this game mode fun for those of us that only buy the pass? This mode is just not fun. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't really have a defense for the fun of it. It doesn't seem to be interesting. It doesn't seem that it's worthwhile to really sit there and stew on the abilities and try to maximize your damage when you can just clod your way on auto and you've got 5 attempts and there admittedly is some variance. I can see that some amount of significance is there in how they use their abilities because some attempts will have like 1,000 or more score difference. There's something to it, but not enough worth to sweat about. I've got no defense for the fun of it. It's a printer for Relic 10 for me, and I guess it's really just for you to decide how much money you want to put in. For the very specific rewards from it.
Also, semi-adjacent point.
Sure.
This era is not going to be the best showcase for Coliseum because the characters don't have innate synergy. I think the first time that Coliseum is going to be interesting or fun is when we have an era where they're releasing an entire team who gains additional mechanics as you get more characters to actually allow you to scale better in Coliseum. These are just a bunch of random lifter characters all meant to work with their individual teams, not together. So I don't know if this entire era is just going to be fun at all in that regard. In Coliseum specifically.
Fair. Is there any level that I can...
Oh, Snackadeck said they give the character synergy for the era. Never mind.
Okay, yeah. All right. Havoria said, I think if you ignore Coliseum feels bad. The only problem I have with this update is that the marquee battles are so annoyingly slow because of the era level system. Like, why is it so hard to even give me even a G7 character? Got some feedback. Okay.
Just before you say that, the answer to that is get good and spend more.
Yeah, get good and spend.
Stop complaining about it.
But But that's not a legitimate answer, so just ignore
Oh
shit.
yes, that is not a legitimate answer. That's
Shake-
that's
shake
why I
is
said
bitter.
before that goes, I
Yeah,
wanted to
that's
say.
that's the reductive answer.
Yeah. That's why I'm not the host for this, and I'm only here for Taz Kicks Me.
I mean, you're not wrong, but that's not the helpful answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, Hevorius goes on to say, like, why is it so hard to give me even a G7 character so I can get through those marquee battles faster? Largely, all the other changes with this update are a net positive for all players. That's what I'm hoping I can get more people to understand from this stream, because I'm learning more about this every day, and I learned a few things about how this all works just today. And on balance, I do think this is good for everybody, but it's got some really ugly appearance issues, and then it was magnified by, admittedly, not the best communication about it. Like, the interrelation of how these things work was not made clear. And I mean, the actual facts might be out there, but I don't know, not in a way that most people digested, because I didn't realize here until today that there really was no reason to push hard on shards if your interest is Coliseum rewards. Now, good point that I was talking with Dagger about before the stream is, why would somebody care? Is there a relationship to the era system, aside from being limited on how high you can push the era level? Why should I go up to 7 stars early? You know, maybe you have a really competitive era shard, a Coliseum shard. Okay, fine. Maybe if you take them up to 7 stars, you get more of these materials, these Xeric ability modules. Right now, I want to say this is the only way to be getting them, and you get them from the daily repeatable rewards. So, you know, you have extra of that in the latter 2 tiers. I still got a little bit already, but you get 2 more stages more. So I could probably be closer off towards 75 right now, 74, 75, right? Again, that really make a difference. So I don't feel so bad here just doing the normal ride it on up to 7 stars thing. 6 stars, 10 shards. But yeah. All right, so back into first of all, the marquise. Let's talk about cost. This is something I've seen on the event server. I've seen this on Reddit threads. I've seen this in some otherwise pretty reasonable discords, where people are saying, "Oh my God, this is crazy! They expect you to spend $500 to compete in marquee." It's absolutely not. They absolutely do not, because we just explained how the money that you spend on the era levels is what's going to dictate how far you get, and the only relationship there is how high you really want to push, because there's a star limit. But you don't need to hit that star limit to be in the top 10 of your Coliseum shard. So again, that's really kind of on you. I spent about $130 to get to level 70 on day 1. Dagger was saying he spent about 40. I want to say Shake said he spent about 60. And all of us are in the top 10 of our respective shards. So clearly, I probably didn't need to spend as much as I did. So you decide how worth it is to you to get, if you're a lower level account, those light speed tokens. If you're a higher level account, how often do you want to get a Relic 10? Because if you want to push for that top 10, then you can make one every 2 weeks. Most people aren't going to need that. So you probably don't need to push that hard. And then for the other side, so taking the Coliseum side cost down, Marquee is the same as it was, right? If you were the type of player where you wanted the character at 7 stars at the end of its initial Marquee run, then it's the same way it always was. The only thing that is kind of lame for everybody is when I get this guy 7 stars, I'll be able to use him in the Era Challenge coming next week, or in Coliseum and whatever. But no Grand Arena. That sucks for everybody. So what's the incentive then? If I can't have this guy at 7 stars here available for an upcoming Grand Arena or anything, the answer is when we go for Spider Ball. Where's the view area unit? Yeah. So I confirmed this talking to the guys before we went live, but to get Spider Mall, you have to have all of these era characters at a minimum of Relic 5. not Relic 5, sorry, 5 stars, and then you will unlock Spider Mall at 5 stars. However, if you have all of these characters at 7 stars, then you will unlock Spider Mall stars. Decide how much that's worth it to you. I mean, that's obviously all the difference in the world for me. Nobody competing in the higher end of Grand Arena is going to be running a 5-star, nothing anywhere. So, yeah. But yeah, so again, like it's not bad, and now you're getting these added rewards. If you wanted to go for the 6 stars, 10 shards thing, now you're getting those added rewards, like I just showed, those Zarek ability modules. Push yourself all that much higher on your relic level. So, in fact, if you were already the type of player that spent that 130-ish to get the 6 stars, 10 shards in the marquee system, just for your character shards, then you're getting extra stuff. That's it. You're just strictly getting more for the same spend you were already getting. And it's otherwise unaffected for everybody else. No?
Basically, the way you want to look at this is the characters do not have an upcharge. The characters still cost what they cost. Now, what the complaint is more so is people are, I think, tying the cost of Colosseum into the cost of a character, which I don't think is correct. I think the cost that you're putting into your era level is essentially you buying additional tokens to use. So any money I put into an era character through to the era thing, I'm just buying R10s. And this is the cheapest they're ever going to fucking be, to be clear.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, think about that. But whether it's between 40 to 60, it seems what's necessary. You don't need to spend what I spent. You think about that. You're spending that on a character, you one marquee. There's a marquee release every 2 weeks during the era. So you can compare that to whenever Relic 9 came out. What was the cheapest it ever was for a pack at the beginning of Relic 9?
150 USD.
Yeah.
3 instances of $49.99 for 7 droid brains.
Yeah, and that would be, and all 3 together would be just enough to do one Relic 9. So yeah, I think rest assured, guys, when they start to offer Relic 10 packs, they're not going to be value priced. They're going to be like, wow, well, they're expensive, but they're only offered rarely, so we have to get right on them type of whale food, right? This is the accessible way for people to actually get Relic 10. And depending on your shard, really determines how much money that ends up costing you. And how urgently you want Relic 10s.
And the average player is looking to get an R10 about every 6 to 12 weeks, really without spending a whole lot. Or anything, really. So, the outside of the track, if you're in a super competitive shard, is you get 1 R10 every 3 months. And, yeah, like, otherwise it's... I mean, how many R10s do you realistically need? Like I said earlier, the reason why I put money in up front was because I want those first 5 to 8 as reasonably fast as possible, right? And I'll pay a couple bucks, or $40, $50 per marquee to make sure that I can get one every 2 weeks, because there is zero chance I'm paying $200. Also, hi, Ranger.
Yeah, let's catch up with the chat. Oh, hey, did Ranger drop in with us? How you doing, man?
I did. Yes.
Welcome. Yeah, we're actually trying to shed some light here on the marquee and the era system, and dispel some of the, I think, just purely misunderstood nature of it all, because it isn't necessarily intuitive, and CG didn't explain it all that well. But
at all,
yeah, I wanted to be a little gracious there. But the point is that for what we're actually getting, this is really good for I want to say everybody. I didn't I hesitate to use wide sweeping words, but I actually think literally everybody is gaining from this.
Also, can I just very, very quickly check? Is it Rangers following behind, right? Like about half an hour late. Just.
I've got a good reason. I've got a good reason why I'm late. It's Christmas. decorations.
That's right. You
Armageddon
did say you're
2025
We're
here
like,
at the Ranger household.
You have my sympathy.
Sour one. I've already been putting away the Thanksgiving stuff. My knees already giving out. I thought if I jumped out of a lot of planes for a living, it would be stronger. I was wrong. These boxes of horse shit are killing me.
Fair.
So I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready to take all the Thanksgiving stuff in. And we're gonna start with room 1, which is gonna suck. I'll keep you guys posted. I'll keep you guys posted of all the pain and suffering each hour by hour
Oh
of
God.
Christmas. Now we're getting 2025 because it's gonna be a multiple day thing. If I don't make it, just want to let you guys know I love you. I love you so much.
I mean, you could just like, just let us know when it's all done. You don't need the updates. We're all right. It's fine.
yeah, right.
I feel like you need to have the updates.
Let me get back on
Also,
task
Depressed
here,
Wampa
guys.
said something really funny, really quick. Depressed Wampa, damn, you guys really making me want to drop some money now. You and Dagger work for CG, LOL? No, I just think that this is the cheapest that our games are ever going to be.
Well, no,
Not ever, but
This whole thing to me, I've pretty much checked out of Coliseum. For me, moving forward, I find the game mode boring. I don't find it engaging. It is definitely put behind a wall for spending, and the sheer weight of that spending is just ridiculous.
You mean $30 to $50?
Well, but $30 for $50 for what? Like, if you want to go buy a character at a certain level, which is the horseshit of it, is like one of those packs took you from one to
yeah. No, Ranger clearly wasn't with our stream here when we were just talking about this, because this is one of the things I think people don't have the right of in their understanding of it. Yes, it can be really expensive to spend on era levels. Like, I spent about, I want to say around $130 to get to level 70 on day 1, with also having 6 stars, 10 shards, right? But as we were talking about earlier, probably before you were had joined us, there's no relationship between your stars and your era battle strength, save for there are limits to how high you can take your era level without hitting the next star tier. But, like, you don't need to go that high to clear into the top 10 and to be inside the top 10 of your Coliseum chart. So as far as, like, and Wampa's saying, wow, or do we work for CG? In fact, what I am saying is you only need to spend as much money as you have desire to quickly get Relic 10s or more Lightspeed tokens. That it's optional. It's how bad do you want that? And then as far as why do you want to wail on character shards, that's about how badly do you want between a 5-star and a 7-star Spider Mall at the end of the era. Because if everybody's 5 stars, you get a 5-star. If everybody's 7 stars, you get a 7.
The shard, there is no upcharge to the character. The character still costs the exact
Marquee
same
costs the
as
same it always did, and now
era.
you get era-related rewards to level up your era level that you didn't get before. So strictly, the cost is the same, and you're getting something you didn't get before to help you in the era system.
And your willingness or unwillingness to spend is the only thing that dictates how many of those era tokens you get for the era store. It is not an upcharge to the characters. It is an upcharge to the era specifically, not intrinsically tied to the characters. And I think that's the part that frustrates me, is that people want to say, like, oh, my character costs more money. And it's like, well, your character still costs the $105 plus tax that it cost, last era. The upcharge to the Coliseum is literally just if you want to expedite rewards. You're still going to get an R10 every 6 to 12 weeks if you don't spend, depending on how competitive your shard is.
Well, that's fine, but it's just but for me, getting the stars is more important.
Yeah,
right?
and that's unchanged for you.
Era.
No, because I just don't want to be bought. And CG keeps missing this point, and it frustrates the hell out of me. Why do people spend in this game? Time and enjoyment. That's it. it's to cut down the time and enjoy the stuff that they want to get their hands on soon.
Well, I mean, when you said earlier that there's no fun to be had in Coliseum, I completely agree. It's a complete miss for fun. As far as an entertaining new game mode that we were looking for, really a big letdown. But we see that it's a vehicle to usher in Relic 10, and as far as what I care about most as a Grand Arena player, whatever. I mean, Coliseum was never going to be the thing that was going to keep me playing or make me quit. But I can completely agree with the idea that it feels uninteresting to put any amount of anything into when it's this, simple.
It's simple. It's not engaging. There's no thought process to it, and the only really way, which is the frustrating thing, if you want to, it's just no system for effort and trying to, get your character up and wait for what? It's been a lot of trust me, bro, from CG. I'm like, no, I don't trust you anymore, right? It's like this came out of nowhere. Like, we were all excited. I was excited. I think we all were. Like, oh, a new game mode, and the way they laid out what they did, like their 4 pillars of stuff in that post, with their past things where they had been reducing stuff in price and making it reasonable. I don't mind spending money in this game. I don't mind spending money in this game, but it's got to be somewhat reasonable. Like the gamble pack, stuff like that. The Lightspeed Era bundles. I was like, okay, I kind of see where you're doing here, CG. You're getting good value from a lot of this stuff. Whether it's the hyperdrive bundle, I see what you're doing. I'm with you. And then we got
the rug pull I told you about, Tass.
The what?
Remember when I told you some people felt rug pulled?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I had a good laugh about it. This is what I was talking about.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But then it's like, okay, again, don't mind spending the money for the stars, but then you want me to spend additional money now that I never had to spend before because you want to, again.
Nobody's making.
But that's the misconception. That's fine, the thing I want to challenge, right? You don't have to. But
I don't have to get Relic 10, but I mean, if you want to be competitive, what's your option?
No. Specifically, that's what Dagger's saying. You'll get Relic 10 anyway.
Are you going to get it?
You're just not going to print a Relic 10 every 2 weeks without being inside the top 10. If you don't mind getting a Relic 10 less frequently than every 2 weeks, then really, there's a case for how little you need to spend, if any. That's the thing. It's decoupled from the marquee thing, and it's decoupled from whether or not you get a 7-star Spider Mall at the end of it. It's all about your character shards that you whaled on.
Well, for sure,
which was what you were going to do anyway.
But I mean, it's just blatant monetization, and it is.
That it is,
and it's not good monetization.
But no, actually, hear me out on this though. So I know there's a couple folks here in the chat. Vin, I got to catch up to a couple comments here in a minute. I really meant to do this, guys. So we'll wrap up this point, but then I want to go back on up. Vin said, "I really don't get your math. How do you guys get to level 70 or whatever you said for $40? I'm at level 62 and had to spend way more." No. You're mixing mixing answers. I said I got up to level 70 on day one. I want to estimate about $130. That's what I.
Dagger, and I bought 25, and I bought 25 levels, and then I've gotten the rest organically.
Yeah, but what did you spend all together? You said about $40 to get to what on the first
40
day?
in small change, like 42-ish, 43-ish after something like that.
To get to where?
25 levels.
To get to where?
I'm now at level 42.
Did you do any stars?
Yeah, I bought the stars. But that's not any.
Yeah, but that's separate
relevant.
from the era thing. That's what I'm trying to get people to get here. Is those are decoupled. Like,
in the sense that I have some extra currency from the stars.
Yeah,
yes.
that's true. Yeah.
In the sense that yes, I have some extra currency from the stars. Yes.
Yeah. Spend on one doesn't imply spend on another. So to your point about it being blatant monetization, yes, it is encouraging you to spend more. But what is it encouraging you to spend more on? Is to compete for Relic 10. And when you think about how little some folks might actually need to spend to be within the top 10 of their Coliseum bracket, that means that you could spend between, I don't know, 40, 60, or sort of, depending on what we're hearing from Dagger and Shake, to be in that competitive range. Like, you don't have to spend what I spent, And surely
But
that is
just-
going to be way less than what the cost is going to be when they release Relic 10 packs in the
let's
store.
ask you
So
this,
this is
Ranger.
so it is technically encouraging you to spend more, but it is for the new level 10 material that you would otherwise be paying a much higher premium on when it comes out in the shop. So it is encouraging you to spend, but it's the cheapest possible way for you to print a Relic 10 up to every 2 weeks.
What was the anchor price for R8 Ranger?
Oh, I don't remember because it's been so long.
It was $100. What was the anchor price for R9?
I'm sure it was the same.
It was 150. This
Okay.
is $40 for an R10 every 2 weeks. That
Yeah,
is
yeah.
by far the cheapest this kind of shit.
Between 40 to
will
60.
be.
Let's say the high case, 40 to 60, whatever.
Sure.
But even so, that's what I mean. It is you're technically right. It is monetization. But as far as like, holy shit, when you actually look at what it's implying, this is the cheapest you've ever had access to the top level material of the game at any point in the game.
Yeah. And the game mode being bad is not a real argument for the rewards. I'm sorry, it's really not.
Yeah, it's fair. But like he said, am I turning this
responding to a
on to
couple
play a
comments.
game, or am I here to get like a dopamine simulator? It's oh boy, I get rewards for what? Turning the game on. Yeah, I mean, I get it interrelates, but as far as how the fun relates to the economy, Dagger's got a point. Yeah, I mean, I'm here to get my shit.
Yeah,
That's
There
fine, but
there are plenty of things in this game that are not fun that I still do because I try my best to be a good guildmate and do what I'm told.
Most of all, DB guys. Yeah.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people don't like Conquest either.
DB is
But
great.
you still do that shit anyway.
I'm in a guild full of people that thought DB was great and we should go to 49 stars and 50 stars. That tells you all about how dumb I think they are, and I still have to play it.
Yeah. Let me read a couple things here. Yeah, Jay Chung says, Tassenix, always appreciate that your Discord and streams are places for calmer, rational thought. Both positives and negatives get discussed here without the irrational whining and rage baiting. I'm a fan of the game here, guys, and what I am proud about is, and I'm glad you observe it, the folks that come and chat on my server, we're all largely fans of the game. There's room for criticism, but like straight dooming, who's winning here? Like, this is a completely optional thing. Nobody's got their arm twisted to be here. If it's really the type of thing where you're dooming, is this actually a game to you? Is this, even with what its problems and warts and all, it's still fun to me. And the moment it starts feeling like job more than fun, I'd be thinking about the door the same as a lot of folks. But like, yeah, no, this is for the love of the game. So I'm glad you see that. We're really here on the side of seeing the game be long-term successful and fun. Anyway, Jay Chung goes on to say, I fully understand why a lot of people are underwhelmed or unhappy with the changes. Yeah, fair. But so many places in the community now are really toxic and tiresome because of the whining. Great to have a respite from it. Yeah, man. Glad you enjoy it here. There is room for criticism, but this is way better than folks think it is. Because also, like I said, you guys haven't gotten shit yet in terms of the new rewards opening up. You just had the cost on Relic 9 load. Maybe that isn't a big deal for you. For me, the last few days, I have crushed out so many resources to print like another 10, 12 Relic 9s. I've been having a blast.
Also, let's not forget that this is basically making sure that going forward, you don't need gear anymore for relic materials.
Yes.
I mean, that's not really whatever for me, because I could just not even look and still get to get the team. And I'm sure, like most of us.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you can turn it into relic materials now, is the point I'm trying to make. So now all that effort you were putting into acquiring relic materials can go into signal data. Right? It's not straight up alleviating any signal data crunch, especially with the new signal data being required for old signal data being required for new signal data. But what it's doing is it's allowing you to reallocate resources now that gear is becoming less important, because if you play free to play, you're going to get to make gear 12. So all that purple gear can now just get crunched, which means all the other resources you don't have to spend farming, you can spend those crystals getting more signal data, stuff like that. And I think that's really cool.
Hey,
it's something I think that's underlooked.
Yeah, listen to this. A comment from Jorge. There is the issue of the last tier of the marquee event that is gated by era level. So I don't know what that gate is. Does somebody know?
Level
That's level
70.
70. Yeah, you have to be level 70 to get it.
Okay, and I know from all right. So you guys then know from what I said earlier. On day one, I took my Stormtrooper Luke to era level 70, and ballparking it. This I'd say plus minus $20. I think is a fair safety margin for me to say. I want to say it was about 130. So let's say not more than 150. Again, I'm ballparking. I didn't add that up, but I'm kind of keeping in mind how many times I'm adding up $4.99, $4.99, $4.99. Well, $11.99, $11. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to say 130 feels more like the figure, but yeah, if that's So the question is, what do you want from that last tier of the marquee event? Is there a reason why that's important? That gate is important.
There are Omis, but I feel like the Omi faucet has been pretty well opened.
I agree. Yeah,
because it's the 5 little gold pieces, but I feel like if you're already level 70, you don't really need the 5 little gold pieces.
These are definitely needed to get up and around there, and certainly over 70. But yeah, I don't feel the urgency myself, guys. And I think at the end of the day, what matters is, are you in the top 10 of your leaderboard? And I don't see what the urgency would be to push me to want to go to 7 stars earlier than just hitting it naturally at the end
really
of its
quick.
marquee week.
As an additional data point, I know I talk about my friends who started a few years ago. We have a little group chat we have on Facebook Messenger, and I just asked them what tier they're at. 22, 18, and 31, and they are all in the top 50. And they spent between $5 and $15 to level up.
Mm-hmm.
And they were just saying they're looking to be top 100, top 50. They're not even looking at top 10 because they're still lower down. But just to kind of give you an idea of where some other people are and what they're targeting. Because they're also not targeting R10s. They're targeting the tokens, like a lot of people are. But anyways, just another kind of idea of, they all spend a couple bucks because it's the first time something's out. And that's the time you want to spend, is to see what your bang for your buck is, to see if you want to spend next time. I know that's generally that's more investor logic, or, I don't know how to explain it, but basically that's the logic a lot of people do, is when they pick something up, they spend the first time to see if they want to spend the next time. So,
but I'll answer the question of why you want to get the stars, because remember, it's a long-term strategy now. Before it was because you just get the character, take them up, and use them immediately, right? Now the strategy is, well, if I get 7 stars now, once it comes out of era, I don't have to farm it or deal with shipments or wait for it to, all that stuff, right? And 7 characters farming at the same time from 6 to 7 stars could be a lot.
Also, how does that work? Like, let's say, my understanding is, if you finish the era with all of the marquee characters at 7 stars, then you get your Spider Mall at 7 stars. What's your path to 7 stars if you aren't all 7 stars? So let's say you have, a couple. One is 7, but the lowest one is 5. Now what happens?
I don't know, because they haven't told us.
I think you're going to get a 5-star Spider Mall because you're gated by your lowest one. But the question is what do you do to increase from there? How do you go?
Overwhelmingly likely to just be on the 3-month rotation as every other Journey Guide character, because they're being introduced as Journey Guide characters.
So there's your real incentive. There's your real incentive, is to not get stuck, frozen out on the waiting period, trying to pick up your last 2 stars of Spider Mall at the end of the era.
And I'm going to be honest with you, the stars are more important than anything else from this era. Because what I can tell you right now, just from the first week of seeing everybody bitch, moan, and complain, the spending in Coliseum is fucking optional. I'm sorry to cuss there to get a point across. If you want 7-star mall and you only want 7-star mall, then don't buy era levels. It doesn't matter. Stop acting like it's a requirement to play the damn game. It's not a requirement. Anyways, I'm sorry.
Yeah. All right, let's see here. Yeah, all right. So scrolling through the comments. Jay Chung says, not sure if somebody already mentioned it, but to add on to the relative cheapness of the R10 mats, you also get a new tune at Relic 6 in exchange for whaling on era levels. Yeah, that's a worthwhile point. Burn says, I've spent $0 on the era stuff, and I'm top 50. So he's in the top 50 of his era shard. Again, yeah, how urgent is it to you that you get a Relic 10? Because
top 50 is every 6 weeks, R10 every 6 weeks, if that's what you want.
There you go.
That's still pretty...
For not a dollar spent. And again, your mileage may vary depending on how competitive your Coliseum shard is, but actually check where you are, because I think a lot of people think it's a worse case for them than it actually is, and that deserves to be challenged. All right, let's see. Nashorn says, not sure if you guys are still talking about the update, but I would like to give my 2 cents as a light spender with 3.5 million GP that started in May 2025. I think this update is really disappointing. There was so much hype for the 10-year anniversary, and it just really felt short for me. Might be my fault for hoping for something groundbreaking, but it just feels like an economy change. The new content really doesn't feel noteworthy. Well, as far as the framework for the future of the game, I really love what this change is going to do. Because remember, you guys are at the most painful point in time. You've yet to benefit. You've not had enough time in this new system to benefit from the tap being opened on rewards, and how much easier it'll be for you to move between Relics 5 and 7. And, with any amount of success in Raid, if you're getting good guild boxes from that, you're able to buy the types of materials with your Mark 1 and 2 currency to push up from level 7 from there. It is easier than it has ever been. Like, the ability to go from Relic 5 to Relic 9. The ability to go from Relic 5 to Relic 9 has never been more accessible or less expensive. And that's something that is going to be hard to appreciate here in just the first few days of the new system. Sorry, you were going to say, Dare?
Oh, I said, and Bronziums are Mark 1 now. All that infinite Mark 1 you get, Bronzium wirings. That, I'm not saying the crunch is over, but good lord, is that a huge chunk out of that crunch for a lot of people.
But back to Nashorn's criticism in terms of it being an underwhelming game offering, entertainment.
Day one, yeah.
10-year anniversary in this game. I don't know who's going to fight you about that. I don't know who's out here standing for how fun Coliseum is.
Hey.
And that is a very fair, very obvious opinion. And I don't know how CG would have expected us to be like, ooh, ah, when you could, they might say, well, if you got into the strategy of it, and didn't have it on auto, there can be some real nuance to learn. It's like, yeah, but for what meaningful difference? Like, you're talking about trying to get the best maxed out score as opposed to just autoing 5 attempts and I random into something that's approximately the same thing. Why bother to get good? So yeah, really you're completely right. It's not the
really
entertainment offering I wanted either.
A really good point was brought up. Vin said that 1R10 every 6 weeks is worse than R9. R9 was 1 a month only if you won all 4 TWs when it first came out. It didn't go into shipments for like 2 years.
That's true.
Let's not pretend like there was infinite access to R9s. Let's not try to like revise that history.
And let's also not pretend like anybody was rolling around with 100% TW win rate. Let's be real.
Yeah. I'm saying that you were on average getting 1 R9 every 6 weeks when R9 was new anyway. Right, like I just wanted to address that because it's like this is like really good for the price, and also for the record, just to address what was said about it being underwhelming. This update is actually introducing Gear 2.0. I cannot express this enough. That if you start playing today, every character from now on will not really be required to gear anything outside of legacy characters. Right? Every new character you get is going to be Gear 12. Like, how is that being overlooked?
Yeah. Well, Havorius here asks, how do we get them to level 65? Hold on, I did the normal. What are you responding to? So the burn said above, yeah, I did the normal shard farm and then also open packs to get levels. According to CG, you can level the other characters based on getting to level 15 within 2 weeks? What do we mean 15? They stated you'll get them there as long as you get them to 15. Maybe I'm missing some. I'm sure that'll get clarified.
Whose comment is that?
to Berm on Twitch asking about that.
Yeah, I was here.
Okay, Socratic Jawa says, that's the point I was making to someone in my guild. I will get Relic 10 as it comes to me, but now I can push harder for Relic 8, Relic 9 teams much easier. Yes. Yes, Colosseum's only as important to you as you really want Lightspeed tokens as a lower level account or Relic 10s as a higher level account. I don't think the urgency is extraordinarily high. However, this is the cheapest and most accessible way you will ever have to get a Relic 10. I mean, we haven't seen the first packs come out yet, but they're not going to be a bargain, yeah?
Yeah, we're looking at $100 minimum, probably closer to $200. Considering the anchor pricing on R8 and R9.
Timothy Hendricks on YouTube says, watching Bit Dynasty now nets me plus 1% instead of plus 4 tiers. I'm assuming you're saying he's teaching you something that's helping you in Coliseum? Momata says, the hardest thing with the update has been the lag in-game, making some GAC matchups and fleet battles almost unplayable. The economy stuff seems much better, but frustrating as hell that the game is at times not playable. They know, and yes, completely agree, all of us agree, that is completely unacceptable.
I lost the GAC because of it. Like, I'm more than a little annoyed.
I'm super, super privileged and happy that in large part to you guys' support on this channel, I'm able to have a good gaming PC and I'm able to run the game here. And I'm largely unaffected by this lag issue. If I had to play this on the phone, I'd be just as aggrieved as the rest of you. It's horseshit, but also CG knows that. Meathead already put out a statement saying, like, they know. Trust me, they know. And they're working on a make good. He said they're working on a make good. Let's see. Nashorn says, but I am playing a game for content. While I do like the whole leveling system from Swugga, I'm also just a really big Star Wars fan and hope for more really fun content. Again, like, no disagreements there, man. Coliseum was really billed to be the next big feature, and it is, a wet fart as far as entertainment goes. Like, yeah. And we always say this here on this channel. CG wants your feedback, but you guys got to think more like a business. And obviously that's not directed to anybody here in the chat, but like to our community at large. The flaming, the negativity, like, did nobody slap your shit in high school for the way some of the people write threads addressing CG? Like, you would never address another person like this in the flesh the way people talk like this. And you're talking to somebody like they owe you a check for you playing the phone game. The way, man, if we give feedback that about the things we don't like in just the terms that you guys are using here, like, we need more threads like that. Just explaining, it's like, look, you guys really build this as a feature, and I want to be here for the features. What keeps me on is feeling like I'm engaging in Star Wars. I don't need you to make me new rewards to use on stuff in the same way year and year over year and tell me that you've given me new content. This is all legitimate criticism. But the sheer force of just the title pissing and moaning about it, I'm really grateful for you guys. We have, and it's not just here. There's plenty. There's a few other places that are having good substantive conversations. Man, it really feels like the minority. It really does.
Shout out to your community, because the moderators and people who kind of, I don't want to say run things, but who are the most talkative are generally pretty reasonable people. Some of them are in this chat right now, but just really reasonable people, and I appreciate everything, and I appreciate reasonable conversation, because I know when I try to say anything reasonable in a lot of other places, I get screamed at for being like a CG shill.
Yeah, CG shill, like as if they're gonna cut me a check. It's like, what are you talking about?
If I had a nickel for every time I've been called a CG shill, well, I'd take everybody out for a nice steak dinner.
Bet you would.
That's right.
All right, let's catch up here. Another couple comments.
By the way, I'm still doing Christmas decorations. I'm nice and sweaty now.
Oh yeah, I got that lather going under the shirt.
A little bit, yeah, a little moisture going on right now. Yeah.
Oh man, the proper technique is to beat the people in your life to the point where they won't put the tree up till December 1st.
Uh-oh,
But
did I
love
miss
Christmas.
a question from Banja? Let's see. Somebody's tagged me.
Yeah, you weren't going to answer
I
that
already
question.
did.
What was it? Where is it?
It's the one you didn't read.
There, I don't-
Answer the question.
Oh, I already did answer it?
Answer the question.
Where is-
Dagger?
Oh, the question from earlier. The really question from earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I didn't. I thank you for asking, but no, I didn't. Yeah. All right. Let's see here. Hey, Ranger, says Lady Geek out there in the chat.
Oh, yeah, that's my girl.
Yep. Let's see here. Yeah. Akin, 35.4k energy. Holy gosh. Yeah, man. There comes a point where you don't need. It's a super high end problem, not something most people are going to have to worry about. But there comes a point where I don't need to spend this even for gear. That's what I have the free tap open on Mark 1, Mark 2 raid currency. So what this allows me to do is whenever the next GL comes out, day 1, 7 stars, ultimate, all done. That's the privilege of banking energy this month. Do I even need Chirotech? Before I just did a spate of like 10 to 12 Relic 9s breaking down stuff, I'm finished with that, and I still have over 1,000 of each Cairo. Like, no.
I have almost 9,000 of each. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, like I'm not even among one of the bigger holders of Kairos after all that. Like, there's people who are way more stocked than I am. But I'm saying, like, when I tell you guys that I went crazy here this last week, talking about, let's talk about this. We're talking about the ghost pilots, every conceivable good frontline combination for Home 1. All those pilots are Relic 9. My TIE Fighter pilot's Relic 9. Gosh, what else have I done? I've done my full
It's actually
resistance.
embarrassing that you didn't have him R9 to begin with.
My full Finn.
Oh no, I forgot about him.
My full Finn Zori is Relic 9. I just took Tusken Warrior and Tusken Raider. These guys are gonna be in 3 versus 3. You see the thickness on this? You see this? So whatever one, permakill team you're taking against this, they only have 1 life to live, but oh, what a life. Yeah, check this out. Check out this warrior. Yeah, still 290 speed. Look at the fucking life total. Over 166,000 life total. 10-6 offense. Come at me. Come at me in 3 versus 3. You know what I'm saying? Like, bring me your Relic 5 prayers.
The Cairo Crunch is something you get out of once you hit the end game. So if you are still having Cairo issues, you're just not end game yet. You'll get there.
Yeah.
You'll get there, I promise.
Not even endgame. Like the second you get your guild start doing Mandalore and Zephyr, it's pretty much over by the time.
Yeah, but guilds that are doing that are primarily like late to end game guilds. There aren't a lot of mid game guilds with like 40 BKMs.
Yeah, Sixth Lime
not a
says.
mid game character.
Sixth Lime says, appreciate these comments, Tass. People are really overreacting, I think. Yeah, we're not the only ones saying it, but there does seem to be way more noise than signal out there. And yeah.
Here it's dead. Just sell your accounts, move on, guys. That's what you need to do.
The disembodied voice of Shake, a radiating beam of positivity and light.
Yeah.
Hope. Get out of the box. God damn it. Dad. Oh, you got one job, Dagger. Put him.
That doesn't sound good. That's the kind of sounds I'd make if I went to go open the Christmas tree box out of the closet and a raccoon jumped out.
Oh god, I forgot about the Christmas tree box. That's next. Oh god.
This sounds fun, Ranger. Do a live stream of you, Frank Tube and Batch.
I've got so many Christmas tree boxes. I got them all up here. Oh god.
Onslaught Storm says, I do be kind of sad that there won't be any whale crons anymore. Those were always, apart from Temple Guard, so funnily broken. So I think you're meaning like the bespoke datacrons. The bespoke datacrons were a design solution to a problem that this new era system's intended to resolve. You're no longer needing a sweetener in the pot. So like early in a set of marquee releases, why should you whale out for the first or second character? when you know that it's meant to be properly realized with the full new team. That's why they offered you the bespoke Datacron, so that while you're caught in between there, you have a little bit of a sweetener that kicks up the character, allows it to do more than it would as a disembodied piece, and in fact be a competitive advantage while you're still waiting for the full team. Yeah, we no longer need that in a world where, for an era, you're not going to have any of these characters until the era's over for Grand Arena. So, yeah. But, if you enjoyed those, that's fine. They were fun in terms of their mechanics, but the one thing that I am really happy about in seeing those go is that my money's just as green as the next guy. And if I spent whatever it costs to get that Kron and have it available, and I got just dud stats. Like, I remember that Great Mother's Kron, man. The people that got the lucky rolls, strong rolls on offense, world of difference for the people that got bum shit. Like, oh, I don't know, this guy over here who got some kind of spread of like health and protection. I also think I got some crit chance too. Hot dog. Yeah, it was great.
Not to jump ahead, but Gavin Stunt Double points out, I would think we still need a sweetener to care today about something we get in 90 days.
Well,
I think that's a reasonable point, but yeah.
Well,
curious to
your incentive to spend now is so that when the era ends, you're getting your 7-star Spider Mall, as opposed to getting your not 7-star Spider Mall and having to wait, like Dagger implied earlier, not less than 3 months for the opportunity to close that 2-star gap. So your incentive is
not incentive, sweetener. Because we don't get to use any of this stuff for 3 months. I do think it's reasonable to a majority of players to say it would be cool to get some sort of sweetener in the meantime. Now, I don't know what that would be.
Yeah, what does that look like? Because you would want it to be attached to the new units, which are by definition not part of the game until the era is over.
Yeah, I mean, I would look at it as like, and I don't need these materials, but I think it would be like decent enough of CG to, I don't know, remove the minimum to like the era battle or something, because the era battle minimum is going to lock some people out.
Okay.
That something like that is what I'm thinking personally. Because it's what, level 15 to get into the era battle, but like you have to spend money to get to level 15 by then.
Oh,
so if you don't spend, you're probably locked out of the era battle.
I see. That's what he meant by 15 earlier. Okay. Now I understand.
You don't have to spend.
Sorry, go ahead.
You don't have to spend money, first off.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't spent any money on my other account, and I'm right, I think I want to say level 20 or something.
Not spending crystals either?
No, I have the ability to buy crystals. I'm not fucking broke.
Okay, so I'm talking about free to play. Can you, like, you said level 20, but then you said you spent crystals, so.
Yeah, and you can save up crystals and.
Yeah, but is that reasonable to ask for the average player? And I don't believe that that's reasonable to ask from the average player to also have a crystal upcharge to the era battle?
A total of 2,000 crystals was spent. That's it.
No, so I know. The point I'm trying to make is, I will. Yeah. Anyways.
I get your point. If you're truly free to play and broke on the crystal, it is very hard. Yes.
I don't think you should be locked out of the era battle, which gives you shards for the characters within the era. Right? Like, those first 2 tiers, I don't think you should be locked out of just because you don't have the requisite era level. But anyways, I digress. I just think I think that would be reasonable from CG's perspective.
Dagger, the issue is shards, I'm pretty sure. I can confirm. But it's only materials.
Oh,
anyways.
Yeah,
it's only materials. There are no more shots, I want to say. I will have to look at the data mines again.
Well, anyway, Gavon's,
Go ahead. Sorry.
Gavon's was, when you asked, like, you say you still need a sweetener. What does that sweetener look like to you? Because it clearly, I mean, some buff to other existing units, a Datacron for another team that's not in the era? Like, what does what does a sweetener really look like that you get to use, I guess, in Grand Arena? Because that's what I assume your meaning is like outside of the era system, I get to do nothing with this stuff until it's over. So what's my sweetener in the meantime? I mean, if I'm CG, I would say my like your sweetener would be the mall thing is like you don't have to spend. What would you? The type of spend that we're talking about that would get you a bespoke Datacron is also the type of spend that's going to bring you up to 7 stars. So if you concede that notion, then CG would say, yeah, you being able to have Spider Maul at full power on his initial release, there's your sweetener, because that isn't even required of you.
What if you got to use the team in Conquest? Like a here's the team, they give everyone access to the team, you can choose this team in Conquest, it's just all of the new units or whatever, and they're like Relic 5 or whatever. I'm just saying, like, for me, that's the only thing I would ask is like an actual way to see how their mechanics work, because like Coliseum ain't it, my friend.
All right, Nashorn says, regarding the Coliseum, I would just like to know what exactly I have to do / spend to get a level which translates to Gear 13 so that I can skip the Gear 12 stuff. What is that answer, gentlemen?
70 is the answer.
Level 70. Era level 70 is what you need to hit to be Gear 13.
And CG claims you'll get to level 65 for free.
Yeah, just
Correct.
play. Yeah,
So you only need like $30 per character. There you go. Get to that.
Wait. You just mumbled something about $30. What did I say about putting your chest into it, Shake?
Yes, sorry. I am trying to do other stuff.
That's fair.
I just said because most likely you won't be getting any materials from 65 to 70. It's probably not worth the hassle to buy those if you're not going to spend beforehand.
Okay, I hear you.
Because 6 going from 65 to 70 is probably going to be more than, $30 or something like that at the very least.
Pass. Click on Stormtrooper Luke. Click on Stormtrooper Luke.
Yeah, sure.
Yes. Click on that and look at it.
Click on him again.
Yeah, level 72. Click on the level 72 side.
Click the eye right there. There you go.
There you go.
Ah, okay, it's 75 for Gear 13. Okay, here's where you go to see it then. You go to the era view of the unit, you click the eye, and now you can see what your thresholds are. Thank you, Banja. Thanks for pointing out. Okay, so yeah, and this is how, and we remember hearing about this benchmark, right, guys? We heard something about Relic 6 if you were capped out at the end, so there it is. You take each character to era level 95, and at the end of the era, you get a character spat out Relic 6. Now, is that Relic 6 with all of its abilities fully applied for free, or do you still...
Yeah, Zeta's done.
What about Omicron?
Omicron's not.
Omicrons are no. Okay, so you'll still have to keep that in mind. Right. Let's see here.
Still back up fully.
But that's why I was saying this is Gear 2.0, because that's why I was saying the people who start now don't need Gear or Zetas. That's just for legacy characters. This is why I'm saying, like, I understand. Wow, there's a really bad echo from somebody.
That's Shake holding his mic open.
Yeah, 1 second.
Okay. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, this is why I think that a lot of people aren't realizing what the end game of this new system is going to do. And honestly, it's not for the people that are probably in this chat. But what it's going to do is allow players who are newer to the game to not have to level everything up. This is creating a way to bring in newer players and not have them have to worry really at all about, oh my God, how am I going to build all these old characters and old teams? This is really, really good for the long-term health of the game.
Well, let's clarify here a follow-up from Nashorn. He says, so even with the episode pass, I still have to pay $30 plus, 30 plus bucks to get a single tune to Gear 13 here?
Most likely,
I'm still not
because
sure how the era levels work, whether or not they carry from character to character.
No, I don't think they will.
Or how much carries from character to character. Because the next character is coming out after this. Am I just going to have less time to level that up?
No, so when the next character releases, they give you enough to take it to level 15. And then afterwards, you just have to buy the rest as you wish. The next character after that is 25, I want to say, or 35, or something like that, right? So each character that's released gets higher level at start.
Okay.
So IG is the next one in line. He'll be starting at level 15. So if you
Yeah,
spend nothing,
it's
you'll be
backloaded.
level 15 at start.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that's. I'm not gonna say that's reasonable, but that's more reasonable than what I was thinking.
Yeah.
So
Also,
I'm
by
sorry.
the way, for
So what is the
somebody that
implication? Is the implication that as we progress through the era, it becomes less expensive to get to the same point as opposed to
becomes
the first
more
character?
expensive.
It
It
becomes
becomes
more
more expensive to stay in the top 10 for your Coliseum because the next packs cost more. And because everyone's starting point will be 15, you'll end up having to take, level
I
40
see.
right now.
Yeah, you're having to spend
probably have
on
to go
higher
50.
level bundles to advance.
Yeah, which cost more by default.
That makes sense.
And you have to buy them twice, thrice,
Yep.
So it'll be more expensive for that.
Okay. Vin Altabi said, I think the situation is more dire than you paint the picture here. We had people quitting already. Endgame players with 15 plus million accounts, heavy spenders too. And if you listen to Egnard's, for example, and him saying he's thinking about quitting, it's more serious than you seem to see. Well,
most of those people are going to quit anyways.
I can't argue seriousness. I can't argue how serious somebody wants to take. All I can argue about is what they're taking serious issue with. And I think we've addressed a lot of the, maybe not addressed in a way that dispels anybody's particular desire to leave the game, but I think we've really tried to contextualize that what people are seeing linkages that are not there, and they're not seeing linkages that are there. You know what I'm saying? That is CG's fault in communication, because I really think that overall the system is priming us all for a better experience, a better game experience. Aside from what we already said about Coliseum just being
and
a
as
wet
far
fart.
as seriousness goes, the only time that something was like absurdly serious to the point where they lost measurable amount of their player base was when Relics came out, because they lost like almost a million monthly unique logins, right? So then Datacrons came out, they lost some people. Like every time they bring out something new, they lose some people, and it's a calculated risk. But I'm not saying that you shouldn't take things seriously. I'm just saying there's a lot of people burning or burned out who are frustrated with various aspects, where when you compound it with a new thing coming out, it puts them over the edge. I'm not saying everyone is the same, gets thrown into the same bucket. I'm just saying that I think that there are a lot of people who, like Tass said, take things very seriously that maybe aren't quite as serious as they look once you dig into them a little bit. But just to be clear, the one time that this game had like an actual serious issue was Gear 13, the cheating, and Relics all happening within like 2 months.
Well, yeah,
right?
and I don't want to sound like I'm underestimating or dismissing whatever Egnard's concerns are, but we haven't articulated any of those here, Vin Altavi. You're telling me that he's one of the most math-driven people I know in this game, and so I'm sure he's got a calculated answer for why he's dissatisfied. And if there's something really there to tease out, I'm not afraid to discuss what's wrong with this update, guys. So if anybody wants to share what his specific issues are, we can talk about those. But
people assured me that Datacrons were going to kill the game, but after people initially quit over Datacrons, it was like 100,000 people. Within 2 months, the numbers were higher.
Yeah, I got a couple comments here from Lady Geek. She says, from my Alliance chat, so you're telling me on top of all of this, they dropped the attacker/tank/support/healer Datacron set, and they didn't add dodge as a stat? I mean, CG, if you're going to go out with a bang, do it, right? I don't even know. Like, first of all, I don't see that as
I
agree
with her so much. They should have added that shit in. Fuck CG.
These crons are amazing. Like, I don't know why
these new crons are pretty fun, and no, dodge should never come back. Bite your tongue. Whoever said that in your guild.
Dodge so I can fucking quit
also,
tomorrow.
they didn't bring back the really busted support mechanic, so it's a new.
Yeah,
it's
they
new
brought the
support
shittier
mechanic.
one.
It is shittier, but it's also way less absurd. Like,
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, these crons are great. It's just really hard to farm the ones you specifically want.
Yeah.
But these crons are all going to be really fun and good. It's going to open up new
trying to be
comps,
logical.
the last time we had these, it was probably out. I mean, yes, the support cron was busted, but people forget how much fun that set was once you got a couple of those like tanker support crons. The things you could do with the attacker cron, like just think back to the attackers double tapping for true damage. Like, this is going to open up a bunch of doors for counters. You guys are sick of Hondo. There's some attacker cron that's going to kick the shit out of Hondo. Mark my words, right? Like, you guys, like, I don't know. I feel like people just see things and want to be upset.
Well, again, there's definitely a cross section of people who are just going to react to the first two lines in the post, just like what we saw about when the Relic Delta testing was announced. People just lighting up threads without actually having read the full initial post, making like obvious statements that, belied that they did not read another 4 lines down. Like, for those type of people, yeah, that was always going to happen. But really, I do believe that there are a lot of people that have a poor view of what this new, pardon the term, era in the game looks like, just because it wasn't well communicated about how this all interrelates. I think that's really fair. Let me get back to another couple comments here. Lady Geek said, we've had 2 rage quits in our guild, and one of them is a spender who gave zero indication that they were looking for an excuse to quit. They're one of our top 5 most engaged and quit after 1 round of GAC. I mean, if they're playing on their phone and they had this performance issue, if you had any reasonable expectation that CG was just going to let that stand, yeah, I would feel like, it's like time to hang it up, because I'm not sitting here for a 5-minute fight in Grand Arena to spend, 2+ minutes of the fight in a suspended state waiting for a turn. Like, I'm with that. I follow that critique. Nashorn said, I get that I can get every tune to level 65 for free, but after 65, I will not be able to progress any further regardless of what I do other than spending. I'm not as sure about that. The implication, I would think, is yes, but what do you guys say? Is there any type of free path above 65 for era level?
Six time also responded to that because they were having a conversation. But basically, the conversation was Gear 12 is free now. Gear 13 is easier.
Sure. Yeah. But the answer is no. Like, yes. CG means for CG means for you to free to play, get up to Gear 12, and if you want to take it up there, then you can either spend absolutely nothing more and use your gear when it comes out of the era system to bridge the gap, or you can just spend more in the era system and save on the gear if you want to use that to level up older characters, like Dagger was saying earlier. If you're willing to spend in the era system, then your only crunches for gear in real terms are previous characters, older characters. Yeah. All right. Molmata says, I built 2 of the new data grounds to level 6 and hit the good wordy level 6, 1 tank and 1 healer, with only 1 reroll, so the good level 6 might not be super rare. I hope that holds true. Maybe. You might have just got lucky. Sample size, very, very small. Yeah. J. Pete says, in my eyes, the largest problem with this update was poor communication. The player's trust in CG isn't high enough to believe how all characters would be appropriately leveled by the end of an era. If they had communicated the growing rewards over time, that would have helped. I agree. The second problem is that the new game mode just isn't fun. Great. Invisible walls based on your era level at certain percentages of boss health just feels weird. Yes, it is. It feels very artificial. It feels like
visible.
Yeah, it feels
it's very fucking visible.
No. The idea that it's like, okay, I seem to be hitting, and this thing just did several thousand damage. This attack did several thousand damage this time. Now on its next turn, it did 1. It feels like a wall just emerged in front of you. I follow the analogy. Like, yeah, that it feels very artificial, very ham-fisted. Like, oh, you hit the wall. Did poor baby hit the wall? Does baby have to spend money on the Widow era bundle now to go past the Widow wall? Oh, so sad for you. Like, I get it. I hate the feeling too. It does feel overt.
I really wish TG did exactly what you did, just for comedic effect.
Yeah. Like the Comcast guys on the South Park episode. Oh, yeah. Does that bother you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Boro says, Tass, the problem is not gear for eras, but it's the Relic 10 mats. I'm not seeing a problem. I don't know if you were here for the earlier part of our discussion, Boro, but like the amount of money that you want to spend in Coliseum is proportionate to your urgency to print Relic 10s. Only if you want a Relic 10 every 2 weeks do you really need to be worried about any kind of spend. And that amount of spend can be between as little as $40 to $60, just based on some anecdotal evidence, talking to a few players, few of my patrons and whatnot, to be competitive within that top 10 of your leaderboard. I spent about 130, I think, to go to level 70 era level on day one. I'm saying that just in terms of what I spent for the era levels. It's separate from the probably about 130 I spent on the character shards to go to 6 stars, 10
Well,
shards.
if you bought through the PC, it was $28 plus $68. So it was $98 plus tax.
For what?
If you bought the 30 and then the $100 pack.
No, I bought the big thing, the big crystal thing, and then I buy a 5-pull after that.
Okay.
That's the way I do it, because I literally need none of the other resources.
Into the $75 pass, you're spending like $106 to 7-star character.
Well, Exo68 is like as little as $40 to $60, but you guys are thinking it's like I'm being driven to spend this $40 to $60. You're not being driven to spend shit. You're being driven to consider it's like, hey, if you want to print a Relic 10 every 2 weeks, if you want to get the top level resource in the game and make a character at that level every 2 weeks, you're talking about spending $40 to $60 every 2 weeks to bring up the era level of each new marquee. Now that sounds like a lot of extra money, but what you're not hearing is I'm accessing a Relic 10 every 2 weeks for $40 to $60. Price anchor that in your heads, guys. Think about that compared to the cost of what it actually will be when the packs come out in the shop for Relic 10. Think about the cost for a new Relic 9. Dyer mentioned this earlier. You used to have to buy 3 $50 packs to end up, because it gave you 7 droid brains in each one, to get a Relic 9. $150 for one character. Now you can print one every 2 weeks for $60-ish, something like that, it seems like in a lot of these shards.
Also worth mentioning...
Again, wait. That's only if you care about having one every 2 weeks. If you don't care about having one every 2 weeks, you practically don't have to spend anything. Go ahead, Dagger. I know you had a follow-up on.
Oh, I was just going to say, and if you don't spend a dime on it, it's one every 6 to 12 weeks. Oh no, poor you, poor baby. Yeah. You still get an R10 every couple of months instead of every 2 weeks.
Well, yeah, the idea being that the only folks that really have the urgency to pursue the Relic 10 every 2 weeks are folks that have very high-end rosters where this is the growth area for you. Like, most of the characters I use in Grand Arena are Relic 9. Maybe only a couple are Relic 8 now. So realistically, I need to look at this as the next progression, and I'm in a race with the other people that have accounts of my size to grow Relic 10s. But it's literally... That's a competition between spenders. If you're disinclined from this kind of spend and you don't have that urgency to print one every 2 weeks, there's no pressure on you to spend another dollar. To spend even the first dollar.
Some people haven't experienced gifting buddies for R9 packs, and it shows.
All right, so yeah, Lady Geek says, because I'm a broken record, my biggest problem is that you either wail on 6 marquees in a row to get Spider Maul to 7 stars, or you live with a probably unusable low relic Spider Maul for a quote-unquote significant amount of time. Our guild relies on Journey Guide characters being unlocked in 3 months. This is legitimate concern, but how is this different from the old system in the sense that if you wanted to participate...
This feels like the most fraudulent argument because
but it's
now
no
instead
different.
of
That's the answer, right? There's no difference.
No, it's worse. It's worse because now they're getting it at 4 stars instead of not getting it at all, and they're complaining about the 4-star being unusable when before they wouldn't have it at all.
Yeah, there's no difference to this. Either you got it on the first 3 months of when it came back, or you didn't, and this is the same thing. You would have had to.
It is worse.
Yeah, that's probably the most fraudulent.
It is locked behind 6 marquees now, whereas it wasn't.
Sometimes, and some of the other ones were too.
GMM was too.
No.
Right.
Like what? Hondo was. What?
under the GL.
Sure,
Yeah, but
he did say JMF.
Oh,
now Lady Geek says there's a huge difference we're missing on it. We'll let her type out what her response is, because maybe we're missing a nuance there. But yeah,
I think her assumption is that Maul won't be back in 3 months. Just reading her comment,
okay,
it sounds like there's an assumption that
let
Maul
her fill
won't be
in
back.
for herself. We'll get there.
No, they already confirmed he won't be back in 3 months, so there's no assumption required.
What'd you say, Shake?
They have already confirmed he won't be back in 3 months, so...
Oh, he
Oh,
won't?
they have
It's
it.
in their fucking... Yeah.
I have not seen
It's
anything
in the
about
long ass post. I'll have to go look it up again to remember how long exactly.
Okay. Yeah, Jay Chung says a huge number of the people complaining about Relic Delta. I don't think we've been talking about Relic Delta much here yet. We can get to that, but you say a huge number of the people complaining about Relic Delta aren't actually facing the 16 million GP rosters either. I think yeah, I'm sure that's the case. There's not like a ton of 16 millions in general, but yes, I think that whatever impact Relic Delta would be having on somebody, let's say that you're dealing with like Relic Delta of 3+, something like that, whatever difficulty that was going to give you is so overly compounded by this lag issue on mobile, and I completely sympathize with how dog shit that experience might be. Like I said earlier, very privileged, very grateful to you guys' support. Because in large part to that, I have a gaming computer where I can play Swugga on the PC, and I'm freed up from these issues. No lag. And, yeah.
I picked the wrong week to stop taking methamphetamines.
I bet.
Goodness.
Yeah, how goes the decorating, boss man? Here, let me put you up on camera here. Hold on.
I know I'm pretty gross and sweaty. I haven't used the makeup or anything.
Get Sweaty Betty up here. How you doing there, bud?
Yeah. Oh boy. A lot more to go. I'm going to leave the camera on so you can see me walking my little happy ass back and forth as I bring up the Christmas decorations. Mm-hmm. 2025 Christmas Armageddon. And I thought this smelled bad. On the outside. Oh boy.
I would like to see how long we actually have to wait, because that hasn't been announced. So assuming the worst is also just kind of not a reasonable argument, my opinion. Let's wait and see how long it takes him to come back before we start having this cadence change is going to kill the entire game conversations.
Well, let me get a couple things out here. Taburm says, while I agree with you guys, I do feel like this is disingenuous in that they want us to feel like we're getting something worthwhile, when in reality it really is pretty useless. Well, I mean, I assume you're specifically talking about the idea that you have to front load investment into a character that you don't get to use outside of the era until the era is over. And then, your reward is, you get it all at once. It feels like you're putting in, finally get something like that. I can see why that would feel unsatisfying, but maybe you have a more specific, concrete complaint there. Lady Geek gave us the follow-up there. I could get Jedi Master Mace in his first repeat by getting every character to 5 stars, then farming them up, so that I'm ready to get Jedi Master Mace on his first return in 3 months. Then I get him to Relic 7, and then Relic 9 him. Now, after a Journey Guide character is stuck at whatever star level he's at until a significant amount of time has passed, so in my case, instead of having the Journey Guide character at Relic 9 in 3 months, he's stuck at Relic 4, and that's probably an unusable Relic level.
And Banjo points out that Cal is on a 6-month cadence, so it's not even like that unreasonable to have this, because there's a precedent. Malik was on a 5-month cadence. Jedi Cal was on a 6-month cadence.
Yeah, I also...
This is not the first time they've done it.
I still have this on screen from Banjo because I see he was typing here in our stream voice chat. He had a couple comments that I do think are worth reading out, just in terms of looking over the long history of things that were supposedly going to break and destroy this game. He says, odds were going to kill the game. Year 12 was going to kill the game. Relics were going to kill the game. GLs were going to kill the game. More GLs were going to kill the game. Datacrons were going to kill the game. The new raid system was going to kill the game. etc. Surely this next thing will do it. And then you went on to say, keep this in mind. Some people are coming back. I have seen 5 to 10 quote unquote high profile people come back since Delta was announced. Who are you referring to?
Yeah.
If they're high profile, surely we know them.
Well, DB Official is one of them.
Dig that. Yeah, I have seen some alerts from his server. That's fair.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, anyways, yeah, it's. I'm not trying to minimize anyone's concerns. I'm just saying, like, I'm not trying to jump into the middle of we should cry. Anyway, I'm just saying, like, let's wait and see how long Maul takes to come back. Before twiddling for ads. Ando's back
geez.
too. Okay.
Yeah,
that's my Ranger brother from another mother. Yeah, just raided his ass yesterday.
Hey,
whoa! I hope we're talking about Twitch. Otherwise, this is going to be a real awkward.
Ando's coming back too? Hey, man, I'm glad to hear that, guys. I'm sure all of us, as Swugga fans and as Grand Arena fans, rejoice in the idea of more streamers coming back.
I will say that I'm just loath. I am loath to doom over something we have no info of.
No, doom. The game is dying. Sell your accounts and move on.
The only thing that Banja listed that even came close to making a dent in their player base / bottom line was the Gear 13 cheater relic saga over like that 3-month summer. And the gas.
So we're just back from ads. Let me recap this, and then we can share that response again with Lady Geek.
The recap is sell your account and move on. The game is dying.
The TLDR, none of us are willing to doom until we have information. Plenty of shit was supposed to kill the game. Only one thing took a meaningful dent out of the player base, and that was the cheating and relics of that summer.
Specifically, I'm saying, what's our response to her point out about the cadence issue, where you're going to end up with the relic 4?
Dooming over something we don't know isn't really worth the effort. It could be 3 months, it could be 6 months. Cal was on a 6-month rotation. Malik was on a 5-month rotation. This is not the first time that something might not be on a 3-month rotation. This isn't new.
I can say that, a quote-unquote significant amount of time doesn't inspire confidence, Lady Geek.
No,
so
it does not.
I appreciate your point of view there.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying I'm loath to doom about something we have no info on. Let's wait and see what the cadence is before we start complaining.
Yeah, but it's at least something that hopefully everybody watching knows that you're walking into eyes wide open now, is the idea that your big incentive to get your era marquee characters up to 7 stars is to have access to 7-star Spider Maul at the end of it all. That's most of the reason. You'll get some extra era levels out of it. You'll hit higher thresholds. You'll save on gear by pushing the era level, higher on. But yeah,
Lady Geek, there have been about 20 different instances of characters not being in a 3-month window, being more than 3 months. Like, that's just false. But to your point, though, the thing I'm most worried about is actually when they said that it's going to be 3 months until a character is farmable. From when it comes out to when it's farmable, it's going to be 3 months now, not like 12 weeks.
I mean,
that's 12 weeks.
Dagger, if you want,
or not
you
8
can
weeks.
flip
Sorry,
on.
it was 8 weeks before. Now they said it's going to be 13 weeks. No,
Dagger,
but now
if
they
you
said
want, you can flip on your camera.
It's going to be 13 weeks, right? It's going to be like a full 3 months, as opposed to the 8-week cadence we've been currently having for the last year.
Oh,
right? For the last year, we've had an 8. I mean, you can laugh all you want about my misspeak. That's fine. But realistically, the last year plus has been an 8-week until it's farmable.
Yeah.
Now it's 13 weeks.
There are a couple questions I want to catch up on, and then I want to take a quick break. I don't know about you guys. I could use a quick leg stretch, but I want to keep this chat going because we do have a lot of questions rolling in.
Yes, you guys continue and watch me carry large boxes upstairs.
Lady Geek, there have been 20 or so instances, Lady Geek, of characters being outside of 3 months between their cadence. I can think of like a handful just off the top of my head of characters that took 3.5 to 4 months to come back instead of 3. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm just not going to pretend like us waiting with our thumb up our butt for characters to come back is something new.
Yeah. So I see that Nashorn asked a few lines up to me. Do you have to spend?
So am I.
Sorry?
Oh, she said she was talking specifically about Journey Guide characters, and so am I.
Also, the issue is, by the way, just so you know, right? even if the character comes back 3 months later, you probably won't even have everything farmable in the first place. So,
You're gonna have to speak up.
yes. Even if the character comes back 3 months later after initial release, everything still won't be farmable yet.
Yes, that is correct. So even if it does come back in 3 months, the new characters won't be farmable, so you won't get it anyways.
Yes, the same people that didn't get it the first time won't get it the second time, because if you didn't realize it the first time, you probably didn't realize it the second time as well. So it's
I think waiting
gonna
4
be
to 6
longer
months
than
from
3
all
months.
is going to suck for a lot of people. But yeah, Banja, it's almost like it's a business that is trying to incentivize people to spend money. Weird.
Sure, but here, let me
Incentivize
get to
without
this
trying to
next
shove it
question.
in my face.
Let me get this next question here from Nashor, and he says, do you have to spend more or less of the same money for the next era tune? Asking me specifically, because you paid a lot in the beginning. So, my general template, and again, as always, thanks to support from, everybody watching on Twitch, YouTube, my patrons especially, I'm generally getting every marquee release before this system up to 6 stars, 10 shards, so that at the end of the initial marquee release, I've got the 7-star character. So in that sense, in this new system, I'm not spending anything extra. I'm sticking to that same script. You see here that I'm on target to do that same thing. The added money that I'm spending was for the era levels to put me clearly above where I need to be to hold my spot in the top 10 of the leaderboard. So like I've said here several times in this stream, I spent about what I believe is about $130. I could be plus or minus $20 off that. But somewhere right around there to go to level 70 on day 1. And as we've talked about several times here, you don't need to go to that level of expense to be in the top 10 of your leaderboard. And again, the only reason you want to be inside the top 10 is because you're at a point in your roster where you really need to be thinking about putting a few Relic 10s out, soon. Maybe you have a very endgame roster like mine, and that's kind of your horizon because you don't have a lot of other growth areas, Relic-wise, or anywhere else on your account. In which case, you have a strong incentive to print a Relic 10 with this every 2 weeks. And
especially at the beginning. Especially at the beginning when their scarcity is the most important.
True. Yeah, especially early on. So for me, it was worth spending some money. Clearly, $130 wasn't necessary, but I didn't know how much it would be day 1. So what I'm saying is that because I wanted to secure my access to a Relic 10 every 2 weeks, I knew I was spending something extra. But like what I've explained here to you guys is that this is really very generous because yes, I'm spending more money overall, but I'm spending what is comparatively trivial amounts of money to access the top tier ability up, Relic upgrade. Compared to, when Relic 9 was new, if you weren't prepared to fork over $150 straight cash, that's like a you problem. I know you could win them out of TW, but remember, it was either you got them from packs or you got them from TW wins, and it was a long time after that they added it into the shipments where you could buy the 5 a week. Like, here you are, day 1, able to start working your way up to printing a Relic 10 2 weeks from the start of this whole shebang. So I really think that's misunderstood because yes, are you spending more? But you're spending much less than what they have previously charged for the top tier ability material. And the only reason to spend on it is if you want to get them at a rate of 1 every 2 weeks. If it isn't that important, don't spend a thing. Dagger was saying, completely free to play. You'll be printing one every, 6 to 8 weeks?
6 to 12 weeks, depending on, realistically 6 to 10, but 6 to 12 just to cover the bases.
Okay, good.
And like I said, I have friends that my friends who started, they're not even doing R10s. Sure, they're not in the same whatever, but yeah, they're top 50, and they spent like $5. So you'll have to see how, like, going forward. I don't know if I need to be top 10 outside. I'm going to be top 10 this era as much as possible, just because again I want a bunch of them up front, just to knock them out. But after this, like, if I can be top 50 or whatever it is, like if it's 11 through 50, if I can be 11 through 50, that's probably reasonable. Getting one every like 4 weeks is going to be more than reasonable at a certain point.
Sheepdog asks the real questions here. The question is, will Tass ever beat a non-Erodium opponent? Yeah. Fighting Herbert 3 times this season, losing all 3 times, and then having only 2 other real matches besides, encased on either end by Erodiums. It's not been one of my favorite seasons, for sure. But
did you get a new account, Ali? That's awesome.
Okay. Much love, Tass. Hey, Sheepdog, yeah. Grundy says, oh, I know. Let's preload all the ads for the streamers, make people watch 23 minutes before we get to watch the streamer, and then in another 23 minutes we get to hear them, but the stream is over at the halfway point. We get to watch a month or more, watch the rest of the stream. I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, I don't actually have an aggressive ad schedule on this channel. It's actually below what Twitch recommends me to put on. So if you find that too onerous, I don't know what to say, because... yeah, I mean, I just
remember you had a significantly smaller account the last time we chatted. That might have been a couple of years ago. You had more of a mid-game account back then. But congrats, though.
People complaining about ads, guys. You can spend money to get...
for $5 a fucking month, you can skip the ads, guys.
Or
and you
also,
know what?
if you you're doing that, you can spend $5 a month and join that stream. Idiot. It sucks, and he still has to listen.
Yeah, you can pay $5 a month to watch him lose to Sasha and Herbert.
Twitch.tv/Tassenix. Tassenix Gaming on YouTube.
I give him my Prime just so I can watch him lose to Herbert.
I hear you. I mean, yeah, but honestly, yeah, nobody likes ads, man. But I'm again, I have it below, both on Twitch and YouTube, below what they actually recommend me to do, because, yeah, I get it. I don't want you to feel like you're boxed out, but we also try to not go in depth during the ads, and where we fail, feel free to follow up, and we'll try. But, it is what it is.
Also, Banja has another good point, really quick. We don't know yet, but if you have a fixed Swugga budget, it may be beneficial to spend less on shards for the first character and shift spending towards era materials, then farm shards from the store. But also, this is the first iteration, and there will 100% be updates and adjustments to this entire system cadence based on reasonable, parentheses, non-hysterical feedback.
Hold on. Grundy caught up and said, no. I'm complaining this to the Coliseum and the new era characters. I'm not complaining at all about the ads. I was making an ad. Oh, yeah, that went... my bad, man, because that went whoosh right up on and over the top.
It did for me too, man. It did for me too.
That's my bad, dude. Sorry.
Banja points it out too. Every single thing that they have done that has been rocky at the beginning has been smoothed out considerably over time. I do have faith in them hitting a sweet spot at some point. May not be the sweet point you like, but they did it with Datacrons. They did it with Relic Delta. Right, they've done it with a bunch of stuff. I'm not saying I trust them on the initial rollout. The raid system, too. Banja's right. But yeah, I do have faith in them getting this ironed out to the majority of the players', tolerance, so to speak.
We shouldn't be able to watch GAC streams for months after the season is done.
They're talking shit about the release cadence.
I got it. Yeah. Okay. I love Datacrons because no one has it. Is that a good mindset? I'm assuming you're likening this to Relic 10. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, we're. This is welcome to the part of the show where the trolls have entered the chat.
Hello. He has a point.
I don't know. I'm saying I like Relic 10 because that's the growth area for my account. Like, how that relates to other players, I'm not really thinking about.
Yeah, if you don't like R10, boy howdy, you're not going to be happy in like 9 months when they bring out Relic 11.
He'll probably have
they already said they're going to be releasing Relic levels more frequently than they have in the past. So,
Jake, we gotta get you a headset. We gotta get you a headset, Shake. This thing where every time you queue up, every time you queue up to speak, and I know you're politely waiting your turn, but you're doing it with the mic queued open, and then it's echo.
Yeah, see, the issue is I usually turn you guys off and turn you back on speaker. So,
Well, Blackie90, no. Tass has an R10 Ahsoka because his guild asked him to have an R10 Ahsoka.
Yeah, the guild did is a pretty tempting, by the way.
Thanks for playing that, Exo. Appreciate that. That was fun. For 500 bits, Exo played the Cantina theme. One of the greatest pieces of music of all time.
They didn't come through. They didn't come through on Discord. Boo! That's awesome.
It did.
I heard it.
It did. Yeah, I heard
Did it?
I appreciate
Yeah.
it. All right. Blackie90 says, "Hi, Tass. I've seen that your Ahsoka, is R10. Is that because of the next tank?" No, I mean, my guild prepared a short list of top candidates. And yeah, Ahsoka was one of them. You'll see if you look at my guild, most folks went with Ahsoka. Some folks went with a couple different other options. I think that there's good merit to any of those. I don't really want to talk about what my guild recommended or why they recommended it. What I will say is, I was a good boy, and I gave them my first one to, here to Ahsoka. As far as this is a question I'm getting a lot these days, so I'll go ahead and answer it now. As far as who do I think are my top candidates for Relic 10? Certainly Rey is on there, Exile Ezra, Darth Revan, just to always put the other enemy Leviathan on the back foot. They always lose the first coin flip, and very likely to, kill the ship, snipe out a ship with my reinforcement. And, if they win the battle, something like a 71 instead of 74. Maybe less than 71. Something like that. So that's a top consideration. Fatal very interestingly pointed out that Marin is a huge beneficiary, right? It really depends on your level of passion for the Marin to Jabba counter. The Night Sisters counter to Jabba. Because
not just that. Marin is the first kill target on Great Mothers too. So R10ing her is really nice for that counter as well.
Sure, that's fine.
Relic Delta.
That's fine, but yes, the idea here is that there are only occasionally Datacron metas where it is not recommended or just straight up inadvisable to do the Night Sister counter versus Jabba. Most of the time, it's going to work, and for those few times where it could be difficult, pushing to Relic 10 is adding a significant amount of bulk, another 10% tenacity, 10% crit avoidance, a smidgen of armor. Like, you're getting all the good stuff and further bolstering against the worst cases of RNG. So that's a solid one. And then after that, I mean, I don't know. Some other likely suspects would be Galactic Legend Leia. You've got Slacker. At which point we're outside of like the top 5-ish, Relic 10s. You can
Rey
say whatever
continues
you
to climb my list for the record because of her whirlwind.
She's my number one. She's my number one.
I would be hard pressed to do her first. But yeah, she's definitely in my top 5, I think. Also another one that's slept on that I think is better than Rey actually, but people won't do it, is Master Qui-Gon. Master Qui-Gon is
Master Qui-Gon, yeah, that's a good one.
Bang for your bucks in this entire game.
This is something I've heard. I heard you guys talking about this on Discord the other day, and I didn't get to ask. This is as great a setting as any. What do you think about the virtue of Master Qui-Gon Relic 10 before or after Queen? For the sake of the decoy.
For sure before Queen. For sure before Queen.
Before Queen. And why do you advocate that way?
Because he is the damage dealer on the team, and having him be more survivable and have more health and get the extra crit chance allows you to put more pressure on teams that are attacking into you.
Mm-hmm.
And it allows you to consistently punch up into other teams. Although R10 isn't really punching up, I'm more talking about punching up into GLs.
Okay.
Get just all the stats he loves. I mean, the crit chance especially is just like makes it such a no-brainer. Yeah, exactly, Banja. Yeah. 10% special crit on a character that can wind up and hit you for 500k is fun. I also think that Ezra is going to be a much lower priority target in like 3 to 6 months than people think it is now. Not because he's not good, but because I think that people are going to find out really quickly that he has diminishing returns because the things that beat him are just kind of hard counters. Now, I did him as my first one because I think he was the easiest and best stat stick choice. And I don't regret it. I'm just also admitting that in a few months, he will not. It's like when people applied the Qui-Gon Omi and they felt bad like a year later. I think Ezra being my first choice now is fine. I think looking for like a year down the road, it's going to look much worse.
Let's see here.
No, Super Ahsoka is not a better R10 than Ezra. Ezra's like still top 5. Ahsoka's somewhere between like 6 and 15. Actually, closer to like 11 through 15, but Tass did it, so I'm trying not to talk shit about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. Look, I told myself and I told anybody who was asking me before we could do it that I was going to do whatever my guild asked, and not questioning, because that has always been my attitude about TW. I'm doing what's asked of me, and I don't have to think. My roster doesn't belong to me for the purpose of TW, and I decided I'd be a good guildmate and offer the first one, so I don't care if they chose to. They could have said Cup, and I would have done it if we were all doing it. I promise you, I would have done it if that's what they said.
No, that's fair.
Because I extra promise you, if they asked me to put the Relic 10 on Cup, I ain't listening to shit about what they want me to do with the second one. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Now, Ferguson says, I need to know where I can watch Shake stream GAC. Now, he'll do it in the patron chat, but, you guys... DM Shake, harass Shake. Tell him to stream in the Cantina chat on my Discord, where, by the way, anybody's welcome to stream their Grand Arena. You're welcome to do that.
Also, watch him stream to learn. Don't ever take his advice.
Oh, yeah. Shake's advice is dangerous. If you watched my VOD here for yesterday, I think we can all agree that I was firmly on the back foot before this moment. But I think for the sake of desperate hope and a little bit of face saving, we can all agree that Shake was the only reason I lost yesterday, giving me that advice on the Balin.
Okay, Candace had it right. He did not want to see my streams. No. By the grace of God, I'm still in the top 200 or something like that.
But yeah.
Otherwise, I would be in cover 5.
Terry Ferguson says, I mean, I watched Dagger run GAC, but I haven't learned much. Womp.
It's fair. I'm not here to teach. I'm not here to teach anybody how to play this game. If you don't know how to play, I'm not holding your hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Calida says you don't want to see that. When it comes to watching Shake play, Calida says you don't want to see that. I promise you that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
100%.
I think if I was going to give a top 5 relics, and Task can like add or subtract for him, but it would probably be JML, Darth Revan, and Ezra is like the first 3, which I think are like the obvious ones. And then the other 2 that are maybe less obvious would be Master Qui-Gon and Rey.
So I like all the ones we talked about. Here's the thing that's controversial about JML. As far as being a beneficiary of the stats and everything given by Relic 10, you could fairly easily argue he's probably one of the best, if not the single best character. Like, everything is absolutely freaking glorious. The life total, the protection total is huge. The extra bit of potency is great. You're going to love having the bit of crit avoidance when he already has crit avoidance mastery, so it's a disproportionately large gain, actually, for him. There's no part of it that goes to waste. The tenacity, the crit avoidance, potency, all of it. However, you need to ask yourself, for which matchups do I need the enhanced power of that much more damaging coin? Like, where do you need that? So as far as him being a big beneficiary, yes, but where do those gains actually get applied in a meaningful sense?
How about beating Rey Ezra and Ahsoka Ezra?
Okay, as long as you've got an answer to that works, because plenty of people are doing that without it.
Because Cal gets riposte, right? So
Sure.
Now you're utilizing that coin, that massive coin, under prot.
Yeah, but you were doing that at Relic 9.
Yes, but not for 130k per coin.
Okay, and for however much that makes a difference, I can see that.
That's 2 coins and Ezra's dead. I'm not saying it'll be super consistent. I'm just saying you're opening the door to other counters.
Dagger. The very simple issue with that is you can't assist on Ezra. So, but naturally, that point won't happen.
Sure. But my point is give me like massacre the sides immediately, and then you just chop down Ezra with like whatever. Anyway, my point being is I have already like seen someone with an R10 like already like chop through Rey Ezra. And if JML at R10 is chopping through Ray Ezra, like that's that. I'm on board with that.
That's true.
You're telling me I can use that and not, Leia?
Let's see. This is actually an insightful question from Havorius. Does that depend on the Cal versus Ezra Relic Delta? Because the damage driver is the coin based on JML. So how does that actually work? Because the damage is actually being effectively done by Jedi Cal, right?
Yeah. Yes. I mean, God, man, I was about to say something real pretentious. But yes, you should have your Jedi Cal R8 or R9.
So the answer is yes. The Relic Delta is dependent on Jedi Cal, not JML in terms of driving the coin. So you're right to be concerned. Yeah,
R7 JKCKs need not apply here.
It should be a hot ticket for you guys to take him up just a little bit at least. Depressed Wampa says, what about Marin? She has something that scales with relic levels? Yeah, you must have stepped away for just a second, because I was saying, Fatal mentioned that the other day on his stream, and I can see the reason for it. If you're a fan of that as a counter, then you know that there are occasionally Datacron metas where it becomes a bit chancy, if not straight up not recommended to try. And this will close that gap. To what degree? I think to a large degree, because really, Marin doesn't need a lot of help as it is right now. It's only rarely that she is kind of pressured out. So, yeah, it's not a bad idea to press Wampa. How this is a classic case, right? I get this question 1,000 times a week is, Pat, should I put Relic 9 on X character? It's like, and in this case, Relic 10 on Marin? Absolutely, it sounds like a great idea. But the question is, as opposed to who? Who is the next other candidate that you would be considering otherwise? Because there are Relic 9s or Relic 10s that I think are probably more important than Marin on the whole. But again, if you were a big fan and you just decided that come what may, you want, whenever you see a Jabba, you want to slap Night Sisters on there and have the utmost confidence, I could see you going. But
also worth mentioning, this is the reason why I want to go in on the R10s initially, is because there are a handful I really want to do.
Yeah. Kevin McDonald asked, Hondo, Galactic Legend, Relic 10? Yeah. Gosh, he's going to be a good one. The question is that, so when you're thinking about what you're using to counter the team right now, in 5 vs 5, realistically, you've got like 3 options. The best of which being Slacker, highest reliability. Nothing is perfect though, because you absolutely can still get your Slacker blitzed and blown out. If you watch my VOD from yesterday, really something interesting about fighting Herbert. Herbert's been stressing my Pirate King in the sense that he's been doing it without Dre on the team. He's been setting Dre in previous rounds with either like a Balin Starkiller team or with like a Treya team, something like that. Because the point is that he didn't feel that there was some type of Pirate King comp I could set that would punish him not using Dre with his Slacker. But last round, you'll see that I swapped out Vayne with Quiggled, and just that change alone did force a drop from him. And you might say, okay, so his Slacker without Dre failed. But wait, he didn't actually have Dre on defense yesterday. So either he took Slacker without Dre, think he didn't need it, and then he got closed out. But the more likely scenario is, having Dre, why would you take the chance? Go ahead and commit it to it, and then still lose anyhow. I like that. I like that a lot.
And also for what it's worth, Hondo's going to be an excellent R10 down the road. The only reason I would put any caution on him is that he's currently being propped up by a Datacron. Holy echo! That he's currently being propped up by a Datacron, and I think his supporting cast does a lot more of a carry job than a lot of us are going to give his support cast. Right? Like, his support cast is really fucking good. Like, really, really good. So I would look to place that somewhere with a little more impact initially, but Hondo's going to be in like your top 15 to 20 R10s anyways. So you won't really.
All right, I'm back. Yeah, Mrs. T.
Otherwise, I was just saying that I think that Hondo is a good R10, but I think he's closer to like the 11 to 20 range.
Yes.
Just based on how much his sides kind of carry and the data.
I agree with that. Is Hondo still capped at starting at 18 profit stacks? I have no idea. I haven't heard any change in about how GL Hondo starts out.
As someone who has no idea how that team works mechanically because I throw it on defense, I do not know.
Fine stuff. Guys, we just started an ad set. I haven't taken a break here. We're over 2 hours into this stream. I actually do want to do some work here talking about the new Datacron set. That's a very frequently asked question. And I think that we've largely explored whatever there is to really talk about the New Era system, Coliseum. If you missed all that discussion earlier, please go back in the VOD because we cover it at several different points. But the bottom line is that if you feel overwhelmingly negative on it, watch that section. I think it'll give you some more perspective. And also, you are so early in this. There's not been enough time for you to benefit from the open access, the increased access to resources. Give it a little time. I don't know how much time is the right time for you, but. Yeah, that said, though, the biggest criticism that nobody's going to argue against is that as far as the new build feature for you to be excited about in this game, this ain't it, man. This ain't the entertainment you were looking for. We're all on that page. All right, I'm going to take a couple minutes, quick break, and we'll carry on. Keep your questions coming on Twitch, on YouTube, and we'll get right back into it as soon as I return. See you in just a couple minutes. All right, we're
Relic
back on.
tenure Ezra, relic tenure Ray. Sorry.
Don't listen to anything Dagger says.
No.
How could you
Ranger
listen
and
to
I-
anything
General,
Dagger says? Half of what Dagger says was started in the middle of what I was saying.
I know.
Yup.
It does.
First off, I was talking first.
Oh.
No, I'm just kidding.
He really works, Dagger. In this case, he gave you ample warning.
All right, Grundy says in the chat, I do think it will also depend on your roster, guild's GP, and needs for TB and TW, and where you are at with GAC. Both do you play in care and in terms of league and rank. I'm assuming that you're referring to how you prioritize assigning out your Relic 10s, and yeah, that's true. If you're in a competitive TW guild, surely at least your first one should be given to your guild. There is the effect of 50 players coordinating to get something like that is enormous in TW. So yeah, if your guild's any type of caring about that, sure. Otherwise, yeah, I'd be focused on GAC. Saleya, thank you. Be sure to hit the like button on YouTube. Yeah, really appreciate that, guys. Very much. Really, very much. Yeah. We're a small and growing channel, but the important part is still growing. And I really appreciate it. We got a pretty dedicated, reasonable community, so we're much smaller than some of the bigger ones, but there's hopefully less noise, more signal.
They're growers, not showers. Yes,
There it is.
yes.
There it is. I appreciate you, Adrian. Yeah, we got you back front and center. Look at you, that
Oh,
sexy mug.
I am poopied. Oh boy,
You look clammy, buddy.
I'm a little clammy.
Mhm.
God almighty, I still got more to.
You and I both know that the back of that shirt is sticking to your back as much as it's sticking to the back of your chair.
Well, it's one of those nice workout shirts. You know, it airs you out and cools you off, kind of thing. So
Mhm.
yeah, it's that's why I wore it, because I knew. The only problem is I took a shower this morning. I'm like, oh man, I gotta take another one, because I don't want you don't want to go to bed stinky.
Yeah,
right?
but
Nobody likes to go
you
to bed.
know that you did yourself a favor, because now maybe you're sweaty and maybe you need a shower from that point of view. But if you'd skipped on that shower before this, you would have been filling up that whole house with oniony pit stank as you're
That's
moving
right.
all that shit. So
That's right.
Good on you.
Nobody wants to smell that. Yeah, that's right. So yes, you guys don't know it's 2025 Christmas Armageddon. If you've been in any of my Discord channel, our house turns into a Sears effing catalog. Every room, trains and trees
Term
and
I've heard in years. Sears and Roebuck.
Macy's. Do you want me to pick another one?
No, I appreciate the nostalgia, motherfucker. I appreciate the nostalgia there, man. It took me back. I remember
I
going
can't
to
trust you,
Sears.
Dagger. I never know when you're gonna come at me. I never know. You know, because you say you don't like.
I'm into women, but I appreciate the offer.
Again,
the Berm says
why we don't trust Dagger.
Berm says, I suggest you put your characters' names in a hat and then pull one out and relic 10 it. Then for the next one, you do it again. No, I'll be really deliberate with the first few, and so should you. So should you. The first 5 or so should be. We don't all have to choose the same things, but you should have very firm reasons why you chose each one for sure. Yeah. Nashorn says dad problems, can't really relate. Yeah, well, I mean, it's nice being the kid, not responsible for putting all that shit up. It is. But, you know, whatever. Grundy says Rangers lead the way. Come on, Sergeant. Drop and give me 20. No clue what rank you were. Just made that up.
Oh, I was much higher, Sergeant. I was a little bit higher up than that, but yes, I was a non-commissioned officer. Yes.
Oh,
there you go.
All right. Yeah, Havoria says I was deliberate. I put it on Fulcrum. That's
right. And he doesn't. He's not gonna. And he doesn't have to apologize to anybody.
Yeah, there's a huge Fulcrum Stan Club. I said Stan Club instead of fan club on purpose. But there's a Fulcrum Stan Club in this game, and I appreciate every one of them.
Okay, Berm says, I was kidding. I did Bane. Probably doesn't need it. And then Ezra.
No, Bane's a good one. And here's
Bane's a good one.
Bane is good, but more like in the outside of your top 10 good. Like, I wouldn't make him one of my first 10 Relic 10s.
I will say this. I'll bet you R10 Bane beats R9 Queen with Rolocron. Because it's real close at R9.
Maybe so. All right,
I'm not
Jay
saying,
Chung.
I'm not saying it should be a priority. I'm just saying like that's because he's basically one. C has the same argument, right? Because he's 1Ving the team. The Relic Delta is enough. Sorry.
All right, Jay Chung says, anyone have confirmation that Leviathan mirrors are still winnable with Relic 9 DR versus Relic 10 DR? I'm going to face one today, probably in Grand Arena. Was shocked Herbert didn't set his versus UTAS. Likewise, I agree, man. I thought I was going to face that for sure. I was prepared. But the idea is that you're going to lose the first coin flip, right? Which means that effectively they are probably going to end up sniping your ship. The good news is you're not the AI. When you get your first opportunity to bring out Scimitar, you will. The AI will not. It's going to use the second capital ship ability and then bring out Scimitar later or whatever their first reinforcement was going to be. So in that sense, you should still be able to get out ahead. You should still be able to win the fight, but instead of not only does it somewhat increase the chance of just dropping overall, but more importantly, you're more looking like you're at assured 71-ish banners as opposed to the 74. Like 74, maybe 75 if you got super lucky. So that's
it's
the
a couple.
difference.
It's a couple banner drop. You're still gonna win.
You will win.
You do the mirror
but
every
you will
day.
bleed.
You do the mirror every day in arena, and you win losing both coin flips anyways. There, R10 just assures you lose both coin flips.
Yeah, but I still win. So it's like
Yeah, exactly. It's just like you said, Ranger. It's just less banners. You're still gonna win. By the way, Tess, I don't know if you care, but I did turn on my camera.
Oh, sure, yeah, we can. Yeah, it doesn't have to be the
look at
all
my
Ranger
ugly
all
mug
the time show.
Next to Ranger's beautiful face.
yeah, sweaty, Christmassy Ranger.
Yeah, little less magnification on the pores.
And I'll just be oily, naturally oily guys sitting next to you.
Very nice, very nice. Like it. Yes,
God
Grundy.
damn it.
Bane is a one-man wrecking crew and will almost be a wild card for GAC offense. I'm thinking across all game modes and what makes the most sense. Yeah, I mean, again, like I was saying a minute ago, not to say that Bane is in any way a poor choice for Relic 10, just probably not as high priority as a good handful of other characters for me. He's going to get done, and he is middle high priority, not top high, like that. Jack
11
Daniels.
through 20 for sure. 11 through 20 for sure.
Yeah. Jack Daniels says, any attackers benefit from Relic 10? Thinking Malikos, BT1, SM33, Dark Trooper. We can take a look at these, but clearly the offensive benefits are rather tame on Relic 10. Let's open up Malikos and have a look. So less than 300 offense game, right? So let's say that you have really banging offense primaries. Maybe you can turn that almost 300 into closer to 500. That's probably all the more of it type of thing.
Well, also remember the 5% extra damage for hitting R9s.
Fair. The Relic Delta advantage is not insignificant. I was also about to say mastery in any amount is dope. See that, going from 7 to 8 and 8 to 9 was flat gains of like 15 mastery. Going 9 to 10 is only 5, but still pretty good. You've seen me in several metas of the past remod my Malikos for more health. Getting about 2,200 or thereabouts out of this, push through health primaries and whatnot. Yeah, I'll easily be up over 100,000 health, closer to 110, without changing away from my 13,000 plus damage. So going this, I'm saying probably something close to being like 13.5 at Relic 10. I can see it. There's some benefit there. What is it? Armor penetration, you only get 10. That's not a lot.
That actually is nice though, from 21 to 32.5.
Is it? I thought his shit can't be evaded.
I know, but I just when they were talking, I just look at.
General.
Yeah, just in general, it's not. I didn't even pay attention to that. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I will say the attackers that are going to benefit the most from R10 are the attackers that like Malikos is a good shout because he's the attacker that carries the whole team's damage. So if there's a team whose entire damage is based off one character, that one character is going to disproportionately benefit from R10 because A, it'll take 5% less damage and it'll live long, and B, it'll deal 5% more damage, so it'll kill them faster. So yes, I think Malikos is a good consideration for those reasons, but I'm going to keep saying 11 through 20.
Sure. Oh yeah, Jay Chung says Ranger shoeies are going to be extra tasty.
Oh, jeez.
Who said that?
Jay Chung.
Oh shit. Well, no one's made me do any yet, so.
All right. You guys want to make Ranger do shoeies? You go for it.
No,
You go
no,
for
no,
it.
no.
We do believe in democracy here, so send him democracy and he'll do it.
No, I don't like that.
Democracy is US dollars.
Capitalism. You mean more capitalism? Capitalism.
Oh,
We'll go with
my
capitalism.
friend group refers to it as democracy, but yes, we can also call it capitalism.
Yeah. So
Democratic capitalism.
Yeah.
we can see that these gains are pretty much the same for BT1.
Yeah, they are.
So do them for the same reason, but BT1 is far less generally useful than something like Bane. So this would be outside of like maybe the 11 to 15, maybe outside of 15, I'd be thinking about attackers like BT1. Again, like the major beneficiary of this are going to be Galactic Legends, of course, you know, the Galactic Legend, Neek, not to mention characters like Ray that are going to just get extra free damage out of something that gets bonus damage per relic level applied. Yeah, I mean, attackers are important, but in the same, like, think about it like this. With Relic 9, how many tanks and GLs did you give Relic 9 to before it just made sense to really think about attackers? The answer for me was a lot.
I think attackers at 9 more than anything before 10. Like, I'm thinking tanks, GLs, you know, those big oomph, you know, for your team, right? Because an attacker, 5%? I think Malikos gives a shit, especially with Datacrons. He's like, nah, fuck you, I'm throwing rocks, you know? So I'm like, but I'd like, you know, crew, Relic 10, taking those hits. That'd be nice, right? And some of your other teams, like if I'm thinking, you know, like Treya versus, you know, whatever, having Savage at 9, 10, especially 10, where he's taking those extra damage and being a pain in the ass is really nice, you know? So, I mean, when we saw the stats, I was like, damn, tanks again really got the bulk of this shit. Just God almighty, it's a lot of protection and health for those guys.
Also remember that R9 came out in a different era in this game when we didn't have as congested of a board. For example, Starkiller was one of a lot of people's first 10 R9s because he was the one damage dealer on his team taking down a GL. So it was a slightly different era, but yeah, mostly GLs and tanks were beneficiaries. Also, Wampa, when she got her Kron, was an R9 for a lot of people at that moment. But yeah, the attackers of note that I'm looking at R10ing are that aren't GLs are DR for obvious reasons, and then Ben Solo and Malikos are on my and Bane are all on my top 20 list.
I was also thinking Jedi Cal. He was something that I was looking at because him on that JML team at Relic 10 will like if you had JML and him at 10, that's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Yep. But the reason for Ben is because if you're taking Ben and Ezra, Ray and Ezra, Ben just is the natural one to take for maximum pressure. But yeah, Cal, even Dre, Dre to a lesser extent, but yeah, I might try to put together a top 20 R10s list, or at least my personal top 20 R10s list, and publish it for people to see.
That'd be nice,
But yeah, definitely have some less thought about ones on that list, I would wager, for GAC. Like Starkiller to R10 alongside Kamir sounds absolutely devastating.
Hey, Aachen, sorry I didn't see your message, sir. And I am a handsome bastard. Right now I'm nasty, sweaty bastard. I picked the wrong week to stop sniffing glue. I'll just put it to you that way.
I also think R10s are going to be a really good pairing. For example, if you do Leia, I think Drogon goes from a top 30 choice to a top 5 choice.
Yep.
Yeah, him with Leia. Yeah, that's nasty.
That's what I mean. I think a lot of these R10s are going to get paired up on teams based on their power level.
Yep.
Yeah, I wouldn't have it.
I
was thinking,
go ahead.
I was going to ask you, Tass, I could see a lot of people just doing a lot of GLs in their lifters first, and I would be okay with that, honestly. You know, Leia and Drogon, you know, down the line. I think that would be a pretty smart way of going about it. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad way. The way that I'm going to do it is I'm going to think about, maximum long-term advantage And when I say that specifically, like I acknowledge that in the short term, there's going to be an advantage to be had by thinking about applying these relic 10s in terms of creating a relic delta gap that you can exploit. But that's now we're talking about classic arms race stuff, right? So you've got people that are now going to start placing relic 10 on DR to be able to strip those banners we talked about. Okay, so that's just going to force an increasing number of people to also relic 10 their DR. Congratulations. We've all met the new threshold of today's arms race, you know? Like, those types, I'll do the mandatory ones that are like that, but I'm not going to be relicking with the intention of creating that relic delta gap, because I see that as a finite advantage for a very expensive resource at the point in time where it's going to be... This is the time where it will be the least accessible that it will ever be. So I just want to think about the most long-term advantage. And so that's why something like DR, Exile Ezra are very high for me. Marin is, it's a very honorable mention, but isn't personally top 5 for me.
It's in that 4 through 7 range for me, only because she is a team. Not because she is like the... Yeah, but I do agree that she's less sexy. And that's why I said I think a lot of these initial R10s are going to start getting paired up. That's one of the reasons I did Ezra first, was because no matter where Ezra is, everyone around him, Ahsoka, Leia, Drogon, Ezra, sorry, not Drogon, what am I blanking on? Sabine and Ezra, like, a lot of these characters are pretty good considerations, maybe less so Sabine. I was just thinking of her as the tertiary damage dealer on the Ahsoka team. But between Rey and Ben, who are probably going to be in my top 15 R10s, like, Ezra just made the most sense for that trajectory. And I think one of the cool things we're going to see, and well, it depends on whether or not you like light side or dark side characters, but I think the majority of the best choices are actually light side. Not that it really matters, but like, I put together like a list, like a tab of some of the things I wanted to R10, and it's like a 3-to-1 light side to dark side ratio, which I think is kind of...
Hey, LBC Robbie over there on YouTube. Hey, how the hell is everybody? Haven't seen you in a bit. Robbie, how you been, man?
He works his ass off, man. Saving lives, man. 16 to 20-hour shifts, a psycho.
Good to see you, man. Glad you could make it in. Yeah, Akin, you got to take off. No worries, man. Appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, Turd Ferguson says, "What's up, Ranger? I'm laying hardwood floors, so I too am moist."
Yes, very moist. It's a very moist day on this Friday.
Grundy
Well,
says,
some of us are moist.
Sorry, what was that?
I said, so some of us are moist.
Grundy says, "I'm curious about Coliseum for free-to-play or close to free-to-play and leveling characters. Maybe it's better to hold on to some leveling mats for an attacker in the era. If you make a certain rank anyway with Stormtrooper or Luke, and maybe saving mats will boost you in the next round and waves. In this case, IG is support, but you get what I'm saying." I honestly don't know that I get what you're saying. You guys want to help me parse?
He's saying that you could get... He's saying you can get better scores if you just don't level up the supports and you level up the attackers and tanks.
Is that actually a thing?
I don't know.
You can... Well, we don't know yet, but the overarching assumption is you can choose who you pump these era materials into. And if you're trying for maximum scores, the supports who do the least amount of damage are the lowest priority, at least initially.
But if the whole point is to be competitive, then surely that implies being within the top 10. And you're talking about people.
He's saying he's talking about free to play or close to free to play.
Oh, yeah. He did. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
So what I'm saying that sounds like a reasonable way to look at it. If you want to skip IG to then do the next attacker, that will lead you to a better score outcome than putting effort into the support, even if it may affect your score short term.
Maybe. Okay. I mean,
possibly.
It's an interesting notion.
We got to see what we get from these upcoming
era battles.
What do we call it? Era battles, era challenges, challenge
Yeah.
error.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff they're rolling out. We have era battles, era challenges. They have a lot of like ancillary stuff rolling out. On top of that, we're going into the Christmas season here. And in December, they usually do like double events, and I wonder if that will apply itself to other stuff as well. I expect us to see a large influx of materials this December, just from double events and stuff like that. So we may have a better idea of where we're trying to go.
Robbie in the chat says, I'm off tonight for Grand Arena after a John Carter disaster level rollout
Oh,
this
boy.
past week. I'm back with booze, people. Yeah.
Word.
Yeah,
Question
okay.
is, how much are you
Grundy
gonna-
said that you got the right of his take there, Dagger. I'm just trying to stay in the second tier of ranked rewards.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that is definitely doable free to play. Yes. All right. Bane says, with the opening of Relic 9, what teams do you find most attractive to bring to all 9 or close?
Pick a GL.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in a very different place than most other people. So
I am too. It's hard for me to say
Yeah.
like all my clones in Lord Vader 9. One team that I do need to finish to 9 is Silva and Vane to 9. The other 3 are
surely
4 to 9. I just haven't. I've been so
Yeah,
many
that's what
relics
I
that haven't get done.
any of your GL teams that you put
Yeah.
on your defense regularly, there is a solid case for taking every last one of them up to 9.
Yeah.
Outside of that, I wouldn't look at full teams to R9. I would look at tanks and attackers. You can try to min-max your relic delta on teams for.
Right. That
I wouldn't worry too much about full teams.
Choosing to assign relics to minimize the relic delta against you on offense, I think is very wise, as opposed to applying a relic with the intention of, I'm going to set this character on defense and create a relic delta. Because, as soon as somebody puts the counter relic to that on whatever their normal counter is, then you've lost that short-term advantage. But you choosing to make your offensive teams more reliable as early as possible and minimizing that relic delta impact on you, top-notch choice. Top-notch. All right. I know somebody asked a minute ago, what was my rating for gas there? Gas is pretty far down the line these days, man. Yeah, I'm sure you're asking
30,
because you know that I'm a huge fan of Gas as a character. I really love what he is. And I had spent so much time over the years tweaking and obsessing and fawning over his mods. And all that to say, in the last few seasons, I've had very little to any use of him. I'm kind of sad with what that looks like, what that feels like. So that said, no particular amount of urgency. He does. I don't feel that he's called to go on up.
This is not a negative thing to say about Gas, but I was just thinking. I just did a mental exercise of characters that I would take to R10 over Gas, and I, within like 3 seconds in my head, got up to like 35.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like he's close. Yeah. So. All right.
Yeah, man, how the mighty have fallen.
Indeed. Third Ferguson 304 says, I'm taking my damn Gungans to Relic 9 just to make the Trey counter that much more annoying. That's good commitment. I like that. Sticks the Master says, IG90 is not mentioned in any part of Coliseum. It is in the era tab, right? Like here in your roster thing. Go to era units and then have a look at IG90. But anyway, you say, does anyone know if we can pick what marquee character we can use for it, if we use for? And will IG's era level affect the lowest era level? So I imagine that the Stormtrooper Luke and IG-90 are concurrent. They'll both be used together. But you notice that as you get to the later stages of Coliseum, you're losing one of the granted units. So stage 1, you'll have like 5. Stage 2, you'll have 4. Stage 3, you'll have 3, like that. So that implies to me that as you go to stage 4 and beyond, the only units you'd be able to bring are the ones that are not granted. You'd actually have to have them.
Yes, that is how I read that as well. But to STX the Master, he said in Coliseum there's no IG-90.
I see. I see. In Coliseum there is no IG. So you're saying that'd never be a unit for it. Oh, I don't know how to answer your question then. That's interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyone know if we can pick what marquee? I imagine the answer is no. Fix the name.
I imagine that these tiers were built without IG90 and Stormtrooper Luke to give them a couple weeks to work everything out. I imagine you'll be able to use IG90 though.
Yeah. Well, Steve-O says, I really want to Relic 10 my Slacker, but so many people give me crap like it's not a good choice. I think that, like so many other characters we've mentioned, it's just about compared to what. So if you're using Slacker against Pirate King, and you've done a reasonable job of modding him, like, you don't have to be maybe this high, but I think it's a pretty solid case in these days where you can have your Slacker blown out by Pirate King. I don't want to see myself under 160,000 health on Slacker personally. And if you have experienced what I have seen, where Pirate King can put an enormous amount of pressure, taking a full health, full protection Slacker to dead in a couple hits between him and like Quiggled, a couple attacks interplaying between them. But it's only a couple seconds go by and full health, full protection is basically sitting there on red and just about to keel over. And if you find that that's happened to you more than once, maybe you want to check that you've got enough health in the first place. And second, it's not crazy to think about the Relic 10. That's actually a very fair point. It's not just the health gain. It's not just a smidge of offense. A little bit of crit avoid. Every little bit helps when you're talking about not getting focused and blitzed down.
It's mostly the unique.
Mostly the what? Sorry?
The unique. 10% health and protection per relic amplifier level.
Oh, sure, the Galactic Legend unique.
Like the little, you're going to get an instant amount of health, sure, but it's the getting the 10% health and prot from that. I will say that I think that it is a solid choice. I just think that it had. I think the matchups it changes are less, and I do agree with Taz. If you find yourself losing the matchup versus Hondo, or it gets really sketchy frequently, then sure. The only difference is going to be that I think people who are 10 characters that I think you can get more bang for your first R10 buck is I guess the thing I would say. But I don't think SOK is a bad choice. I just think it's possibly not the best choice. I think SOK is in the top 10. Is in my top 10. Maybe 12, somewhere in there. He's definitely on my list of things I'm going to R10 like this in the next like 3 to 4 months. 6 months, whatever. So don't let people shit talk you into not doing it if that's what you want to do, is I guess what I'm saying.
Sure. All right, Steve Degner says, I'm still thinking, but I'm having a really hard time talking myself out of Slacker for the reasons Tass just mentioned. He continues to be the Swiss Army knife offensive counter to every GL, including Pirate King. Oh, and High Ranger, yes. Ranger doesn't have his headphones on because, yes, it's just like focused and sweaty.
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Yes, Steve Degner was saying hi to you. That's all.
Hi, Steve. Sorry.
That's all.
It's been a very Christmassy day. I've got the Christmas spirit. Yay.
All right.
And now I'm going to drink large copious amounts of alcohol. Holy shit.
Okay, get into it.
I need to, man.
Yeah, you're doing Christmas, and I can already hear behind me the beginnings of the Thanksgiving cooking.
Oh yeah, we got to get that stuff ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, I can already hear the beginnings, and it will only be a couple hours till I can start smelling it.
Guys, I have a fun little contest to offer the chat. I don't think I've ever done this before, but you guys are drinking, and I just realized I'm out. I'm fully out right now. Now I only live a stone's throw from the liquor store, so DoorDash is a very real thing here. But I'll let the chat decide. We can start. We can take donations on Twitch. We can take super chats, whatever you want. But if you want to throw at it, what do you want me to buy? Whatever amount of money you guys want to throw at me goes into the budget for DoorDash. So let's talk about it. Well, if we're gonna sit here for a few hours more, I'm willing to tie a few on, but I have to buy some.
Counter offer. If I buy you something to drink, will you drink it on stream?
Oh, I see. Yeah, Mrs. T says there are some things I should advise you ahead of time. I'm not drinking Wild Turkey for none of us. All right, I'm not drinking Jaeger for none of us. Right? Yeah, Mrs. T is not going to be party to paying for peach
I'm not
schnapps.
smelling that in the morning.
She's not having that smell anywhere near her. So, oh yeah, create.
How does she feel about Fernet?
How does she feel about Fernanda? I don't think she'd have any feelings. Ooh.
As long as she doesn't have to drink it, she probably doesn't care.
Yeah. Yeah, Cosley says, Task, create a table and enter it in all those who you recommend to raise to Relic 10. I might work, Dagger said he might work on something like that, and I might join him in that effort, and whatever he wants to publish, I'll make sure it gets mirrored onto my server as well.
I was just gonna make like a tier. I was just gonna make a tiers list and screenshot it with my computer. Like I wasn't gonna do like a ton of like extra, like right. I was gonna do the create your own tiers thing and then figure out how to import all the Swugger characters and then just do like the top like 20 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna do anything super fancy.
But I'll take recommendations with a donation from you guys on YouTube, on Twitch. I guess PayPal, tassenix@gmail.com is also a valid option if that's more your speed.
If I buy you something, will you drink it?
So let me just quickly say, I'm not like Ranger over here, guys.
That's right.
I'm not punishing myself for the love of the game. I'm trying to enjoy myself, so I don't require that anything's fancy.
Charity.
I do require that it is palatable. Okay, so I'm not drinking no bullshit, and I'm not drinking no bullshit out of a shoe. I'll tell you that.
And I ain't either. I'll tell you that much. Because hell no.
No, Cash. What I was gonna do is I was gonna send you a tall boy at 211.
Why? Like, why do you
why?
want to make this like we're supposed to be enjoying our time here together? Why do you want to?
Yes.
Why do you
Because
want to
you
see
talk
me
a hella
get
shit-
indigestion live?
Because you talk hella shit about what I drank when I was in college. And I'm gonna
Bro.
make you drink
Oh
it as an
shit! No, Onslaught. You have to change your mind. I said no Jaeger. I explicitly
Yeah, Jaeger's
said
out.
no Jaeger. Jaeger is out. 20. That's a. What is that? Is that pounds? Is that? I don't even know what that is.
Did I get you to drink a Boilermaker?
That Euro? Oh, I
my
think that's
God.
Euro.
Get off the Boilermakers.
All right,
Jesus
so
Christ.
all right, we've
Boilermakers aren't
already
that bad. If
we've
somebody
already
drinks Fernet and out of a shoe, you're like, I'm not taking your pushback on a Boilermaker too seriously.
Oh, you will.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna put up a notepad file here to one side, and we're gonna make a list. We got
keep a list.
we got 20 euro because I'm an astute individual who knows what currency symbols look like. From Onslaught. Now, come on, man, you gotta pick something that isn't Wild Turkey or Jaeger. I'll like I don't want to drink nasty stuff in general.
What do you want to drink?
Those are
Taz?
my
Give us some
property
idea.
damage alcohols, okay? Like something's
but-
getting
but-
set on fire if
Get
I'm
him a
drinking.
decent IPA. Just
Yeah,
get him,
what-
just
Yeah, no, beer,
think of your
wine,
favorite IPA
liquor,
and send it to him.
beer, wine,
What kind
liquor.
of liquor you like?
I
What kind of liquor you
like whiskey. I like vodka. I like tequila.
There you go.
I like scotch. I prefer to avoid rum.
Okay, well, let's get some stuff for Taz to have a Freaky Friday and get him some margarita mix and
it's
some
up to you
tequila,
guys.
and let's get busy.
But
TJ,
you tell me,
TJ said you
Onslaught.
guys are
All
trying to
right,
start
a
the
German
weekend in
beer
rough shape.
says
No.
Onslaught. German beer. All right, we got that on the list.
Yeah, TJ says you guys are trying to start the weekend in rough shape. TJ,
Yes.
I'm not starting the weekend any kind of way. I have date night here in like 90 minutes. So I'm just trying to see how fucked up I can get these two.
Jesus. Yeah,
Well, you're not gonna get
we'll
me.
see what
I'm
happens.
sipping. My name is Paul. This shit's between y'all. I'm just enjoying my drinky.
Damn, your voice was breaking all up there, Ranger.
Eat your
No,
mic.
I'm not-
I got overly
All right, Shake,
excited.
you're taking off.
I got
Thanks for
overly
joining us, man. Have a good night.
Yep. Have
Yeah.
a good one.
Yeah, have a good one, buddy. Yeah, I think it's just your mic, Ranger.
Well, no, I probably because of the noise gate, I got really high pitched there.
Tucker
octave.
Dean says, "Is Bacardi 151 rum allowed?" I would prefer not because it's not property damage alcohol. I will technically drink it. I understand you guys have some desire to see me drink not exactly what I would prefer for myself, so I get that. I'm not gonna corral you that tightly. So if you must, fine. But I think the way we're gonna do this is, whichever we'll let's say
Something
we cut
nice.
this. Let's say we cut this off in like 10 minutes here of chatting. And so right now 4:48. Call it just when it gets to 5 p.m. How's that sound? Give you 12 minutes. And whatever it stacks up highest between is what we'll probably get.
Yeah.
You know, you're gonna get your money's worth of watching me get nasty on something. LBC Robbie says, "Good for you, Tass. I also get up way too early to drink that shit." Yeah, listen, man. Wild Turkey and Jaeger. One of the top 5 hangovers of my life was one of the very first times I got drunk at college, and that was on Jaeger bombs. And I still can smell the Jaeger vomit when I stop and think about it. And that was a long time ago. We're not doing it. I'm not doing it for none of yous. I'm not doing it for anything. Now, as far as Wild Turkey goes, like, you know how you have that one friend that gets like really irrationally angry and violent on potato vodka? That's me on Wild Turkey. Not on potato vodka, as the case may be, but yeah. Wild Turkey is like pretty much, we're talking property damage. Let me fix my camera.
You get whatever makes you happy there, Tess, and I will support that.
One thing I will say is that I have had pretty good luck just sending him random IPAs that I enjoy.
Yeah.
Well, nice IPA is not the same as drinking toilet water. You know, it's a big difference.
I'm not arguing that. What I'm saying is that as long as like when it comes to like, I don't really drink a lot of. Well, nowadays I drink more hard alcohol because it saves better, and because
it's delicious.
There's less risk of people stealing it in my house. Because when people come over and they're like, "Hey, do you have a drink?" It's like, if you have beer in the fridge, it's a lot easier to get them a beer. But if you don't have beer in the fridge, people won't drink your fucking beer.
Yeah. All right. Let me so that I can see the chat. All right, guys. So yeah, like I said, hold on. Let me put this up on screen. What? Donate to make cast drink include recommendation. All right. Let's expand that so that everybody can actually see that part on the screen. That's not. Okay, so thank you again, Onslaught. So far, you're our leader. Looks like German beer is on the menu.
Looks good.
Yeah, Tucker. Tucker, if you must, Bacardi is a possibility. I will stomach it. You will watch me suffer.
No,
I can't cut off everything. I said the things that I absolutely will not do, and I'll be a sport otherwise.
I thought you said rum was out.
Yes.
No, Tass likes rum. Like that'd be.
I really don't prefer rum.
That's what I thought you heard.
I partied through my 20s drinking a lot of rum, and it's not that I can't drink it. It's that
you drink spiced rum a lot, which is why I just assumed that you
spiced rum, like 151, just whatever. What is it? Crown Royal, which I guess is more whiskey, I guess, than rum. But I don't know. It's so damn sweet. I try to stay away from the very sweetest, the cloyingly sweetest liquors. Not really my thing. All right. Yeah. Taberm says, I've never drank. People in the military never drink. We just help old ladies across the street. That's what I've heard. There's no stereotypes around.
Well, I can back that up. Yes, as a former military person. Yeah. You don't touch the stuff. Yeah.
There you go. LBC says, you're not the only one with the wild turkey thing. My cousin thought he could fly one night drinking that shit. I had to tackle him off a balcony. Yeah. I'm not surprised.
Wild turkey is not even in the bottom 5 whiskeys that I've drank in my. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying, like, would drink again in small doses. It is definitely not my favorite, though.
Well, interesting flex. I appreciate that.
No, I'm saying that it's not Captain Morgan. I spent my entire high school and college years drinking Captain.
I bet. Oh man. All right. We'll keep your recommendations rolling in. You guys want to donate to make me drink something? I'm gonna order DoorDash here in just a few minutes. You guys got about 8 minutes on the clock before I make the call. We're in the lead right now with 20 euros on the line for German beer, and we'll make a call. Could chat buy you Mad Dog 2020?
That's fucked up. No.
What? Man, like, no. I understand.
No.
I understand you guys want to put Ranger through shit like this, but why me?
You misunderstand the question. No. You misunderstood the question. You could say yes. You could buy me Mad Dog 2020. It's not getting drank.
That's bad faith. That's just bad faith.
That is bad faith. That's bad copy.
Look, if
no.
I drew my lines in the sand. And if you must, you must. If you guys want to feed me bum beer, not if you abuse this privilege, it's not coming back. I'll tell you that.
All right.
Because
How
you guys
much to
remember,
make you drink tea?
long-time fans of the stream remember, I used to have an option where you could tip a certain amount of channel
Right.
points to make me take a sip of liquor. And there was a night where you guys pushed me too far, and
The wife remembers.
that remember how I said I have like a top 5 hangovers in my head? Number 5 was one of those. So we're not doing that.
Oh man.
What am I in
I
high
mean,
school?
you're the-
Yeah,
you're
exactly,
the
Robbie.
fight
Why are we
background.
trying to make me drink like we're 16 behind the fucking 7-Eleven? What are we doing here? Come on. Yeah, J Chung says you guys are underrating Wild Turkey, to be honest. Ask any bourbon lover. I am a bourbon lover. What are we saying here? Wild Turkey
Hey, what is
101 is one of the best value to quality bourbons out there, and Wild Turkey Rare Breed is delicious. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't remember what Wild Turkey I was drinking back in the fall of 2004 when I was getting wasty pants on whatever I could find. But I got to tell you, again, it's really about the vomit at the end of the day, guys. It's about how firm a hold the memory of the smell of certain types of vomit, alcohol fueled vomit. And Jaeger and Wild Turkey vomit bring me back such vivid memories. Memories I don't want to relive. Memories I would rather leave tucked away. I'm really hoping that the dementia one day eats those up first.
You guys could get him some nice John Daniels or some Wolf Creek, or I'm just throwing things out there. So let's leave the Mad Dog 2020 and the diarrhea shit
All right,
off
Kat.
the menu.
Yeah.
You were gonna
Khaled
get
is
the
saying,
alcohol
get this
drinking.
man some decent liquor. All these high school recommendations
That's
are
right.
crazy. Vodka. I don't think I've ever had that before, Ben. I mean, vodka, tequila. Have I ever had them in a drink together? Almost certainly. Have I ever had something somebody served me and called it a vodka? No. Anyways, the next, when all this is settled about what I'm drinking, 5 minutes on the clock for that, by the way.
Well, it looks like it's German beer.
Yeah, German
Yes,
beer is
I-
definitely taking the lead here. So, I'm surprised. That's a fine choice. Not the choice that I thought we were going to land on in the end. But it's going to be delicious. I love German beer. So that's
Yes,
you're
I-
not you're not
Yeah,
costing
it's a
me
good choice.
anything I'm going to worry about.
It is not in the spirit of what you asked, but I'm going to be sending you some out.
Are you sending IPAs again? I really liked when you sent
I am-
that.
Yeah,
No,
IPAs are
I-
fine. Yeah.
I'm actually sending my partner's favorite drink, my partner's favorite alcohol, and
Oh,
something that I want you to drink.
Oh, okay. All right. He's going to do this regardless of what the
it
contest
better
shows.
not be Mad Dog 2020. You
It is
little
not
troll.
Mad Dog.
You're right. Yeah. You know he's got you dead to rights there, Ranger. It's not Mad Dog 2020. It's Milwaukee's best. Nah.
No.
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
it's not.
There you go.
Get
No,
hook
it's
this
not.
man up with Steel Reserve. I mean, honestly, let me go change into my most tattered trench coat. I'm going to put on my absolute dirtiest clothes, roll around in the street, and grab a torn paper bag to surround that bottle in when I get it. And then I'll be looking the part that I'll be feeling in my soul.
With the Mad Dog 2020, of course, yes.
Right. Jack Daniel's single barrel. Barrel proof is fantastic if you like JD.
Yes, it is.
JD,
I love
is
JD.
too sweet for
I
me in
love
general. That's what I would prefer to avoid. I'll
Hey,
drink it if that's what you're buying. I'm not saying I'm saying in my own personal taste. When I'm buying for me, I would not buy
Sure.
Jack Daniel's for me.
I mean, I've just never met a best whiskey or bourbon at the top shelf kind of thing for me, mid to top, that I'm just like, oh, delicious. It's like, for me, it's like, bring it.
I will say, like, I tend to prefer like Old Forester. Like that's less sweet than other bourbons. And I found that my palate has changed in the last 10 years more towards rye than bourbon. It's just less sweet.
Yeah.
Like my tongue favors less sugar than it used to.
That's totally understandable.
Yeah. To be fair, SoCo always had too much sugar for me. But
SoCo. Oh.
That was something. It was basically syrup. I remember drinking that shit when I was in like high school. Ugh.
Oh. All right, guys, couple minutes on the clock. So I know Dagger's sending something, and it looks like we've got some German beer on the way. I appreciate that. All right, and then we got to get into talking about Datacron. So last couple minutes, put in your stake if you want to see what I'm, get me drinking something because this is going to be a long stream tonight, guys.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anyway, let's take a look here. Starting on the new set, Pillars of War. First thing I always like to do. So I do intend to make a video. I didn't do one for the last set. Just things got away from me. I offer no excuse. Just dropped the ball. Didn't find a way to pick up the ball. And I do want to make another video on this new set. So this will be laying down the groundwork for it. Russell's 13 is fantastic, says Church Ferguson. I don't think I've tried that. Grundy says, my worst was senior year and we had a free gallon of tequila. Oh, man. Gallon tequila. Not great words together, I gotta say. Doesn't inspire confidence. Yeah. We decided to go to 7-Eleven and we all got Dr. Pepper. Big Dr. Pepper. Tequila. Oh. I still cannot drink Dr. Pepper, and it took me until my best friend's wedding 10 years later to have a tequila shot. Do I believe it, man? Like, that is a stomach-turning combination to conceive of, let alone taste. So, yeah. Yeah. Robbie says, no JD for me either. Too sweet and way too many dorks. Frat boys in college drink that shit. I mean, there's liquors that definitely have their bad stereotypes because of frat boys.
Well, I mean, it's just your palate. What works with your palate?
Mm-hmm.
Like some people I know, like I like a lot of gin and whiskeys and bourbons. Some other stuff, it just doesn't like. I'm not big into vodka. It just doesn't.
Hey, Domadex, thank you for following the channel on Twitch and YouTube.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm with Ranger. I drink almost exclusively whiskey these days, but I'm sending Tass a bottle of it. I will sometimes drink what my partner drinks. And also, to be fair, I drank a lot of that when I was in college too. But these days, it's mostly, and I'm not saying it's cheap, but it's mostly like Macallan 18 when I have the money.
Mm-hmm.
That's otherwise it's Elijah Craig or Jim Beam.
Yeah, I'm drinking some Jim Beam right now. I'm like, let me just drink some Kentucky Straight whiskey. So just what you're in the mood for. I mean, I'll have moments like I just want to drink sake. I'm just I just get a hey. Here you go.
Mrs. T's on the assignment. Thanks again, Onslaught. We're working on getting the order in for the German beer.
Guten Tag.
That sounds awesome. Appreciate it, man.
Jim Beam is the budget option I enjoy.
It's a good one. I mean, but I like gin, Jim Beam, and whiskeys, and But whatever you guys enjoy. Yeah, whatever you guys enjoy.
Yeah.
There's a Black Label Jack Daniels that I do.
Oh yes. Mm-hmm.
But that shit's also like $65.
It's a little pricey, yeah.
Yeah, but it is for being like air quotes one of the budget whiskeys. And when I say budget, I mean the non like 18 to 21 year aged. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or 12 to 20, whatever. It's the go to the market and pick it up type shit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Vin says if you want to try.
I don't actually prefer sweeter whiskeys. I'm responding to a comment. Sorry, I don't actually prefer sweeter whiskeys. It's just what happens to be the cheapest in my area.
Yeah, that's a common trick for lesser whiskey. Not saying that necessarily a sweet whiskey is lesser, but if you were going to mask a lesser whiskey, sure, douse it with fucking sugar.
That is fair. That is fair. Like I said, Macallan 18 is my go-to, but that shit's not cheap.
Yeah, I was about to say that's a fine taste, delicious taste.
Yeah. And when I have I was talking with Davey the other day. Loves Glenlivet.
Yeah, Davey loves his scotch.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, by the way, if you enjoy a good drink, we do have a What Are You Drinking channel on my Discord. You're always welcome to share what you're enjoying here tonight, any night. But yes, and I see that since we did get a couple new followers, I'll drop the link here to my Discord. I don't think I've dropped that so far. If you're not already on my Discord community, this is the #1 place to be in touch. Not just me, any of the many friends you might see popping in here on my stream with me. We're all accessible through Discord, so that's a spot.
Yeah. Well, every year for Christmas, I have a friend that gets me a bottle of Macallan 18, and man, I try to nurse that bitch as long as I can.
That's a friend. That is a friend.
Yeah,
Very nice.
I told you one before. He's my buddy who's a CFO.
Lagavulin 16 is what Calidus is enjoy. I really enjoy Lago. I don't like it often because like that very smoky, peaty thing is something that I really enjoy on occasion. Like that feels like have this drink with a friend type of scotch. Like there's plenty of scotches to just enjoy and have a drink on a nightly basis. But that is so distinctive, and it's not the type that I'd want to have on a daily basis because the profile isn't just generally what I prefer for that kind of regularity. But as an occasion, that is such a treat. It is just delightful. Hornenberg is a good beer. Oh, okay. I haven't heard of that. I don't know if that's an option. Did you find something yet? What did you pick?
I can't.
Okay, well, she found something that looks German. I don't know what it is. We'll all find out together when it arrives.
Warstein.
Oh, she ordered Warsteiner. Warsteiner's perfectly approachable German beer. That's fine. That's just fine. Nothing wrong with that at all. No, I've never had Malort that I'm aware of, Mike. I've seen the kind of faces that Ranger makes when he drinks it, so I'm going to go ahead and preemptively kind of put that on the not list. Sub guy says, we all need some old grog. Never the answer. Said like a man who's not tried an authentic grog recipe because it's, I don't think you'd pursue it. Yeah, okay. Yes, exactly, Calidus. Out on the porch in the autumn time, you got, if you live out in the woods like you're saying, you got a campfire, something like Lagavulin just like completes you in the experience. I can see that, man. I really do. J Chung says, drink enough peaty whiskey and you won't even notice the smoke after a while. But that's kind of something that I'm saying. Like, that flavor is something I like keeping special in that sense. Like, it's not the type of flavor I want to feel that I want to have regularly because it has just such a special flavor to it. Anyway, you say that, you know, you'll still easily pick up the earthy notes, but the funk and the smoke will kind of vanish. It's funny. I certainly believe you. I don't want to put in that critical mass of drinking the very peaty, scotches to get to that level.
My partner reminded me of the other whiskey I drank recently that I really liked. It's Yamato Takeda. Japanese whiskey
is growing in popularity. It is. I think I told you the other day. I'll show you guys real quick here. I'll drag the pictures over here from Discord. If you're already, if you haven't seen in the food channel, I'm a sushi fan. Mrs. T and I went out for omakase for very first time for me. And if you're not familiar with omakase, it's basically chef's choice. Like you roll up into the sushi joint. You say, you generally are scheduling, letting them know you're coming in for their omakase, which is only offered certain days, certain times type of thing. You sit down and it's the chef and you and only up to a few other people. And he's kind of just personally serving up one thing after the next to the party. You don't know what's coming, but it's meant to showcase what he's got available to serve and his ability to manipulate the ingredients. And so, this was, I had 2 different drinks with the Japanese whiskey. This was the second one I had, the old fashioned. I generally like old fashions. This one I didn't like because the flavors of that whiskey were too delicate. And I think that the bitters and the simple syrup really overwhelmed it. But let's see what else we got here. Ooh, yeah, these were the scallops. My wife loved these. These weren't for me though. Yeah. This is the hand roll of the very melty tuna. I forget that if that's Toro or Otoro. I can never remember. Otoro? Okay, yeah, but this was melted on second touch. There's, just a sashimi boat there. All the regular ones. I think there was maybe 2 fish I've tried on here. I can't remember what they are now, but man. If you know me and you're a fan of food and drink, man, I'll be talking about it a lot. I'm here for food and drink. I know why I've been put on this planet, so trust me.
Oh, Another Japanese whiskey that's really good is the Yamazaki. One of my buddies got a handful of the 12-year aged. Oh man, yeah, I have a friend who's a much bigger whiskey snob than I am. Up there near Nomads. If you've had a long chat with Nomads or Davey about this stuff, man, he's up there with them, right? The little, not super snobbish, but oh, you drink, oh, you also drink whiskey? It's like, yeah, I drink, like Jackie's like, oh, so I don't want to talk to you. Right, like, but yeah, man.
All right, let me catch back up here with the chat. So yeah, that looks like an egg in your glass. Yeah, no, it wasn't. Yeah, just wasn't the best photo. J Chunk says bartenders in Japan have told me that they used to not even display Japanese whiskey on their shelves because it made them look like a lower class place. That's how time and changing perceptions look. Yeah, that's okay. Old generational shift, and people are open to something new. Japanese whiskey wasn't really sought after not all that long ago. You're right, and it's enjoying a buzz moment. It's there's novelty to it. I think it's okay. I've had a couple drinks of it now, only for the first time. A couple weeks back when I had that omakase, but it was okay. I'd put it solidly in the middle of my preferences. It was not among the best for me. But having only tried one Japanese whiskey and 2 different drinks, it starts with a T. I can't remember the name of it now, but I would imagine it would be fairly mainstream. And it was okay.
But yeah, Vin, when I have the expendable income, I do prefer drinking good whiskey. Not Scotch sometimes, but not specifically Scotch. But yeah, I do. Yeah, when I have the money, yeah, Jay Chung, the Yamakaze 18 is. Man, it is not cheap, but it is so good. There's some by my house for like $240-ish, and I really, really considered pulling the trigger on that, Jay. I couldn't justify the price tag at the time. I still really can't. But man, it was the cheapest I'd seen that shit in years.
Yeah, I believe they're talking about Japanese bourbon here, Sheepdog. Yeah.
Well, specifically whiskey, but yes, not Scotch whiskey.
I mean, yeah, bourbon. When I say bourbon, I would have meant obviously the style, not actually getting bottled that way. You can't have that.
Sorry. My apologies. I just
no. Yeah. That was me. Anyway, wow. Mike Cal says looks good. I'm actually looking to make my 3rd trip to Japan this year. Post about some of your drinks on Discord, then, man. Hear about that?
Yeah.
Go. All right.
I really do want to go to Japan again. I've been twice. It's such a nice place to visit.
It's officially getting too hot in here. Top hat on, and then when I start drinking, it's
take off all your clothes.
not gonna get cooler.
But as is the case when you have kids and bills, and you like nice whiskey. No, Jay, it was actually I double checked the bottle, man. I double checked the bottle. I didn't. It's when I was on furlough, but that's when I ended up getting this Jim Beam, is because I was walking through and I'm like, oh, I can't afford that. Can't justify that. But it was like 30% off. I guess they were trying to get rid of it or something. But yeah, they were selling it for $240. And Glenfarclas is good.
Yeah. Carthert posted some great selection the other day. He pointed that out to us on our last stream. Hey, LVC just joined the Discord. Good to see you, man. Welcome.
Yeah, I don't post a lot in the what we drink, but I look a lot, and I pick up some of the things I see that look good when I can.
All right, let's talk here about the new Datacron set here, and I'll start to take notes to put in on my little chart and whatnot. All right, Glenfiddich is nice. I do like Glenfiddich. Okay, Vin says a great affordable... I don't know if it said Speyside, but that's how it's written. Whiskey. I don't know how to pronounce it. Is Glenfarclas. I'll take your word on that.
I've had Glenfarclas before. It's pretty good.
Which whiskey do you use for an old-fashioned, rye or bourbon? I like this question. I am a big fan of old-fashioned because when the ratios are right, one of the biggest complaints about old-fashions is, oh, if you like old fashions, you must like shit whiskey, because the purpose of the old fashioned originally was to mask the flavor of cheap whiskey. And that is correct. If you want to mix it in a more appropriate ratio, you really do get the liquor coming forward first. And yeah, man, Angostura bitters and a bit of orange peel. It's tough to go wrong with those flavors. That said, classically, I've drunk many bourbons, but as I was saying earlier, my taste has shifted more towards rye, so I very much like a rye old fashioned because I'm still getting. It just doesn't get too sweet. You have your sweetness from the simple syrup, but that's it really. Like, yes, there is some still natural sweetness to rye, but nowhere near as much as bourbon, and it feels like a better balanced drink to me. So these days, if I'm making an old fashioned, if I'm doing it my way, it'll be with rye, and also with the rye, consider trying black walnut bitters. Give that a go. You're germane too. Good one. Scribe is going on to his stream. Take care. Okay, yeah, we might be dividing some attention now. It's fair. I promised you guys we'll still be going for a while, so I'm gonna do that. Do I like malt whiskey? I don't know if I'm deeply familiar. Malt whiskey. Yeah, cocktail craft has come a long way. People that turn their noses up at good cocktails are only depriving themselves. I mean, sure, yeah, I completely agree. Judge it for what it is. Landro says brandy if you find yourself in Wisconsin. I don't know. Why? What about Wisconsin's famous for brandy? You guys have a brand name, a national brand name out of there that I should know?
Not that I'm aware of, but I wouldn't. The only alcohol I would recommend out of Wisconsin is New Glarus Brewing Company. Everything else, get it somewhere that does it better.
Yeah, J Chung says, I'm a Scotch fanatic, so if you ever have questions or need specific recommendations, you can always hit me up.
Scotch is good. Scotch is good. Love
for
me
sure.
some Scotch.
Post some of your favorites in the what you drinking. Let us know. I mean, not that I don't believe you or anything, but yeah, let's see what you're enjoying these days.
That is true, Landro. An old fashioned with brandy in Wisconsin is a staple. It is not
I'd
good.
not heard of that. Okay. Yeah, I'd try it. It sounds like it would probably be.
Liking.
It sounds like it'd probably be a little too sweet for my preference, but try anything. Fine.
No, he is right there. I thought he was talking about some like microbrewery, and I'm just like, I'm good. Get it from someplace else.
See, Vin Altabi says, always bourbon for an old fashioned. Listen, man, I appreciate purity of form. What I'm telling you is that if your palate changes, as it is apt to do every 7 or so years, and you find that you like everything about the old fashioned with bourbon that you've been drinking your entire life up until this point, your entire adult life, and suddenly it's just bumming up in your mouth, cloyingly too sweet. I'm not enjoying this as much. Should I just stop drinking old fashions altogether? Or should I try and find a way to reduce the sugar? Because if you cut the simple syrup, now you're fucking up your ratio. So now you're better off just switching your base liquor. And that's how I found that I'm very much happy with rye. Does it have a different flavor profile than your typical old-fashioned? Yes. And I've tried it with the Angostura bitters. It's still okay. It's still good. I like it just fine. But I really found that if you want to take that twist and go with the black walnut bitter, we are talking about a different drink. Okay, fine. Probably, I think black walnut bitters goes into something like a Negroni. Right now we're closing in closer in that direction. I don't know, but the point is that it's delicious. I like it, and it's most of the flavor that I loved from the old fashioned without gumming up.
What is vitamins and minerals?
Sheepdog, to your question.
Sheepdog asks. Hold on. Let's read it out. Sheepdog asks in the chat, "What is a good starter Scotch?" Dagger, you were going to say.
Oh, yeah. I would say the one that I was started with to make the transition from whiskey to Scotch in my mid-20s was Johnny Walker Black Label. Because I already do kind of like Johnny Walker, like red, just fine. So going from, if there's a brand of whiskey you like that makes a Scotch, start there because you already enjoy the brand and the distiller. So that's my advice is that there's not really a good answer to that outside of if there is a Scotch made by a company you already like. And Landro said, yeah, that's a good choice. But yeah, that's what I was started with. And that was my entryway into Scotch. But your results may vary. I don't know if you guys have good.
Yeah, well, you know what he meant, Jay. He meant like when I think when most Americans talk about whiskey, they are thinking bourbon. So when he said he was thinking about moving from whiskey to Scotch, you knew.
Yeah, the nomenclature for whiskey is a bourbon whiskey here. So yeah, if you didn't know
standard,
that,
the predominant assumption would be, yeah. We're familiar.
But I appreciate the correction because you're technically right.
And technically right is the best kind of right. That is fair.
It's better than wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That is true.
Okay, let's actually talk here about Pillars of War for a bit. So starting out with the stats, I really love the stats on this set. There's no losers, guys. Crit damage, potency, health, protection, crit chance, armor penetration, and tenacity. Of these, crit chance is the weakest. But bear in mind, you're only typically thinking of it as being the weakest because your physical attackers generally are not hurting. But your special damage dealers, like Ben Solo, like your Master Qui-Gon, you're of the mind to do the thing where you're damage building out, your Master Qui-Gon, your Grandmaster, for application under Queen Amidala. Yeah, like the crit chance can be helpful for those specific characters that actually need a good bit of help with it. Otherwise, there's no losers on the stats. And you can see it's getting handed out in big chunks here, particularly at the high levels. Big chunks. So I'm okay with it. These stats are gonna have a very big impact. Let's take a look at the alignments. Dark side, first up. Whenever dark side allies inflict a debuff on an enemy, they deal damage to that enemy equal to 2% of that enemy's max health. So dark side, amplify agony. We are just coming out at, like, set 23 is on its way out. That was light side, amplify agony. Alright. Next one. Whenever dark side allies daze or stun an enemy, they recover 10% health and protection. Whenever dark side allies are evaded by an enemy, that ally gains accuracy up for 2 turns, and they inflict evasion down for 2 turns on that enemy, which can't be evaded. Dark side allies start the battle with protection up 20% for 2 turns. Almost entirely likely to be There's if you were inclined to do some type of ambitious solo, like a Sith Eternal, maybe Dark Side Protection Up would have a real value, but you'd also be wanting to choose a battle where it couldn't be dispelled, because it says right there, you get the protection up 20%, but it didn't say, like, undispellable or anything. So, still probably And then last, whenever Dark Side allies use a basic ability, they gain speed up for 2 turns. This one and the Amplify Agony are probably going to be the winners. So you're going to think about if your dark side team is making liberal use of applying debuffs, you have a strong case for choosing that first one. And if not, I'd probably default toward the last one, speed up.
Caroline Levitt is pissed. I just
sorry.
Oh yeah,
someone in this house.
I didn't know if I overheard you whisper something or that was your TV.
No, someone in this house decided to watch TikTok and walk into Dad's office. Like, Dad's not doing anything.
Someone needs to get beaten with a sandal. That's what it is. You get. All right. Alignments for light side. First one is whenever light side allies start their turn with at least 2 buffs that can be dispelled, they gain 5% offense stacking until the end of the encounter. That is dangerous. That is really good. There are a lot of light side teams that start, if they don't immediately start with, they almost immediately put up shit ton of buffs. So this could be outstanding. Next one. At the start of the encounter, light side allies gain 15% max health and max protection for each other light side ally. The return of light side bulk. Alright, well, as impressive as that first one might be, this is almost certainly your default choice for most teams. Whenever light side allies evade an attack, they gain offense up for 1 turn. At the beginning of their turn, light side allies have a 25% chance to dispel all debuffs on themselves. Almost entirely There's going to be maybe, like, if you want to set your Ray on defense and your opponent's still wanting to do EP Star Killer, this could cause some really uncomfortable wrinkles. Outside of that, pretty negligible. Last but not least, light side allies start the battle with 25% turn meter. So, okay, maybe I eat my words a bit. It's really going to be a toss-up between, let's be honest, for most things, especially for what you're going to set on defense, I imagine you're going to want to exploit the light side 25% turn meter. Set 23 has light side turn meter on 3 that is expiring. You're going to really want to replace that. So probably this one. And then, I don't know, for teams that matter about that less, like maybe your JML on offense, maybe your Ray on defense, maybe you're thinking more about the bulk to the turn meter. Yeah, I see Jay Chung gave some. See, we had some more whiskey chat here. Vin Altabi says, for all whiskey lovers, try a Rusty Nail, Scotch and Drambuie, best whiskey drink ever. I actually recall very much liking it. I believe. Jay Chung says, try something out like Balvenie Doublewood 12, Old Pulteney 12, or Highland Park 12 for a starter single malt. JW, Johnny Walker, yeah. Green Label or Monkey Shoulder are both great intros to Scotch blended malts. Good advice, Jay. All are generally easy to find and very affordable, although affordability varies a ton by market. That's fair. I like that. Put Omega in. What are you drinking? This. What do we got? Post up there. All right. Well, hold on. I see you posted a video. Let me blow that up here and move it over. Shit. What I meant to do. All right, there's Robbie. Got his makers. Oh, wait, no. He's not drinking makers. That was clear.
You guys drink. Robbie brings it.
No, that was Stoli. That was Stoli. That's what that was.
That's
That was Stoli.
That's what LBC.
And there's your boy Tassenix up on the TV behind him. Man, look, this is a man of culture. A man of taste. Yeah, look at that one after the Stoli, right down with the makers. People going to
damn LBC, slow down, brother.
All
Jesus,
right.
you're making my liver hurt.
Robbie's here for the party, man. I can't wait for the drink to
I know,
show
but
up.
geez, pace yourself, brother. Pace yourself.
Yeah.
Gonna be on the floor drooling in no time.
Yeah, so. All right, so we've talked about the stats. We've talked about our alignments. Let's move into faction. So yes, we've come back to the role-based mechanics. You got tank, attacker, healer, and support. Now don't be intimidated. This is just a visual bug. You have only 5 options here. They're just repeated twice. So I'll only read out each one once. First one up for tank is tank allies. Start the battle with damage immunity for 2 turns. Can't be copied. Second one, at the start of each turn, if non-galactic legend tank allies have 50% or more turn meter, damage they receive is reduced by 75% until the end of the turn. That could be appreciable. That might be good. Next one, whenever tank allies are stunned, gain 50% turn meter and recover 25% health and protection. Next, the first time each tank ally falls below 50% health, they gain damage immunity for 1 turn and gain health steal up for 2 turns. Probably mostly. Last, this is the long text, so probably the most desirable. The first time a tank ally is defeated, revive them with 100% health and protection, and they gain a bonus turn, limit once per battle. Tank allies taunt for 1 turn whenever another ally is inflicted with a debuff. Okay, so sorry, they gain 1 turn whenever an ally is inflicted. Whenever tank allies taunt, they gain defense up for 1 turn and 5% crit avoidance, stacking until the end of battle. Whenever a tank is critically hit while taunting, they recover 15% health and protection. Whenever a non-tank ally uses a special ability, tank allies assist. If the enemy was taunting, deal 250% bonus damage. Okay, wow. So, yeah. It's probably either the 75% DR or the long text. My guess is, for most of us, long text. The question is, we'll have to look at these other roles, because obviously you can only have 1 Datacron on per team, so which role on a per team basis are you wanting to buff the most? I'm sure that the tank one will be useful, but the last time we had role-based stuff, I think that maybe there were only 2 or 3 tank crons that I actually had out of the whole set. And I'm not sure I got full utilization out of all 3. Something like that. Is it just me, or do all these not sound that bad? It's not that any of them are bad. It's that a lot of them are just mediocre. I mean, certainly the long text one does the most.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
That any one of them is necessarily bad. All right, that covers the tanks. Let's take a look at attacker. By the way, Ranger Dagger, feel free to add a comment where you can. Otherwise, I'm just gonna keep on trucking.
No, you're doing your thing. I mean, I've only got a few more minutes till I have to go get back to Christmas Armageddon for the night. So I'm just enjoying hanging out with you guys as much as I can, because I am starting to dry off a little bit. The moistness is after starting to fade away a little bit, but I will have to probably do a little bit of a whore bath before I go. God, I forgot about Scribbles tonight. I'm going to die.
Well, are you joining Scribbles tonight? Or you need to get going?
Every Friday. Every Friday.
Man. Well, I'll what do you do to do that? Because maybe that'll be a natural ending point for me to raid in.
Yeah, it depends. Like, you can raid him anytime. Like, when he brings us in, it depends on how many shots he's into the GAC when we get ready. So I'll sit there with like Hadar and the gang, right?
If you want to let him know, I mean, maybe I can also drop him when the alcohol's here. If we're all drinking, we can all get wasty pants together.
Yeah, just send him a message. He'll love that.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
But I saw, I'm AFK for a little bit here in a few minutes because, God, you know what's going on. I'll take some pictures and send them to you, Tath. It's just Christmassy. Happy holidays, may the merry bells keep ringing. I'm singing this song because Dagger hates Christmas.
Okay. All right, I've dropped a note over to Scribe. We'll see what he thinks. Okay, he hasn't started up yet. All right, it's coming soon, I'm sure. Let's talk about the next role here on the new set. So for attackers, first ability on the level 6 is whenever a debuff on an enemy expires, attacker allies gain 2% offense, doubled if that debuff was dispelled until the end of battle. That is interesting. That one is, we'll have to see. I'm sure the long text is probably best, but that has been occasionally very powerful. Next one. When an attacker deals damage to an enemy and no other enemy is marked, inflict marked on one turn on the target enemy, which can't be evaded or resisted. I'd be very careful about this one. There are only a few occasions where this is really an advantage. There are any number of occasions where you can create a problem for yourself where you had to hit somebody because they're taunting, or the priority target was under stealth and you couldn't hit whoever you wanted, and now you've marked the target that you don't want to hit, and now you have to slap the target you don't want to hit like a jerk. It's kind of annoying. So. All right, next one. Whenever allies use a special ability on their turn, they gain riposte for 2 turns. This is probably really good. Whenever an ally defeats an enemy, they take a bonus turn. Almost entirely waste, in my opinion. Maybe there's a couple teams where you can exploit that to do big multiple turns something, but in general, mechanics that give you something when you kill an enemy feels like win harder to me. That's not actually going to help you get a win that you weren't going to get otherwise. It's just going to help you end the fight maybe 30 seconds sooner than you were otherwise going to end it. That's kind of my guess. Steve says, Ranger, are you doing your whore bath OnlyFans stream?
I know.
That is fantastic.
Yes.
Good. All right. Last but never least, the long text for attacker. Whenever an ally inflicts a debuff on an enemy, all attacker allies gain accuracy up for 1 turn and 5% offense stacking, max 120% until the end of battle. Whenever an attacker attacks out of turn, they deal bonus true damage, which can't be evaded, and gain 5% defense penetration stacking, max 120% until the end of battle. That was the first clause. Let's go on to clause 2. Whenever attacker uses a special ability, they deal 25% more damage for each buff on target enemy. And during attacker's turn, they ignore stealth and taunt if they have no debuff on them. That's
this is Lord Vader's this is like the Lord Vader attacker. anything.
I mean, yes, certainly he immediately comes to mind, but this is just cracked for attackers overall. Holy shit.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Especially for any team that's heavy debuffs. Like, I'm not saying there aren't other attackers, but man, Lord Vader's because one of the things about
Oh my god,
Lord Vader
your
is that
team, your Talon is going to hit like the fist of an angry god.
Well, remember, one of the downsides to Lord Vader is he can't ignore taunt.
True.
And
You're right.
this says you can ignore, taunt. I'm just saying this one terrifies me.
Yeah,
I mean, not don't get me wrong. I mean, Maz is gonna still like kick the ever loving dog shit out of this Kron, but like it's still, man, this scares me.
Well, you know what this actually implies is that, if you're worried about Maz gobbling up your Lord Vader, this means that you may have an easier time for a high banner Underman using Lord Vader on offense.
Yes.
So there's a thought. All right, next up, next faction, level 6, we're talking about healers. The first healer ability, at the end of their turn, healer allies recover 50% protection if they inflicted at least 5 debuffs that turn. Boy, there's going to be exceedingly few characters that meet that. What is that, like IG-12? I don't even know who all else. So that one's going to be almost. Next one. At the end of each turn, healer allies recover health and protection equal 50% of the amount enemies recovered that turn. This recovery can't trigger this effect on enemies. Wait. Next one. Whenever healer allies recover health, they recover protection equal to the amount of health recovered. Healer allies can't recover protection this way more than once per turn, or if their health was full. Okay. Mediocre. Next one. Whenever healer allies damage all enemies with an ability, they grant tenacity up for 2 turns. All allies. Feels like it's too narrow to get good use. I can't think of. There's very, very few healers in the game. How many healers have an AoE damage ability? Okay, now we got the long text for healer. At the start of their turn, healer allies inflict healing immunity on all enemies for 2 turns, which can't be dispelled or resisted. Whenever a non-healer character is healed by an allied healer, they reduce their cooldowns by 1. Whenever an ally falls below 25% health for the first time, all allies recover 50% health and 100% protection. The passive power of that is fucking nuts. And that's whenever an ally falls below 25% health for the first time. So each one of the allies can trigger this condition. All right. The first time an ally, so let's get back to it. Reduce their cooldowns by 1. Yes. Second clause here. Whenever an ally falls below 25% health for the first time, all allies recover 50% health and 100% protection. The first time an ally is defeated, revive them with 50% health and 2 stacks of heal over time for 2. Whenever healer is critically hit, recover 15% health and protection and grant a stack of heal over time to the weakest ally for 2 turns. Let me just read that last part again, though. The first time an ally is defeated, revive them with 50% health and 2 stacks of heal over time for 2 turns. This again implies to me that this is going on a per character basis on the team. So it's not like the first time it happens for the first character on your team, they get revived and now you've consumed it and now the fight goes on as normal. No, this is for each. Each one of these guys gets their own independent revive. So among everything we've seen so far, this looks to me more powerful than the long text attacker. This is crazy in terms of defense application. All right. Last, let's get into the support abilities. First up, whenever a support ally deals damage to an enemy and no other enemy is ability blocked, inflict ability block for 1 turn on the target enemy, which can't be evaded or resisted. This feels like the type of, it will occasionally be useful. Maybe only have 1 or 2 of them. That 1 or 2 prawns that have this. Whenever support allies grant a buff to another ally, that ally gains 10% turn meter, limit once per turn per ally. We all know the type of light side teams that pop off crazy from this. Your Mon Mothmas, your Saws. Oh my god, all the buffs on a Saw team. So I don't know if that's better than what we'll see when we get down to the long text for support, but that one's really tempting to consider. All right. Will this set be active when this era goes to Legacy? Yes, I believe so. Right? We're what? It's 12 weeks, I want to say, is in an era. There's definitely more than 12 weeks
Yeah,
of
it'll
life
be
in a
available for
brand
about
new
a month
data
after.
set. You can see you've got 113 days and 8 hours at the top of the screen there on this, so surely longer than that period, he said, with a question mark at the end. Anyway, next up. Whatever support allies stun an enemy, they gain speed up and offense up for 2 turns, and inflict expose for 2 turns at the end of that turn, which can't be evaded. Okay. Next one. Whenever support allies start their turn with fewer than 2 buffs, all other allies gain 15% turn meter. That's a lot. You'd have to set up to make good use of that, but I think there's something there. Alright, long text. At the start of each encounter, grant all allies evasion up and tenacity up for 2 turns, and inflict tenacity down and evasion down on all enemies for 2 turns, which can't be evaded or... That's incredible. Whenever a non-support ally is critically hit, grant them protection up 20%, stacking, max of 100% for 2 turns. Wow. So your support is going to shield, like, your Cal is going to shield your Malicos passively by this being here. Tougher to focus down something. Next clause. At the start of their turn, support allies dispel all buffs on all enemies. Oh my god. If evasion up, health steal up, potency up, or tenacity up were dispelled, inflict the opposite debuff on all enemies for 2 turns, which can't be evaded or resisted. So you've kind of got like your own mini pirate stealing thing, buff inversion thing going on. That's nasty. And then last clause on this one skill is whenever support is critically hit or inflicted with a debuff, they stealth for 1 turn. Yeah. Wow. So wait, let me look at this compared to healer. Yeah, the healing immunity. Sounds independent. I feel like if I had to rank them, and feel free to tack on to me after this, Ranger and Dagger, but if just on an initial high-level reading, I'd say I'd rank healer long text, over support long text, over attacker long text, over tank long text. What say you, gentlemen?
Does that mean you're putting the tank long text last?
Yes, I rank it last.
I think the attacker long text is better than the support long text because I think that there are less teams that will take advantage of this support long text than previously, and I think some of it is just remembering how good support was last time and not taking into account exactly how good this level 6 is.
Okay, so yeah, if I have healer at number 1 and support at number 2, you would have attacker at number 2 and support at number 3.
Yeah, I'm flip-flopping support and attacker.
Okay, but you're kind of with me then on healer then. Healer looks like top of the heap.
I think healer has the best level 6, but you only need like 2 of them because there's only a couple of healers that matter.
Okay, all right.
So in that aspect, I don't know if I'd put... If we're just doing the long text level 6, I think healers is the best.
It is pretty incredible, and
but you're gonna need the most supports and attackers.
Yes, in terms of role coverage for the most teams on your roster, you're probably going to have more attacker and support, but healer looks to have the most outsized power, which you'll probably get more use out of on team you're putting down, like your Rey, your Ahsoka, stuff like that.
And I think there are some, and I think tank is not as bad as it initially looks because I think it'll play better than it is.
This is one of those things where it's not that I think it's bad; it's that, gosh, the benefits from the others seem to offer a generically better spike of power.
But I'm just saying, can you imagine Vayne getting crit and then he just recovers 50% health and protection?
Yeah, I mean, despair. Despair is the word.
That's all I'm saying is I think that clause will play differently based on the team. I'm not saying you want that on every team, but I think there are a couple teams where, like Wrecker, for example, how the fuck are you killing Wrecker? And I'm not saying that you'll have that on that team because they have attackers and supports, but just saying that I think that heal is just going to make some tanks just on defense just almost, especially if you have any amount of relic delta.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hey, Single Malt Jedi. Yeah, you can tell this is a Scotch fan. All right, let's take a look. Single Malt Jedi posted in the, wow. posted in the What You Drinking his last haul from when he last went to Scotland. Look at all this. Half of these I don't even recognize. But look at them tags. They look authentic. Authentic. Wow. That is a beautiful looking collection.
What's the red? What's the one with the red?
Yeah, here, I'm going to kind of give a scroll here. So what, you Bimber in the back, which one were you looking for?
Oh, Springbank. I was looking at Springbank.
Okay.
It owned a little red house on it. I couldn't read what that one was called.
Yeah. Wow.
Very nice.
Beautiful
That is
stuff,
a delicious collection.
Thanks for sharing. I'll see you next time I head into the liquor store. If I can find any of the more common ones. Appreciate it. All right, back to work. We've gotten down to the part where we're ready to talk about the level 9, so let's start going through here from the top. Coruscant Underworld Police.
Really quick. There's a question from Vin Al-Tabi. Question is, do you ever take the healer level 6 over an attacker or tank one? Maybe in 3v3 it can be good, but I don't see it in 5s. I can, right off the top of my head, like Varys. Varys is absurd with this.
Yes.
Also Bo, BKM, because IG-12 is a healer, and they don't really need a lot of help on the attacker or tank front. And getting extra revives and bonus turns on that team just seems really kind of dirty. There's a couple other healers. I think you're going to want 2 to 3 of these healer ones, but I think you're on the right track in the sense that if you don't have more than one, you will still probably be fine. But I still think you're going to want a couple because, again, I think maybe you don't. I think I had to really dig deep for this one really quick, but yeah, Kix is another good one, Leandro.
Yeah.
But I had to really dig deep because I remember there being counters that worked only because of these crons, be it attacker, support, or tank crons, including there was one healer cron that we used Ewoks for back then. I forget what we used it against, but we unironically used Ewoks in TW with a cron that was asked for. So my point is I wouldn't sleep on any of these per se, because we're going to get counters that only work with these crons.
That will certainly be the.
So.
All right, let's get in here. So we got Cup. His skill says, at the start of battle, if there are no GL allies, Coruscant Underworld Police gains the following effects. Whenever Cup attacks a stunned enemy, remove 100% turn meter from that enemy, which can't be evaded or resisted, and a random attacker ally gains a bonus turn. That might go underappreciated, but that's probably significant. Whenever Cup gains turn meter, which he will, he removes the same amount of turn meter from a random enemy. Maybe interesting. Galactic Republic allies remove 20% turn meter whenever they damage an enemy, which can't be resisted. So this is your plug and play with your Queen Amidala, with your gas, with your maybe old Bad Batch. I don't know if new Bad. I don't think new Bad Batch is Galactic Republic tagged, so probably not them. But like, wow, more than a couple of options come to mind. So I like that. There's this one actually has some real legs to it, guys. He's still kind of not doing a ton himself, but it's what he enables just by being there. All right, next one, 5s. Yeah, for 501st. Whenever 5s attacks out of turn, 5s deals 150% bonus damage, inflicts offense down and healing immunity for 1 turn on all enemies, which can't be evaded or resisted. And whenever 5s loses taunt, he removes 50% turn meter from all enemies and inflicts blind on them for 2 turns, which can't be evaded or resisted. So, yeah, I mean, you wouldn't want to stick 5s with your JMK using this one, right? Because you wouldn't be able to do the TMR effect from this. But maybe 501st has some life breathed into it with this 9? Not sure. We'll find out. Next, Biggs Darklighter. At the start of battle, if Wedge Antilles is an ally, Biggs Darklighter gains max 50% health and max protection for the rest of the battle. Whenever Biggs damages an enemy, inflict defense down and vulnerable on the target enemy for 2 turns, which can't be resisted. Whenever Wedge Antilles assists, he deals 50% bonus damage with a 75% chance to attack a second time, dealing 100% bonus damage. and 50% chance to attack a third time, dealing 200%. Whenever an ally attacks on a turn, Biggs Darklighter gains 5% turn meter. So this looks like a potentially insane Mon Mothma play.
Well, this is actually coded. If this is coded like similar things, it's only a 50% chance if the 75% happen. So if you attack a second time, there's a 50% chance to attack a third time. So it's not a 50% chance overall to attack a third time. It's like a 35% chance to attack.
Yeah, I think that's a fair reading of it plainly too. Yeah, I think that's fine.
But I do agree with your assessment. I'm just saying like to the layman reading this, it's not quite as good, but it's still really good.
Funny. Jay in the chat says, I may or may not have donated clothing on multiple occasions to various Scottish charities to make space/weight in my suitcases. That's funny. Just hand off some clothes to pack in a few more bottles. I appreciate it. That's dedication to the game. Steve says, is it just me or does Cups sound good, but sure it is trash? No, I think it is actually good. Like he himself is still trash, but the effects that he's bringing to the table just by being there, worthwhile.
People forget that the last time we had a Cup level 9, guilds unironically asked their guilds to take it to R7.
Yeah.
Because it was that good.
Yes, this Biggs thing, though, looks like it might be really crazy with Mon Mothma. That would pop off insanely, potentially.
In 5s, yeah. In 3s, this could easily be a 3v3, like, something just to kind of try to burn a couple banners.
Wedge, Biggs, and who? Like, Wedge lead, Biggs, and who?
And who would be the third?
Like, Nest or something? I don't know. It doesn't have to be, like, a good third.
Okay. All right.
You just have to get a turn and go, and then you should strip banners. But yeah, I honestly believe that the Cup one's going to be good. I don't know if it'll be OP like it was the last time, because that support level 6 was so busted last time.
All right, infinite shame on the DoorDash delivery, man. I owe an apology here to Onslaught because the request was for German beer, and instead I had Pilsner Urquell delivered, which is a Czech beer. I do like Pilsner Urquell, but it wasn't what we ordered, and I'm throwing the DoorDash guy under the bus pretty hard here. We did ask for the right thing.
You did.
When on DoorDash you have an option for a replacement, did you choose a German beer as replacement?
I am not certain what she checked, but very clearly we're already past the point.
Yeah, I'm just saying when I do things like that, I make sure that I check a secondary option.
Yeah. Anyway, beer in hand. Here's to you guys. Thank you, Ranger, Dagger, joining me here on stream. Here, I'll put you guys up on. But yes, thank you for joining, and thank you for everybody tuning in. We started this stream a good few hours ago, and still, actually, quite a few people watching, despite the fact that I'm sure you have some selection, some options at this evening. So thank you all tuning in and staying for the ride. All right, back to work here. That is tasty.
For what it's worth, you have like 70 concurrent viewers still, so yeah, I mean, we're still doing okay.
Yeah, this is good. This is a good chat. All right, we've got Shore Trooper up on screen. At the start of the battle, if all allies are Empire or Imperial Trooper, all allies gain 50% health steal, max health, and max protection. Holy shit. Shore Trooper gains defense up and taunt for 2 turns. Whenever Shore Trooper loses taunt, he recovers 20% health and protection.
This one looks way better on paper than I think it is. That very first clause is really
it is powerful. I'm just trying to... I also agree. I'm trying to think about the applications where that would matter. It's not good enough to...
MJ, New Vader, Darth Vader, this.
Oh, sure. Yes. Yeah, nothing immediate jumps out at me as something.
But I can see some really cool applications for this once we get New Vader.
Yes, completely agree. All right, next up is Ugnaught. All right, at the start of battle, Ugnaught has plus 30% evasion. I already hate it. Next, at the start of each encounter, inflict breach and health down for 2 turns on all enemies, which can't be evaded or resisted. For each droid enemy, Ugnaught has 20% counter chance, critical chance, defense, health steal, max health and max protection. If you're in a part of the game where people are still setting General Grievous and friends on defense, woe unto they, right? Maybe if you're doing like a Forlom Zuckus thing or Afra, there might be an angle to crush that with this. Next part of it says, at the start of his turn, Ugnaught dispels all debuffs on himself and resets all of his cooldowns. Whenever Ugnaught evades an attack, all enemies lose 10% max protection, which can't be resisted, doubled for droids. Whenever he damages a stunned enemy, he inflicts 2 stacks of damage over time for 2 turns. Whenever he damages an enemy with more than 5 buffs, dispel all the buffs from target enemy, and all enemies are inflicted with 2 stacks of damage over time, doubled against droid enemies. Yeah, Steve, if Shore was Imperial Remnant, his Datacron could be decent. Yeah, it does seem like it needs a little bit more to really stick. Yeah, Depressed Wampa says, this Kron set seems strong. I need to lock in and farm heavily this next conquest. Yeah, everybody should lock in and push through your 100, all 3 of your 100 crystal refreshes during that first week of conquest. Because remember, you're taking a big hit, losing all of set 23 here at the end of this season. You need to compensate. You probably only will have, like, you're going in with just what you have from set 24, so probably just half of what you're needing, and 3 versus 3 is the larger footprint, right? You need more crons, you've got more coverage to make. So, good call. Vin, you put your selection in Discord as well for your takes on whiskey. Oh, yeah, no worries, Single Malt. Yeah, no problems, man. No worries, man. Yeah. It's all good. All right, let's see what Vin linked for his collection. What do we got over at Vin's liquor table? Okay. What is that? Like gingerbread liqueur is what that is? The Monin, I guess. Iced rum. Oh, I see Hendrix. Do I see Hendrix back there? I love Hendrix. Man. Love gin, by the way. Gin really grew on me over the years. Okay, there's Hibiki, Japanese whiskey. It says let's say Kentucky whiskey. Of course, the Drakui. Yeah, man. Nice little collection you got here. Beautiful looking stuff. I appreciate you're also a gin man. Gin goes underappreciated these days. Thanks for sharing, Ben. All right. So yeah, Ugnaught, I don't know. It feels like there's a lot of words here, but you're talking about maybe only a couple teams in the game where you can really make money that are taking advantage of all the droids. All right. Next up, Count Dooku. Count Dooku has plus 200% crit chance and critical damage while he is inflicted with a debuff. Whenever a Separatist ally uses a special ability on their turn, Count Dooku assists and dispels all buffs on the target enemy. That's crazy. At the end of his turn, Count Dooku is inflicted with disarm until the end of his next turn. Whenever Count Dooku takes damage during his turn, the weakest enemy is dealt 200% of that damage. And, whenever Count Dooku gains... Oh, it's a separate ability, actually, right? It looks like you have 2 possible options for Count Dooku. Because that's how I'd interpret these 2 separate dots. The other one says, whenever Count Dooku gains stealth, they recover 100% protection. So I guess, yeah, certainly if you were going for this, the first one looks to be more desirable. All right. But yeah, for folks like me that are fans of Trench, maybe adding some more power into Trench. I don't recall this particular Dooku level 9. We had a disarm Dooku level 9. I think it was slightly different in how it dealt damage before, but regardless, I don't recall that one making such a big difference. So don't look for too. Next up, Ayla Sakura. Whenever Ayla Sakura attacks out of turn, she gains a stack of heal over time and protection over time for 2 turns, and inflicts the target enemy with protection disruption for 1 turn. Dig that. There's something there. Jedi Master Mace doesn't actually need... It needs, we've all said that Jocasta needed to get her tweak that she was promised and never got. but mechanically speaking, that team does not need a lot of help. So throwing protection disruption into it, okay, that's an intensifier. Next up, Royal Guard. Whenever Royal Guard loses taunt, removes 50% turn meter from all enemies. Man, Royal Guard is just bottom barrel. Ding dong, that's a second ring. Dagger delivered. I'll answer the door, guys. Dagger Ranger, take over the chat a minute. I gotta go answer the door to get whatever Dagger sent me. Be right back.
Okay.
Oh, this will be exciting.
I didn't tell him what I was sending him. I sent him my partner's drink of choice and something that I think I will enjoy him drinking. But yeah. Very different taste in alcohol, my partner and I. Very, very different taste.
This will be interesting.
Oh yeah, I can't wait. Vinal Tabi says, yeah, it's more of a cocktail heavy selection, not of a big of a pure drinker. Yeah, we don't do a whole lot of mixers in my house. Mostly if we're having a drink, it's because my girlfriend and I are winding down, like watching a TV show, like in bed. So we have like a drink on our respective night table, right? You know, just that kind of thing. The girlfriend and I, or my partner, whatever, are big fans of having a drink at night just to wind down and like mellow out because there's lots of small children and blood pressure gets high. And not a big fan of THC usage.
Dagger, you son of a bitch. All right, this is what's happening, guys. I think we'll save the worst of it before we before we go over to, we'll save that for when I'm over on Scribe stream, because it looks like we're all gonna kind of get wasty there. So we'll save the most fun. But Dagger sent me a little naughty and nice package, I guess I would say. Here's the nice. I don't know. I'm not really up on my cognac, but it's a nice looking bottle of cognac. Only cognac fans will be able to tell me how good this one is.
It's upper middle.
I mean, it looks beautiful. I look forward to trying it. I think is this something where you have a glass, or do you just have a dram of it like you would with scotch?
The girlfriend usually puts like 2 fingers in a cup with an ice cube.
Yeah. Okay. So it's like bourbon on the rocks or something.
Yeah. It's meant to be kind of just sipped and enjoyed. I was telling the chat here that the girlfriend and I have our drink. She drinks that, I drink whiskey, and we'll watch like a TV show and unwind for the night. And that's her drink of choice.
So this is the nice. He sent me this cognac, which I may enjoy later in the evening, but I really have to consider it carefully because I'll have to make good on the naughty. He sent me a fucking tall boy of Steel Reserve, which is currently chilling in the fridge because I guarantee you that shit ain't touching my lips unless it's icy fucking cold. You're taking me back to 2005 is the last time I fucking drank Steel Reserve. When people say they wish they could go 20 years in the past, they're doing it with nostalgia for the good shit they remember. They're not doing it to go back to drink Steel fucking Reserve. But here we are.
Also, it's still Tass. It's still $1.30.
That really inspires no confidence because you think shrinkflation or something should have kicked in. What kind of corners have they cut such that the price has stayed the same through COVID, through everything? I have grim concerns. Right. Smegan in the chat.
For what it's worth, the intention wasn't necessarily for you to drink the 211 on stream. It was mostly just to make you drink a 211.
I mean, you guys will watch me enjoy, I'm sure, the cognac. I'm not really deep into it, but it looks like something I will enjoy. And we can do that together, maybe tomorrow. But I think you all really want to see me suffer first. So I want to get that fucking can of Steel Reserve behind me, like on an ASAP basis, yeah? All right, Smegan in the chat says, that Royal Guard Cron could be good if Vader is still usable when this still exists. So you do mean the new Vader. Maybe, but I think the Shore Trooper one would be better. Shore Trooper is way crazy better. So I don't think so. Yeah. All right. Next up, Luminara Unduli. Before I read this, is this finally going to be enough power that'll actually make Luminara with the Omicron a real character? Or are we still just a meme machine? Possible Luminara mechanics. Whenever an enemy attacks out of turn, all enemies are inflicted with protection disruption for 2 turns, which can't be dispelled, evaded, or resisted, and all allies gain a stack of heal over time and protection over time for 2 turns. At the start of Luminara and Dueling turn, all allies with less than 50% health gain 2 stacks of heal over time. Doesn't feel all that significant.
Well, the reason I say no is because she's a healer, not a. And if she were a support, I could see this being like reasonable.
Even then, I don't know. I'm not
No,
wow.
but I'm just saying, like, under like some kind of
Let me-
action and freeze kind of thing, this might have been reasonable if it was not a healer con.
All right, Darth Vader.
Darth Schmader.
At the start of battle, if there are no Galactic Legend allies, Darth Vader can't be defeated until all other allies are defeated. Whenever an ally is defeated, Darth Vader dispels all debuffs on himself, resets all cooldowns, and takes a bonus turn. During his turn, Darth Vader has plus 50% health steal for each defeated ally. So Darth Vader, being a debuff-heavy attacker, having this attacker level 6, this looks like a monster in disguise. Note that he has no restrictions with who can be his ally. The Empire, they can be Sith, they can be fucking anything.
This is basically a reskinned level 9 to go of that focus Datacron he had, except it doesn't have all the dog shit hoops to jump through of using things like Stark.
This is straight up a nastier Kron than that when you pair it with that attacker level 6. This is a bad lad here. Especially, I suspect, in 3 versus 3, guys. This may not have as much purchase in 5s, but I'm guessing there's something to this. This is potentially.
What do you think
broken.
about Darth Vader with the offense and stuff for like attacker for say Dr. Aphra, because he does work well with her? For how much do you think this could punch up?
In 5s, Aphra with this is really good.
That's what I'm saying.
Threes, I'm not
Jesus.
sure how much this is good. I'm not sure because Merciless Massacre is just
Oh my god,
so much
Darth
worse in
Vader
3v3.
with Aphra and BT1, 2 attackers, both doing debuffs. Oh,
Right.
that
Yeah, that's
sounds
what I'm saying.
disgusting. I love it.
But I agree with you. I don't think the 3v3 you just have enough, there to.
The Merciless
Yeah.
Massacre just isn't good enough in 3v3.
I take
There's
your
not
point.
enough
That is
not enough
that is
cycling of
reduced.
cooldowns.
I wasn't even thinking about the Aphra angle. That's a really good call. All right, next one, Talia. Possible Talia mechanics. There are 2. First one says, the first time Talia falls below 30% health, they dispel all debuffs on themselves, recover 40% health, and gain a bonus turn. Next one, Talia gains 50% turn meter when other allies use a special ability on their turn. I'm not really wild either way.
No, there is a really good. There is really good thing about this. There's actually a silver lining.
There is.
You're not going to make any dark side healer level 6s.
Okay,
So
so
you
you
don't
know
have to worry about
categorically to
rolling.
avoid this.
So you don't ever roll it. You won't ever roll this.
Well, you will. You'll want to roll out of it.
No. It's alignment locked. If you have a light side level 3 and a level 6,
Mm-hmm.
Then you wouldn't see this. Yeah, I see his.
Oh, good.
That's what I'm saying. The upside of this is we don't ignore it exists.
Next one, Baze Malbus. If Chirrut is an ally, then whenever Baze or Chirrut attack out of turn, they gain 50% critical chance and equalize their health and protection. While attacking out of turn, if Baze or Chirrut score a critical hit, they both recover 10% health and protection. If Baze has less than 50% health, whenever he takes damage, the weakest enemy is dealt 100% of that damage and defeat them. Nice. It's a nice boost to maybe you were with your Saw team using Kara or rotating other tanks. Maybe your Baze had fallen out of favor for some reason, whether that was with Rogue One with Radis or with Saw. He's coming right back up on top of the heap. Yeah. Vin says cognac is supposed to be drunk from a preheated glass, no ice. Tell me the specifics. DM me how you think it's best prepared, Vin. I'll enjoy this in the authentic fashion in which it was, prepared. I don't know if you know. I don't know if you know any special preparation that should be done with this particular cognac, but I'm down to hear what you think. And why did you choose this one, Dagger?
Yeah, that's a good question.
This is what my girlfriend drinks.
Okay, there you go.
Well, why does she prefer this? She's deep into cognac herself?
No, it's just what she decided she liked when she was in college. The same way I decided I liked whiskey when I was in college. And people don't really age out of what they like to a degree. She drank more Hennessy, but moved to cognac.
I got you. Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah. Like, I moved over from bourbon to whiskey. Like, we just moved into adjacent alcohols. Okay. I could ask
Scotch,
her.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, yes, I could ask her. Our reservation is at 6, so I'll be heading out here in like 15 minutes. She's currently getting all pretty.
Where are you guys going?
Oh, yeah.
We are going to a sushi place.
Yay!
Let's double check the name of it.
Nice, man. That's okay. I mean, whatever.
It's relatively new. Like, opened in the last 4 months.
Okay.
Let's enjoy yourself. Post the pictures and food if you take any.
I probably won't be doing that, but mostly because by the time I get there, I'll forget.
Well, that's, if you carefully notice the photos that I posted, you'll find that I was not, in fact, a photographer. Hint.
That's fair. That's fair.
That's a hint.
Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah, that's fair. I can bother her. Yes. Yes, you are correct.
All right, next up. Clone Wars Chewbacca mechanics. Whenever Clone Wars Chewbacca uses a basic on his turn, all other allies gain 25% turn meter. Listen, when we get that new Grandmaster and Chewie unit, and you're putting this in with the Tarful Wookiee team, this is gonna be a sleeper. This is gonna be good.
It depends on whether I haven't looked at the if it's gonna be 3v3 or 5v5 for the first season they come out. Oh, it's gonna be 5v5. Yeah, it's gonna be 5v5.
Yes. It's gonna be good.
So yeah, that could be usable. Then we'll see. I don't know if it'll be good enough.
Sure. All right, Admiral Akbar. Sorry, you were going to say something, Ranger?
No, I don't know if Wookiees themselves will be good enough. But that Kron, if the Wookiees are good, will be really good with that team.
Yeah, I think it could be a sleeper. Yes. All right, Admiral Akbar mechanics. Whenever Admiral Akbar uses a basic on his turn, other allies gain 25% turn.
Next.
Next. I'm thinking by the time we have Stormtrooper Luke, it's his lead that we would desire to use, right?
Yes.
So yeah, I don't think this guy's got a role then.
Yeah.
All right, next up, Jedi Consular. Jeez. All right, so a 3-part ability for whatever it's worth. While Jedi Consular is active, all allies are immune to healing immunity. This could be very interesting depending on how you choose your fight, right? Next clause says, whenever Jedi Consular uses an ability, all allies recover 15% health and protection, and the weakest ally recovers an additional 10% health and protection. Whenever Jedi Consular uses Jedi Healing, revive all defeated allies at 100%
this is the reason I said you wanted
health and 100% protection. And isn't this, I forget whether it's healer or support, but does the ability affect him where if he gets crit, he's going under stealth?
Yes. This is the reason I said you wanted 2 or 3 of the healer level 6s, because this is not faction lock.
Guys,
no Jedi part of this is faction lock.
You're hearing it here. Might want to look into this one.
I'm not even saying this will be amazing. I'm just saying that no part of this level 9 is faction lock. So have fun with that shit.
I mean, when paired with the level 6, level 6 and then you deliberately mod him for like bulk and speed, I'm into it.
That's what she said.
All right. Next up, Barriss Offee. The return of the first time Barriss Offee is defeated. If there is at least one other active ally, revive all other defeated allies. And other allies recover, plus 100% health and protection. Gain 100% turn meter and 100% offense until the end of battle. The Turbo Res Xeris returns. And now more powerful than ever before, buoyed by level 6 abilities.
Actually, for what it's worth, I think Xeris will be worse this time around than she was last time around.
Why is that?
Because I think that a lot of the teams you'd want to plug her into don't want a healer level 6. I'm looking at Rey.
Okay. All right.
I'm not saying she's going to be bad. I'm just saying the last time we had her...
If you're going bulk, and you have that and her and...
Hevorius, Rey was gone for the last 2 months. What are you talking about?
I want to push back on this. Hevorius, I don't agree. It is nice when Rey is... you find that the meta permits for flexing her onto offense for a very high banner, efficient counter.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. But she has been, since her release, one of the very best performing teams in Grand Arena, And you should expect that there will be metas where she's more or less painful. But to not expect her as a stalwart on defense, not realistic. And like she's just so good. Season in, season out for years.
She's defense coded. Like the entire purpose of her was to be on defense when they released her. SOK was the attacker. She was the defender.
Absolutely.
Okay, Vin. Cognac is best at a temperature at about 20 degrees Celsius. Can somebody put that in? Simple way is to get a cognac glass, which I probably don't have. I do have like a whiskey tumbler. I'm assuming that's most of the way there. Yes? Question mark?
Can't answer.
Pour in hot water for half a minute or so, and pour the water out and cognac in. Sent you a DM with a more fancy way. I'll take a look at that, Vin. I might prepare that and go into Scribe Stream, enjoying a bit of cognac, and then maybe a little later in poison myself with that fucking can of Steel Reserve. So, appreciate you. All right. Old Daka's next up. Whenever another ally is defeated, Old Daka takes a bonus turn and their cooldowns are reset. I don't know how good that is. I don't think it's that great.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So, I was just informed that the reason that she adds an ice cube is because she microwaves the glass and it melts and adds the water, which gives it more flavor.
She wants to open it up like you would with a scotch.
Yeah, I just got confirmation on how she drinks it. So Vin Altabi's right. Cognac. She microwaves the glass and then puts in a single ice cube to kind of open up the flavor.
Remind me here. By the
cool.
way, this is actually, wow, you got me like real, like this isn't some bullshit labeled as cognac. This is from Cognac, France.
Yeah,
This is a nice one, I guess.
This is what she gets this is what we get when we can afford nice.
I really
things.
appreciate that. That's a very kind gift. Like it really makes it worth it to me to get to go through the can of Steel Reserve. I really feel like there's a pot of gold on the other end of the rainbow for me. So
yeah, I'm mostly
you.
But no, I wanted to send you this because she gave me the idea to send you this because you liked old fashions.
I do,
and that's her other. And when I have whiskey, she makes it into an old fashioned because she prefers it that way.
Okay.
So when we don't have cognac, she drinks old fashions that she makes. So,
Fair.
And she likes them both. So if she figured, anyways, just figured I'd. But I'm gonna now hop off here. No,
yeah,
no,
okay. You got to head out there.
Yeah, you got to go eat some sushi.
Yeah, I get to go eat some sushi, and because every 2 weeks we go on date night. And you guys have a great rest of your night.
Yeah, thanks again for the gift, and enjoy yourselves. Let us know how it goes.
Yeah, I will.
All right, take care. All right, back on to Resistance Trooper here. Possible Resistance Trooper mechanics. Whenever a Resistance Trooper uses Basic on his turn, he exposes the target enemy for 2 turns. Whenever Resistance Trooper attacks an exposed enemy, all other allies gain 20% turn meter. Resistance Trooper has a 50% chance to attack again and expose a random enemy for 1 turn. And whenever Resistance Trooper falls below 50% for 50% health, I assume, for the first time. They don't specify, but I'm just going to go ahead and assume. He gains damage immunity and health steal up for 2 turns. And all other allies gain evasion up for 2 turns.
This is kind of placing the Rose one, in my opinion, with what she did with the team previously. But damn, this is kind of nice on that Finn team. It's really nice. I forgot about this one.
Maybe I would drop Resistance Hero Poe to put this one in, but I can't see myself dropping Rose.
No, I'm just saying the cron itself that we've been using with the Rose cron and stuff on the Resistance team here of late. This one just... it's like, here you go. Here's another Resistance team. Enjoy. It's like,
That makes sense.
I like it a lot. I don't know about how it would do in 3s, but in 5s, yeah, I'm with you 1,000%.
Sounds good. Hey, Swuggle Player Zero.
Hey, Swuggle Player.
Tess, Dagger. Hey, Ranger. Good to see you, man.
That's right.
All right, next up, the original Qui-Gon Jinn. Whenever Qui-Gon damages an enemy with a special ability and the enemy doesn't have Armor Shred, inflict Armor Shred on them for the rest of the battle. Whenever Qui-Gon uses a basic ability and damages an enemy with Armor Shred, inflict Expose for 2 turns, which can't be resisted, and Qui-Gon Jinn gains protection up 50% stacking for 2 turns. if you're a higher level account, I think it's safe to say that Qui-Gon has fallen into disfavor for you. He's just not efficient banner-wise on attack and not imposing enough as a defense. So if you are still in a part of the game where Qui-Gon makes sense for you to use, I think this is just giving you a little sweetener to do what you're already doing. I don't think this is creating a lot of space for you to pull off any really surprise defensive results. I don't think this is the droid you're looking for that. So if you're still using Qui-Gon, just a little bit of gravy on top, but not something change in the world. Oh, Robbie says, just whipped up a carne, Italian sausage, and egg for the booze upcoming task.
Oh.
It's in what you are drinking. Oh shit! Would you post? You're making me want to order a pizza. You're making
I've got to eat some protein before we go do scribe stream. Holy shit!
Look at that! Look at that! Does that not look good? That looks like some hot sauce sitting there on the bottom underneath all that delicious goodness.
Yes.
Yeah, that hot sauce with breakfast food. Mwah.
Oh, everything I use hot sauce for. It's delicious. Mm.
Good stuff, LBC. All right, next on Lando Calrissian. Whenever Lando scores a critical hit, bonus damage for double down is increased by 25% stacking for the rest of the encounter. This AoE has always been borderline cool because, like, you could see where it might do a whole bunch of damage, but his kit is so ancient.
So bad. I hate it. How could they treat Moat Liquor like this?
It's really by no means competitive, and I don't think this is going to move the needle enough for you. I think this is a dud. Roll off this if you can.
Yes.
It's a shame to have to say, but here we are. All right, next up is Cad Bane. Possible Cad Bane mechanics. And remember, Cad, Aura Singh, and presumably Zam Wessel are going to be viable companions to Forlom and Zuckuss. We don't really know yet, and this is why myself and the plotting and scheming crew haven't put out character kit reviews about these latest characters, or the two new bounty hunters, or any of these new marquees, because the goal of my channel, and certainly stuff like plotting and scheming and the character kit reviews, we're not about first to market. We're trying to be, at our highest aspiration, best to market, right? We take the advantage of not being first to listen to what our peers around us are doing, trying, saying, and then we come to you with what we think is the real application, the good application. Dare I say, maybe even the best application. But no such things have really revealed themselves with Forlom and Zuckuss. Like, we've all seen a couple videos making their way around the Discords where, oh yeah, under very certain conditions, you can make it take out a Leia team or an Ahsoka team. But all that, of course, is subject to Datacron meta. We'll see. I want to believe in Forlom and Zuckuss, but I don't see
I was trying them just for fun and defense with Afra. But problem is I have to rethink that because they're all Relic 5 because I haven't had a chance to take that team fully to 7. So it's like, I don't know. But they do get a lot of nice bonuses and stuff with her. So I was like, that could be fun. Right, with so possible. It's possible, but much more knowledge needed. Need info.
Appreciate it. Yeah, Aragon just popped in again. Hey, Ranger and Tass. Nice to see you're still going strong.
Aragon. Well, we're going. I don't know about strong.
No, we're early in the alcohol portion of the evening, so I'm definitely going strong. That's for sure.
Yes. Well, yes, I was. Yeah.
LBC Robbie says, do you guys have Tapatio out there yet? Yeah, that hot sauce that you can find at pretty much any Mexican restaurant? Yeah, you can get Tapatio.
Oh, yeah.
No problem.
They have it at the little Mexican restaurant I always go to at Desi. So, yeah, of course.
It's that or Cholula, right? That's what's on every table at a Mexican restaurant.
I love it.
Tapatio and Cholula. Anyway, the Cad Cron. So like I was saying, though, CAD is potentially having a squad-based application in the modern game with Forlom and Zuckuss. How good this is depends on where it makes sense to actually use that team somewhere. I don't know. Anyway, let's take a look. He has 3 possible mechanics. It looks to be that these are all independent of each other, right? You can get one of 3. So first one, whenever another ally uses an ability on their turn, Cad Bane assists. Limit once per turn, dealing 50% more damage. this is probably the best of the first time Cad Bane goes below 100% health, recover 100% health and protection, and gain 100% turn meter. Last one. Whenever Cad Bane deals damage to an enemy, remove 25% turn meter from that enemy. That might be something you could gain, but my guess is that first one is going to be the best of the three. And then, yeah, I don't know.
I was going to ask you about Cad Bane as a fifth on a Hut Cartel team. Going into fines with that as a possibility.
So let's think about it. Jabba, Chrysanthemum, Bausch. And if you're really trying to routinely offer a wrinkle for people who are going to attempt Night Sisters, the permakill potential of Boba, I think, is not to be underestimated. So I think those 4 are core in 5 vs 5. And then the last one, I'm generally preferring to have Embo so that the team has the power of a Dispel on basic at its discretion. But maybe if you really tricked out your Cad Bane for, like offense or crit damage modding, whenever another ally uses an ability on their turn, assisting for 50% more damage, not less, like a lot of these assist abilities.
I was thinking with Leia, you know what I'm saying, with the damage, and it's like,
yeah, there could be something to that, but maybe, I don't know. I feel like this is maybe something like a Forlorn Duckus, like a more than a boon to Hut Cartel. But I take your point. Like, I wasn't, the last time we had something like this for Cad, where he was gonna get the extra damage on assist and stuff, I wasn't one of the adopters who like remodded my Cad for damage and tried to make use. I used something else that was available at the time. All right. Last but not least, maybe, is Sunfac. One ability here. It says Sunfac has plus 100% counter chance and is immune to daze and stun. Whenever Sunfac attacks on a turn, he dispels all debuffs on himself. Sunfac deals bonus true damage equal to 15% of their max health to the enemy. And for each debuff dispelled this way, so whenever he's attacking out of turn, Geonosian allies gain 5% defense, max health, and max protection until the end of battle. If you are in an earlier part of the game where GBA is a team that is getting routine use for you, offense or defense, this sounds gross. Like, outside of that early to mid part of the game, maybe where Geonosians gets representation in Grand Arena, this is probably not worth your time. But if you're in that band,
good.
Nice.
It's delicious.
All right, guys, we made it all the way through the Pillars of War explanation. This does give me some insight in how I'm going to go ahead and make that video. I'll try and get that out here in the coming days. I know you guys want that information before we get deep into farming, this new set next week. So if until I put that out, at least you'll have this to go back and review. All right. Yes, Vin Altabi says Cognac always comes from the region around the French city of Cognac. Yeah, so too.
See what he did there.
Yeah. Otherwise, it isn't allowed to call itself Cognac, or at least so it is in the EU. So too it is with bourbon. You can create bourbon style whiskey, I guess anywhere, but to call it bourbon, it has to be produced, bottled, under very specific conditions. Technically, I want to say bourbon can be made anywhere within the continental U.S., but it is most traditionally associated with Kentucky, Tennessee, somewhere around there. Anyway, you went on to say there are 4 main quality classes of cognac. There's VS, very special. VSOP, very superior old pale, which means at least 4 years old. XO, which is extra old. Or Napoleon, which is at least 6 years old. Or XXO, which is extra old. Or Ordage, which is what I'm guessing is how that's pronounced, which is at least 14 years old. So what is this? What am I holding?
It sounds like a glass.
It's VSOP. So it's so very special, he said, was like the first tier of cognac. So this is like the next one up. VSOP, very superior old pale. So at least a 40-year-old cognac. Yeah, I'm looking forward to trying this. Let me see your DM. You said you sent me a couple notes about how to prepare. Enjoy this. See what you shared. Oh, you sent me a short video. Okay, and I see that there's a snifter. I don't think I have a snifter glass like that. So, if I really like this, I might have to look into it.
Yeah, we're just a bunch of crusty old American turds.
Yeah.
We don't
All
have
right.
those nice things.
I appreciate that, man. What's going on with Scribe? When's he going live? Is he already up?
He's been live for an hour plus, like hour and a half. He's been live, but he's getting to his JC now. No, oh shit.
So what's popping with you? Are you gonna have to scoot here to go see him, or did you have to run off and do anything before you joined his stream?
Well, I always stream about right before Scribe streams, and I go right into him, and then I take a break so I can eat food and prepare myself for the pain.
Okay.
So, but if we want to raid him now, then I could go hang out in there, but I'll just need a few minutes.
No, I think I'll be in the same boat as you. I'll take a few minutes of myself before I join in. But yeah,
I'll jump into his. Yeah, we'll jump into Scribe's chat. It's called the bullpen. We wait there until he's. Oh my God, he's up to 4. Fuck. Oh God. And then we help him take shots that he can't take because it usually, it gets ridiculous. And so we just have fun and things of that nature. So, yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's Friday night with Scribbles.
All right, well, let's get ready to raid over to Scribe. Guys, Thank you so much for being here for this marathon stream. It was intended as a make good for not having any live Grand Arena stream for yesterday. So hopefully you feel somewhat compensated. We had a good discussion about Coliseum, about the new marquee system, how it all works together. I hope we went some way to dispel some of the concerns and misconceptions around it. It's not to say that there are no problems. There are, with the whole delay bug and everything notwithstanding, which is also entirely unacceptable. But there are issues here in this new thing. But I think that the overall thrust of what we wanted to show you in this conversation was that this is actually a good thing for all of us, small players and big players alike. It's just the messaging around this really didn't do a great job of painting that picture. So hopefully in whatever small way we could, we helped. If you have questions, you have disagreements, you think we're entirely off base, let us know in the YouTube comments. Come at me on Discord. By the way, speaking of which, if you hadn't already joined, here's my second ping going out on my Discord link, so join and be in touch. When I go live next, I will give you an announcement there and let you know. You'll have some notice. Yes, sub guy, y'all take care. Hopping over to Scribe. Yeah, we'll raid you on over just soon. So, no problem. Yeah, J Chung says, JD is technically a bourbon, but also undergoes a charcoal filtration. What gives it that extra sweetness? For their own reasons, they call it Tennessee whiskey.
All I know is I call it delicious.
Yeah, no fault on my end toward people who enjoy JD or sweet whiskey, bourbon, what have you. Just, my own palate's really gone towards rye. That's when you see me drink wine, man. I am all about my Cabernet. Merlot is all right, but I prefer Cabernet. I really like my... Oh, can I put it in the Twitch chat? Some guy, it's a shame it didn't post there. Let me go ahead. Link to Discord there. That should be on the Twitch side now. Okay, and then of course, if you're watching me live, then you already know I'm here at twitch.tv/Tassenix, and I simulcast from my YouTube channel, Tassenix Gaming. If you haven't been over there to the YouTube, you should check it out. Got a whole bunch of stuff that you might be interested in as a Swugga player. We've got my, Grand Arena VODs with chapters added for easy browsing. Stuff like the GAC Omicron tier list, helping you decide how to assign out those Omicrons. How-to mod guide series about building up your mod collection from scratch. There's a 3-part series on that. The mod guides on characters and factions that you've asked about, giving you a sense about, what their kit is about, how they work in their team, and how does that inform how to mod them. It's also a rebroadcasting point for my Grand Arena focused podcast, Plotting and Scheming, that I make with my friends Dagger, TJ, Sasha, Aisha, and Fatal, wherein we break down the tales of woe and valor for our combats in the thereabouts of the top 100 of Kyber 1. We'll tell you how we dealt with the meta matchups of the week, our favorite attacks and defenses we saw out there, our lessons learned for the week to come, and anything else that we think is worth sharing with you. That show is native to Spotify, but wherever you catch an episode, check the description. There is a link that you can use to plug it into your preferred podcast program and follow us that way. anything that you have enjoyed over there on the YouTube channel. Really appreciate it if you give it a like, hit subscribe to the channel to see more. Of course, following on Twitch, also great. These are by far the best ways to support my channel. And thank you guys. We're closing in on 1,800 YouTube subscribers, which, you know, again, really grateful. We are one of the smaller channels for Swugga, but everyone here, I want to say, is a really devout Grand Arena fan. And I count you all very dearly. Very glad to have you guys tune in, so thank you. Hey, you just unlocked an emote, Swugga player? Good. Glad you enjoyed. All right, let's see. Yeah, aside from all that, if you want to go above and beyond the Call of Duty to support the channel, never required, but very appreciated. There are a few ways to do so. I do have a Cash App. That is $Tassenix. Let's see if that works today. Does it send it out on both Twitch and YouTube, or just... There it is on YouTube, not on Twitch. I don't know what's up with that. You could type it separately.
Yep.
All right, and yeah, next thing up is I also have a PayPal, which is tassenix@gmail.com. Can't type today. Copy paste. And if you want to get some enhanced Grand Arena scouting power for yourself, early access to my content, and a couple other, perks besides, you may be interested in checking out my Patreon, patreon.com/Tassenix. Link there, and I have to... There. All right. So yeah, patreon.com/Tassenix. For any upwardly mobile Grand Arena player, there is something there of interest for you. At $5 a month, you enter the Tass House at the VIP access level, where you get early access to the Plotting and Scheming show. That is coming out to our general audience Friday mornings at 8 a.m., but patrons get it as early as Monday or Tuesday night, within hours of us finishing the recording, so you'll have that early advantage heading into the first round of the week. In addition, I will occasionally make exclusive videos for patrons that you'll have at least a month ahead of the general public, and of course, a dedicated text and voice chat on Discord where I am usually lurking. Hop on in and say hi. Thank you so much to Andrew, Banja, Boba Isa, Deadpool Cow 28, JJ's Productions Twitch, Jobin4527, Miasmal, Mus Ross, Raise Malbus, Sam Vimes, Sheepdog 47, Stark Strategy Gamer, and White Wolf. Moving on up to the $10 a month tier is VIP Access Plus, where you get a bundled Patreon access to me and to your choice of either OmegaBot or Hot Utils Patreon. OmegaBot is that tool that I highlight at the start of all of my Grand Arena streams. It gives you an at-a-glance sense of your opponent's offensive and defensive tendencies in just a clear, immediately understood way that just saves a ton of time on scouting. Anybody can use that tool for free to scout their opponent's last week of Grand Arena history, but only patrons can build out a custom report with any number of weeks. You get a downloadable HTML version of that report with links that you can click, taking you right back into swugga.gg or Insight, whichever you prefer, just helping you further minimize your scout time. Alternatively, you might spring for the OmegaBot you might spring for the Hot Utils Patreon, aka Chili subscription, which is your #1 tool for mass mod management and loadout creation. Nothing else lets you switch so easily between your Grand Arena, TB, TW, and Raid mods. You can use it like TJ and Fatal do to comprehensively remod your roster with the powerful automation feature. You can slice through hundreds of mods in seconds, help out your guild and TW, whole bunch of stuff baked into it. No wrong way to go at VIP Access Plus. Thank you so much to Aussie Mike, Darth Salea, Calidus Invictus, Ash Sotnikamp, JJ's Dad, Frickfrack Paddywhack, I Am Arj, Mr. Tony, Shake23501, Single Malt Jedi, Snack Attack, Striker, Supermard, Trouble Fingers, and Zoltre. At VIP Access Premium, that's $15 a month for the DoubleBot bundle. So, Patreon access for me, OmegaBot, and Hot Utils all under one subscription. Just going out and getting those bots anywhere else would cost you the same as this bundle, which is why so many of my patrons say it's one of the best values in all of Swugga. Thank you so much to Argots, Bjorn, Big Ninja, Depressed Wampa, Duckstab, Darth Link, General Milan, Ibenek, Johnny B. Ottawa, Kev, Mini GK, Hills, Quig, Rawling, Saldak, Sir Boss, Sophus, Sprizzle, The Lost Womprat, Wilco, and Bane. For the top of the heap in Jester's Club Elite, the first, the one, the only Nomad's Reaper, this madman pops into stream occasionally and drops hundreds of subs, thousands of biddies, has carried hype trains so many times over the years. Thank you so much for the incredible support, my man. And to Pills, who has followed in the noble footsteps, just popping into streams as of late, dropping dozens, if not up over 100 subs at a time. Incredibly generous support. Again, thank you, both gentlemen. Next, in special thanks, first up is The Lost Womprat, one of my patrons who's done a lot for me in the background, helping me optimize and improve my OBS setup and get my Stream Deck up and running, making life a little easier for me behind the scenes. It all adds up. Appreciate you so much, man. To Mrs. T, my wife, thank you for all you do in the background, like this evening, ordering the alcohol while I'm trying to entertain folks. Bring me something to eat, or just keeping our daughter from tearing the house apart while I'm trying to be the very best like no one ever was at a phone game. I appreciate you. And of course, to my co-hosts on Plotting and Scheming, Dagger, TJ, Sasha, Aisha, and Fatal. Gentlemen, as always, thank you for making yourselves available on a weekly basis, 2+ years out to record our show. I learn from you guys every episode. Hopefully the feeling is occasionally mutual, but it's not about us. It's about the audience that tunes in for us every week. Rare is a day that goes by where I don't get some type of kind note somewhere. A DM on Discord, a comment on YouTube, where something we're talking about has helped somebody in their grand arena. So thank you guys for being part of the show 2+ years in. Really appreciate what you bring, and I wouldn't change it. All right, we've made it back over to the main scene. It is time to make ready to raid. Both on YouTube and Twitch, I expect to see Scribbles. We'll try and hit them up twice. Yeah.
Princess Scribbles.
Wow, I completely forgot that you were hanging on here to the very bitter end, Ranger.
I always hang on.
Thanks.
That's what men do.
Fair.
They help their homies.
So let's, before I hit the buttons to go, Swugga Player, you say goodbye. Take care, man. Appreciate you tuning in. Thanks to everybody, again, who watched. And let's launch the YouTube folks out the door over to Scribe right now. And here we go, over on Twitch. Scribe Gaming, starting up the raid. Again, guys, it's been a blast, and the good times will keep on rolling. I'm going to intend to drop in on Scribe after a short break, alcohol in tow, and we'll see where the evening takes us. Most likely down, face down.
Yes.
But we'll find out together. Until next time, it's been real. It's been awesome. Oh shit! Wait, before I send us out, Ranger, last word from you, special guest.
Remember, if at first you don't succeed, blame Finn. And you can also follow me with all this great stuff at Reality Skewed Gamers.
Reality Skewed Gamers on Twitch and YouTube. Check it out. If you don't know, you're already wrong. All right, and until next time, it's been real. It's been awesome. It's been real awesome. See you soon.